Hey guys, are you on cans up there?
Yeah. Beautiful warm conditions here at Winton Motor Raceway. Temperatures in the mid-30s today as we welcome you to round number one of the 2025 Hi-Tec Oil Super Series from this historic track in country Victoria. Matt Nolte's by name, ready for a big 2 days to start off this series. Dan McCarthy's alongside me for TA2 muscle cars, which are binding conditions and traffic more so, my friend. Good morning to you. A little bit of a drama out there as this session is about 11 minutes old.
Yeah, it certainly was there. Some slow traffic, a bit of evasive action had to be taken there on the run to turn number 4. We're on board with Josh Thomas, who was just a few moments ago at the top of the timesheets. He's just been dropped down behind both Jarrod Hughes and Ben Gomersall, but currently in position number 3 out there.
And lap times already around lap record territory for the TA2 muscle cars that featured here on one occasion in 2024. We'll see him here top and tailing the 2025 series. Jarrod Hughes is currently quickest in the AC Delco car 118, 124.45. It's only 100th of a second between the two of them. So we look at Brad Gartner in the pits already. I guess we're going to see a lot of this during this session here with these really warm temperatures. I mean, we're talking nearly 30 degrees already, and it's not even 10 a.m.
Yeah, it's an absolute scorcher out there. UV blaring down on the race circuit. Currently Gardner, last year's series runner-up, down there at the tail of the field at the moment. He's really only done one sort of 80% lap, you'd say, not even a true flyer at this point. So he's going to wait till the track conditions are at their very best at the end of this session. And then he will be putting the pedal to the metal and seeing exactly how high he can go up the timesheets.
Most of the field have done 5 laps in this session. They had 3 practice sessions yesterday. and it was topped by the man that sits on the provisional pole right now. We're in the mid-125s yesterday, where temperatures are around 36 degrees for that final session. Ben Gomersall is also in the series this year, backing up from that incredible first-round effort in Super 2 at Sydney last weekend. Out goes Gardner onto the lane. So the 22 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro joins the course here, bleeding some air out of these Goodyear tyres, the new tyre combination for the TA2 Muscle Car Series in 2024. Last year's runner-up makes his way back out onto the course with just under 9.5 minutes remaining. It's Hughes, Gomersall. Josh Thomas went up into third, then is pitted. Josh Webster in car 200. Good start to his season in fourth position ahead of Davies. Cameron Laws in car 29 is in sixth ahead of Diesel Thomas behind him. Then Graham Cheney, Domain Ramsey, and Mark Bailey. The excitable Mark Bailey in the Jack's Tyre and Auto Service entry. Car number 12 is in 10th position of this 20-car field.
Yeah, good field for the opening round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. We're looking at one of the Dodges out there on the race circuit, just the two there this weekend. And J-Mac, down to you in the lane.
Down here where Robbie Farr is taking his first pressure bleed. We saw the right rear come in at around 33 pound on these brand new Goodyear Eagle tyres that every member of the TA2 Muscle Car Series is running for 2025. Robbie's back for more punishment after his debut last year in 2024. Let's see how he goes in this qualifying session.
Jarrod McLean down in pit lane, down at the Robbie Farr car.
Simpson really ragging the machine around the final corner. Look at that, two wheels through the grass on the outside. That's going to affect his run down the long straight. As we look at Jarrod Hughes, as he is pushed back out into the lane. So a lot of the drivers in the lane currently. We've only got about half a dozen machines out there on the race circuit, but the track's about to get busy. We've got just under 8 minutes left of this session. They'll do a warm-up lap, and then there'll be just over 5 minutes of flying lap action to take us through to the very end of this session. As they head around turn number 4, that's the number 51 machine of Cheney. He was in title contention until the final round last year. Had a really good, solid, consistent year, and as a result, he was riding in title contention until pretty much the end of the season. He'll be looking to do much the same again in season 2025, as we see that huge lineup of vehicles currently in the lane.
And I guess it's a decision now. When do you go? Do we need to go again? Some of these guys going to go, you know what, we've only got 6 tyres to run with for the weekend. There was already some concern yesterday with some of the tyres on these cars. Are they going to perform all weekend long with these conditions that we have? And the ever-changing, you're turning hard left, particularly down there through this section, through 5 and 6. A lot of pressure on a right rear tyre on these cars. So it's going to be a gamble here. But there was also a lot of talk yesterday during practice about the amount of cars we have out on the track. Even though the track is a big distance in length, it's finding that space to set a lap.
Oh, it was a hairy moment there out of turn number 2. The concrete wall there was beckoning on Domain Ramsey there, but he kept it out of the wall, kept it with great car control away from any potential danger. He's clearly pushing the limits. But yes, going back to your point, the new tyres, it's as well as the fast-flowing section here. It's also trying to get the drive out of the hairpins as well. The rear tyres are certainly going to be pushed, as we see here. All the load on that left rear, and then again switching now to the right rear. So it's 3 consecutive hairpins in the middle section of the lap.
Yeah, through here, in particularly the left, right around the gum tree, then this corner just seems to go on and on. Feels like you're turning back in on yourself. Domain Ramsey, car 71, the CNH Trucking Chevy Camaro, sprint car star in his own right, who's one of the sprint car posse, I guess, that we have in this year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. 71 inside the top 10 in 9th position, and it won't be this lap. Well, having said that, he said his second sector, I'll get this right, his second sector, his best of the session so far. Gomersall has stayed in the pits and has been there for nearly 5 minutes now. Jarrod Hughes has gone back onto the track and sits at the top with 124.45 so far in the double 1.8 machine. Ramsey does improve. Someone's had a big lock up in the background there. He fires off another lap. Gardner only 10th, but that's about to change. So you look at Josh Thomas in the fleet of TFH hire cars in the field. So Gardner is about to finish his lap here and move out of 10th position in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. You know, it's like you build this up and then they won't improve. You ever had that drama before?
Certainly have, but he has. He's gone up a couple of positions into 8th PB in the first 2 sectors. Not quite in the final sector, but still good enough to move up a couple of places. But 1.1 seconds off the benchmark lap of Jarrod Hughes. But look at the Super 2 guys that were out at Sydney Motorsport Park last weekend. Those guys are just a little bit ahead of the rest at the moment, but separated by just 15 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, we like this. You can't beat race fitness. And that's why you're seeing drivers in race cars every single weekend. Oh, looks like Thomas has been delayed here on the way up to turn 7, or the Penrite corner on this track. So that's going to hurt him in this lap there. Car 169 in 3rd position. Brad Gardner is going for back-to-back laps here in the 22 Hi-Tec Oils entry. In 8th position, Edicini puts Domain Ramsey back to 10th now. With Mark Bailey, James Simpson. Hayden Jackson is in 13th position at the moment, but in the pits as we work our way to the business end of this qualifying session. Just 4 minutes remain.
Brad Gardner set another PB in the first sector, but he has lost a little bit of time in sector number 2, so he might not be improving. I note that Ben Gomersall has come into the lane. He's been in there for 6 minutes, so is he going to be pushed out before the end of this session? You'd certainly think so, but with 3.5 minutes left on the clock, he's leaving things pretty late. He'll only really have one flyer if he does go back out there.
By design, you'd think. But is there going to be traffic out there at the same time? We've got at least 4 cars. It'll be 4 cars in the lane now once he rejoins. The next of our sprint car stars, Danny Reedy, the Danny Orr earth-moving number 5 Chevy Camaro, originally from Alice Springs, now lives on the Gold Coast. And these guys really loving their time bringing their craft from the dirt tracks to these cars. They feel like, well, we can drive them like this. Not all the time, of course, but they certainly are very challenging cars to drive as he takes us up towards turn number 7. And the Rockstar running back in 20th position as he starts his 2nd full season in the category.
That's one of the great things about this category, isn't it? You can see the cars moving around, you can see the drivers really working at the wheel, trying to wrestle these big muscle cars around the racetrack. And that does suit the Speedway guys. They're used to having those cars always moving around them on the dirt. So that's why Robbie Farr, no exception to that, a big Speedway star for many, many years, turning his attention to the racetrack midway through last season. And
commentator's curse, Dan McCarthy. You've got it too. He heard us.
Certainly did.
And it's hurt the lap for the 7 machine. He's 17th. It was his best 2nd sector. He's got time to regroup and go again with 2 minutes to go. And you're right talking about the movement of these tyres, but with this new Goodyear tyre, they're not doing that as much yesterday. In fact, a lot of the drivers were caught out. They were trying to turn the cars into corners, and they just turned. Instead of wobbling around or overcorrecting, they just point and turn now. So we'll see some pretty good lap times if the track conditions cool down.
That's going to be one of the major talking points, particularly towards the end of the weekend. We just don't know how far and how long these tyres are going to last for, how you bed them in, how you get them up to temperature, how you nurse the tyres over the course of a race. It's all going to play out over the course of this weekend.
Jarrod McLean's in pit lane.
Ben Gomersall, you are 15 thousandths of a second off pole position. You've chosen to bank that one. Tell me, how's the car feel?
No, honestly, really good session. We made a few changes overnight, which I think really helped the balance of the car. Look, it's very close out there. Would have liked to be on pole. Made a couple of errors on my lap, but no, Jarrod's been really quick so far this weekend, so it's pretty good to match him, and yeah, hopefully we have it for the races.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Impressive straight out, and a car off at a really bad time here with just on a minute remaining, and it's Josh Thomas who was on a good lap. You just pointed to the screen. It's the second curse you put on all the day. I'm not riding back in the car with you tonight, incidentally. 25.7, that's going to bring out a red flag, you'd think. I'm looking out of the window here, but that's ended his qualifying session in the gravel just in front of the tyre wall. In fact, he's kissed the tyre wall in the 169. On a lap that potentially could have got him onto the front row. What's happened with the TFH hire car? He's got the curb. Too much of the curb, and it spat him out the other side. Just in front of Robbie Farr, who just saw the cloud of dust coming from his Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro. And the session is red flagged, and that will give Jarrod Hughes pole by the 2nd closest pole margin on day number 1. What a series this is going to be. 0.015 of a second between Hughes and Gomersall. The next generation of stars are separated by 0.015 and only misses out the outright by 0.03 of a second. Here it is from the in-car, Robbie Farr. And there's Thomas going off the track on the Hi-Tec Oils replay to end the session. Now, he's got to hope he's got good laps, because if that is not, his first lap's not good, he'll lose that. It might bump him down the field when they correct the order. The good news is we get another session tomorrow. For the first time in TA2 muscle cars, we're having a second qualifying session tomorrow morning for the 2 races. But for now, Jarrod Hughes on pole for race number 1 later today. And the margin, J-Mac, the second closest in TA2 muscle car history.
Ben Gomersall, only 15 1,000ths of a second. I asked you off air, how'd you feel? You said it should have been more.
Yeah, that's good to get pole. It was awesome to put that lap in after we betted in the tyres. But, yeah, we got blocked by the same guy twice, which was a bit unfortunate, and was on quite a good lap there. But that's all right, still on pole, which is awesome, and I can't thank the boys enough for giving me a speedy car. And, yeah, looking forward to the race this afternoon.
Only a few laps in practice 1, practice 2, we saw about 5. Practice 3 came out, a handful, just over 10, maybe 12. That time out, 9 laps. How are you feeling being comfortable in the car on this new Goodyear tyre?
Yeah, it was good. We did a race run in practice 3 yesterday just to try and get the grips of what this thing's going to be like in the race, and we're pretty happy with it. So we'll, yeah, I guess we'll find out after race 1, probably find out after race 2 how we're going with the tyre. But so far for us, we're loving it, and I think it's good.
Well, Jarrod Hughes looking racy, feeling pacey. We'll see what race 1 has to offer.
That was a good one.
He's pretty happy with that, and rightly so too. He's cut 1,000 laps around here in his short career, and this is the replay in-car with Josh Thomas. The inside curb is what's got him, and from that point it just started taking on gravel and dust and giving the TFH hire team a lot of work to do. The vacuum cleaners will be out and a lot of wipes to get this car ready for race number 1.
Yeah, you want to use a bit of curb to help get the car rotated, but yeah, just a bit too much. And from that moment, the car was so unsettled, he was never in control.
There is the top 10. 0.015 per second between Hughes and Gomersall. Josh Thomas will check that before race number 1 today. Josh Webster 4th. Tom Davies impressive in 5th position with Cam Laws, one of the rookies inside the top 10 with Gardner. Not overly happy with the chassis so far in the 22, but I'm sure they'll tune that up for race 1. Diesel Thomas 8th, Graham Cheney. And Domain Ramsey scores a top 10 result with Bailey, Simpson, Hayden Jackson, Kiara Zabatakis back in 14th. There's Collier, back to Robbie Farr, Mike Coulter back in 17th, Crutcher, Reedy, and Paul Hadley of the 20-car field that make up the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. And they'll be out for race number 1 later today. Well, Formula Ford's not too far away. And you might have heard the name Ambrose once or twice in your career. The next generation of Ambrose is about to hit the track.
Pulls up in front of the grandstand with the champion. Now also like to present, and Stone Brothers Racing have worked their backsides off in 2000. A clean sweep for the main man.
Hi-Tec was on Dad's car before I was even born, 04 and 05, which is pretty cool. So, you know, just being able to look back at the old photos and seeing Hi-Tec and almost seeing a complete replica of my Formula Ford is really exciting. My personal expectations for the year is just to try my best and just to be competitive. Being competitive is, you know, the best part about being out there. I just love the challenge of it. I love getting in the car every weekend or every third weekend at the moment, 3 weekends in a row. But yeah, it's just so fun and I just love being out there. Dad's really easy to work with. I love working with Dad. It's great getting out of the car and just being able to talk to him. He knows so much and I just love learning off of him. Sometimes we have our little headbutts and I think I'm the better race car driver sometimes, but you know, at the end of the day, he's definitely the better car driver.
What an experience really. The success I had with Hi-Tec back in the day at Stone Brothers V8 Supercar in its halcyon days, and to recreate some of that, you know, with Tabitha, my daughter now, 20 odd years later, it's just incredible. I really believe in family and I believe in, you know, I drove for Richard Petty, four generations of races over there. Glenn and Peter Duncan, just wonderful people. Again, another great family. Hopefully the Ambroses are a good family, and it really is, it's important to us and it's obviously important to Hi-Tec. So very happy to put this back together. Kind of special really. I always said to the guys at Hi-Tec that they've done so much for me that I'd never really asked for anything, but this has sort of come around here where, you know, Tabitha's coming through her racing program. She's starting to really deliver great results. To bring that whole Hi-Tec thing back, you know, the retro thing and the family thing, it's very important and it's just working out great.
forward, all the way past.
And what a story that is. Tabitha Ambrose, who gets set to run in this Formula Ford Renegade Series that's about to head out for qualifying in just a few moments. Comes off a dominant weekend, Dan McCarthy, at one Raceway last weekend.
Yeah, certainly does. Pole position, 3 race victories, and the lap record to go with it as well. She thoroughly enjoyed her time in New South Wales, that is for certain, and she's very much looking forward to this weekend. She, in practice, was towards the tail of the field, but she was saying to me yesterday, I had a chat to her, she was saying a lot of the guys are using fresher rubber than what I'm using here in practice today, so expect her to move forwards in the order when we go qualifying in just a few moments' time.
TA2 muscle cars just taking a breath down here in the lane. 1 second covered the first 8, incidentally. So that is going to be a very tight race for race number 1. It's already telling us you'll need to qualify up the front.
Yes, yeah, very much so, absolutely. As we can see a few of the drivers debriefing there in the lane, having a chat, talking about what changes they need to make and what exactly they need to do on the rubber. It's going to be a fascinating talking point as we see the Formula Ford cars now heading down the lane to start their 30-minute qualifying session. It's quite a lengthy one, so we expect a few flyers early and then a few flyers towards the end, but it's going to be fascinating to see how this one plays out for a majority of the field. This is the first time they'll be out on new rubber this weekend.
And 3 sessions yesterday to get a setup for the weekend, but now they get to play with new tyres ready for the 4 races. Similar to the TA2 muscle cars, they'll have a qualifying session today. We called it a shorter sprint race earlier and a lengthy feature race later today. Then we'll reset and go again tomorrow, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah, absolutely. A unique format for this series, as you say. 30-minute qualifying, followed by a 20-minute race, and then a feature race, a 30-minute race this afternoon. And then we reset. We go again tomorrow with another qualifying session in the morning, and then repeat the same race format. 20 minutes in the morning, and then in the afternoon, a 30-minute race to finish things off. Certainly plenty of track time. Nobody in this field can complain that they have not got any lap time out there on the racetrack. They have got plenty of track time throughout the weekend as we look at these cars for the very first time, heading out around the back section of the course. All of these, the Star machines. It is the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. We don't have any Renegades with us this weekend. We expect from round 2 they will be joining us.
So we heard from Jarrod McLean early in pit lane. He'll be roaming all weekend long. Part of that 2-prong attack this weekend is Melinda Price. Mel, down to you.
P3 for quality, Josh Thomas, but you were on a flyer, and what happened?
Yeah, I was probably 2 tenths up. Could have potentially put it on pole, but it took a bit too much curve and just dropped a wheel, and that was the end. So, no, it was close and got some good pace. So, yeah, looking forward to the race.
Good start to the weekend. Now you'll have to go and dust off the cobweb.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to get washing. So, yeah, see you guys out there.
Thank you.
TFH Hire Team driver, one of 3 in the field. Spent some time in the US a few years ago in a stadium truck, of all things, at Long Beach, so he's had a bit of experience in different variations of motorsport. Josh Thomas, he'll be out for race 1 later today. Okay, we start some laps in this Formula Ford qualifying session. As you said, a 30-minute one, so expect 2 or 3 flying laps. Some will roll the dice and go maybe in the middle if you haven't done a good job in the first part. But soon that last 5 minutes, that is the Hollywood hour.
Certainly is. That's when the track will be at its best as well. A fair bit of rubber will have gone down by the end of the session. And as we see in many qualifying sessions, they'll be saving their best till last. These tyres, very, very durable. It's a reasonably soft rubber, but they have great duration. You don't see them fall off a cliff like you do in many championships. These guys can push from the start to the very end of races. And it's been such a birthplace for racing stars, particularly in this country over the years. As we, if we look back to the 70s, Larry Perkins came through Formula Ford through the 80s. We had the likes of Thomas Mazier in the 90s. It was a real haven of young stars, Garth Tander, Craig Lowndes, Stephen Richards, etc. As J-Mac, I believe you're down there in the lane.
I'm here with Diesel Thomas, another member of the TFH Hire Invasion in TA2. Muscle car, 7th position in qualifying. How do you feel?
Oh, I felt really good. We did a couple of changes going into practice, trying to tweak the car in the rear because I was struggling to get some turn. We had some pace to run top 10, so we were trying to aim for top 10 and to pull 7th for my first TA2 qualifying. I'm stoked.
Fantastic stuff. Car's feeling good, those changes worked. Tell me, what's the biggest challenge here today?
Oh, the biggest challenge was in testing. I only ran at QR, so the biggest challenge was to try and get used to the track, try to pick up my markers, and after I did that, the car feels good, I feel good, so we're looking forward to the race.
Fantastic stuff.
Teenage start, part of the TFH team, and you just feel the energy down there from there. He's stoked with his qualifying result, and that was the concern, but back in TA2 from yesterday was, well, if we don't split the cars up in qualifying, people are going to be impeded. And the series organisers have gone, no, we're all going out as open slather. And that's what gives us a mixed grid.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think it's the best way to go, and it's the best way particularly to learn for these young guys. They're going to have big fields in their future careers, whether they want to go to the supercars route, whether they want to go to the open wheel route, or in this day and age, a lot of people like the world of sports car racing. Of course, that's blossoming overseas and in Australia as well at the moment. GT3 racing, and of course the upper echelon in World Endurance Championship, the hypercars as well.
Absolutely. Tabitha Ambrose watching the 45 Pertec entry, running in 9th position as Joseph Fawcett goes quicker again, 125.4, and that's 7/10 quicker than our practice time from yesterday, aided by the fact we've got some cool air conditions out there at the moment, but the sun's starting to beam down on this Winton Motor Raceway course, which will make it greasier as the sessions go on here this morning. And we say they're not laying oil or anything down, it's just the UV brings out the natural oils in the race course here, but the air is actually quite cool here this morning, which is good to see. These cars will love it.
Oh, certainly will, certainly will. Look at the livery. A real nod to the Marcus Ambrose Stone Brothers cars from the mid-noughties. Everybody will look at that. They know who's driving that car. It's got to be an Ambrose.
Absolutely.
And nice to see as well, 45 years of Pertec. The Ambrose alliance with Pertec has continued. And also the fact that she's running number 45 as well, a real nod to that anniversary. As off the road, we see Lachlan Evernet down there. Of course, we saw just a few moments ago in that TA2 qualifying session, it's already caught out a car today, so he is not the first, and I don't think he'll be the last.
No, but you know what's evident there? The amount of stones are on the outside there. It's really one lane at the top of turn 7 there. Car 14 back in the pits. And plenty of smoke. These brakes have had a workout in this very early part. Here's the replay of what happened to Evernet. Rare mistake for the 88. He's been doing countless laps over the summertime. He's just returned from New Zealand and returning to the track on the Hi-Tec Oils replay down there.
Yeah, there's not anybody, I don't think, in this field that's more race fit, more race sharp than he is. As we turn our attention down to turn number 3, look at number 23, the man at the top of the timesheets currently with a 1 minute 25.41. He's still a little bit wide of the curb on the outside of turn number 4. He's currently 2/10 clear of Kobi Williams. Kobi, you've got to say, one of the favourites coming into this series, second in the national championship last year.
Wow, is that going to hurt the first sector? Drove like a champion off that curb, but he brings some dirt onto that right rear tyre. We'll see in a moment as he makes his way around. It's only 26.3, so only 2/10 away from the fastest first sector, but he has 2/10 on the field right now and 10 series points for pole position in the Formula Ford series. So a lot of the drivers going exactly against what we thought would happen. 4 or 5 laps in the books right now with Fawcett, Williams, Evernet, and William Lowing in 4th position, but he's on a good lap now, about to enter the final sector of the lap.
Yeah, he moved up to 4th last lap. He was outside the top 5, so he's moved up a couple of places last time through and going better once again. Faster in Sector 1, lost a little bit of time in Sector 2, but here he is now coming around the final corner. A little slide, a little mid-corner slide, but he's got on the power nicely and got a good run off the turn. Here he comes across the line. And he stays where he is, no improvement there in the final sector. In fact, he's just lost a place to Rowe, who's moved up into position number 4. And Mel, I believe you're down there in the lane.
A very warm welcome to the first female to race in the TA2 category, Kiara Sabatakis. A little bit sneezy after qualifying. Tell us about your session.
Oh, look, it was a great session. 2 seconds off from yesterday, so I'm super happy. And then, yeah, it's pretty good out there. Not too hot, so we've got some good times. So
I saw a little dust cloud at the end of turn 1 there.
Yeah, I was pushing it a bit too hard, but it's all right. Got it back on the black stuff, and I'm all good now. So
it's great to see you getting faster and faster, which I'm sure will continue, and can't wait to watch you over the weekend.
Thank you so much.
She's got the help of Ashley Jarvis on the team down there as well. Ash ran in the series a few seasons back and more noted for his sports sedan racing these days. Originally from the West, now living in Queensland, so she'll learn a ton off Ash Jarvis, one of the most passionate guys down in the lane. Is evident now in pit lane, car 88, who's in 3rd position. A whole fleet of cars setting their fastest first sectors right now. Tabitha Ambrose, Fitzgerald, and Jack Johnson back in 14th, son of AFL star Brad Johnson. Great to have him in the series for 2025. And again, turn 7, that's going to be our action zone over the weekend, one feels.
Yeah, as you say, it is very much a one-line group. There is gravel all over the circuit already down there. That was Ethan Fitzgerald that had the off-track excursion, and he nearly does so again there at turn number 9. So clearly the tyres have got a lot of dust and debris on, and it was a full rotation, 360 spin. Actually didn't touch the grass, wow. But clearly the tyres have got a fair bit of pickup when he's ran wide there, and that contributed to the second lose down there at turn number 9.
Judges' scores are in. I'll give that 9.5 for the spin and win at turn 7. He got the curb on the outside, unlike Josh Thomas, who got the inside curb, which unloaded his car in TA2 qualifying. It was that outside curb that is mighty slippery as we look at the legend of the Supercars Championship and start in NASCAR competition. Marcus Ambrose watching on from the lane here. Daughter Tabitha back in 10th position. Lachlan Evanet waits patiently. And just spare a thought right now. Drivers, I mean, it's a warm day. It's going to get warmer as the time goes on. 3 layers of overalls. You've got a helmet on and you're sitting in a hot race car and trying to keep the concentration levels up.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Tabitha out there on the circuit at the moment. There's a couple of Marcus Ambrose motorsport cars. Tabitha is one of them, and Brad James is the other. And speaking of Marcus Ambrose, she's down there with the 2-time V8 Supercars champion.
Yes, Marcus, it's been a long time. I haven't seen you for a while. A proud fatherly smile. Are there some nerves mixed in with that?
Oh, a little bit. Look, I'm really confident in Tabitha. She's raced for a couple of years now, and she's safe out there, and she's enjoying it. She's still learning her craft, so we just deliver the best product we can for her and let her go out there and just enjoy it.
And so how's Quali going, and what's the plan for the weekend?
Yeah, really good. We're busy right now. I'm sort of working across Josh Webster's Trans Am, plus the 2 Formula Fords for Brad James and Tabitha. But we're just building up through the weekend now, just getting some confidence and getting some race experience. Tabitha's still on her learning journey, as is Brad James. It's his first year in Formula Ford. So, yeah, we're learning as a team. The drivers are learning, but just really thankful that we've got this great series to run in, and looking forward to seeing how the racing goes.
Yeah, fantastic to have Formula Ford on the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
Very passionate about getting Formula Ford moving, as too is Jeff Grech, who's in masterminding the category. And I'm showing my age here a bit, I guess, now, but Formula Ford was just the king of getting the next generation of talent. You raced some great names during this session before. But this racetrack in particular, Winton Motor Raceway, had the Formula Ford Festival for many years, matching what they still do at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, that's right. And I spoke to Geoff over the last couple of weeks, and he was saying exactly that. You know, this was the birthplace for all the stars in years gone by, and he's trying to really get back to that. He says, you learn so much in these. You learn racecraft. You learn so much wheel-to-wheel combat, not contact.
You learn that too.
Yes, you probably do. Yes, that's exactly right. Not what you want to learn,
right,
but you do learn it nevertheless. And then as well, the slipstreaming jewels. These guys, particularly at tracks like Phillip Island, like Sydney Motorsport Park, where we're headed next, slipstreaming and that side of the racing comes into play as well.
Yeah, massive. And this long straight in particular, you'll see drivers work together using the slipstream, as Dan McCarthy has talked about. The hole in the air created by the car in front allows the car behind to get the tow and maybe find a K or two, which is critical in this category. Not much horsepower difference over the field. As Ambrose, 11th position, Johnson on a good lap here now. In fact, just sets a 27.75 to be in 10th position. But 3 of the top 4 are in the pits. Joseph Fawcett still at the top, 125.413. Kobi Williams is second. Evan at third. He's just gone back out onto the track now. Behind them is Rowe, Lowing, Fraser High in 11th position. Imbronio in 7th spot. James in 8th, Salvatore in 9th. And Johnson comes up in a 10th with still a long way to play out. Some 17 minutes of this session.
Yeah, certainly is a long way still to go. This I think, is probably where we'll see the lull. There's only one person improving out there at the moment, and that is Lachlan Evanet in the number 88 machine. He's been in Formula Ford for a couple of years now, first in 2023. He was inside the top 10 last year in the National Series, but didn't contest all of the rounds. His main focus was the Victorian Series, and he finished just outside the top 5 in that. But the Victorian Series is quite a good quality field these days, and it's pretty much on par with the National Series. But here we have all of those guys and a couple more as well. So it's really a good quality field to commence the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series as part of the Hi-Tec Alls Super Series program, as we look at William Lowing out there on the circuit.
Sector time showing you red meaning they're not improving, green will mean they're flying. At the moment, it won't be this lap. It's only about 4/10 away. You can see the way the attitude of the car coming up to 7. It's not the fastest lap. He's building up to that aboard this 53 car. Regular runner at Sydney Motorsport Park. Former karting star, as most of these, I could say, teenagers, kids, if you like, coming from senior citizens here in the commentary box, I guess, have all done as they move up the ladder in Australian motorsport.
Car just looks twitchy on turn-in at pretty much every corner we've seen on this lap. The greatest example is that last corner again. The initial turn-in's all right, but the back just can't keep with it, and every time he turns in, the back end of the car is fighting as he's turning into the apex of the corner, and you do not want that. You want confidence when you turn the wheel in that the rest of the car is going to follow and the tail's not going to wag on you like it is at the moment. It's like an excited puppy out there.
Exactly. On he goes for the second lap, back up past the old start-finish line where our commentary position is here at Winton Motor Raceway. You just joined our coverage. You're watching qualifying for Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. The first round of their 2025 series. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series is underway. We're taking in tracks like Sydney Motorsport Park, Queensland Raceway. We're heading back to Malala in South Australia, which I know you're excited about later in the year. And wrapping up here in late October at Winton Motor Raceway.
We've got to talk about Malala, haven't we? The return of national
racing. We waited 15 minutes. I think we'll go now.
As both proud South Australians, yes. But to have national racing return to Malala later this year is absolutely awesome. One of the most underrated tracks in the country. So good for overtaking, got long straights into slow corners. It just produces brilliant motor racing.
No, you're 100% right. And these cars in particular used to turn on some ripping racing back in the 90s. At the venue in South Australia, just 50 k's to the north, so looking forward to that later in the season in September. As the track goes eerily quiet right now with 4 or 5 cars in the lane. Joseph Fawcett has been there for the better part of 7.5 minutes, while the 2 guys behind him have now gone back out on the track, so a bit of hide and seek perhaps between the first 3.
Caleb Bellack, who we're looking at on the screen at the moment, used a pretty unique strategy to this point. He came into the lane very early after doing an outlap and stayed in the lane for about 8 minutes. So this really is his first flying lap out there on the race circuit. So let's see what Caleb can do as he comes across the line, currently at the tail of the field. He jumps up a couple of positions ahead of Tabitha Ambrose and Ethan Fitzgerald. But as we say, he's done pretty much half the laps of everybody else out there. So he's building. He's in that building phase that we saw the rest in just a few moments ago.
Let the rest of the field go out and lay the rubber down. As Tabitha Ambrose, right-hand side, is in the lane. 12th position, the Pertec 45 machine. Watching Fraser High, running down to turn number 10 in this 12-turn Winton Motor Raceway course. Caleb Bellack is flying once again, so back-to-back flying laps in car 43 in 11th position. We'll stay with the man running in 6th position. The double 1 car has 2 bites at turn 11. Final turn, a bit away from the apex, which sends him to the outside of the curb on the final turn, but comes to the finish line now. 30.7 on that previous year, and it's not going to be an improvement. In fact, it's 5 seconds away. So he's building. Meantime, here's car 94, Kobi Williams, the ACM Finance entry, working his way around through turn 9 and down this short little straight, which used to be the main straight on the short course up until 1997 when the extension of Winton Motor Raceway happened through this section.
It's the same age as me. People keep saying, oh, it's the new section of track. Well, in that case, I must be new in it.
You are relative, yeah.
As we look at Kobi heading into the final couple of corners, he's sort of matching what he's done previously, so just a little bit off the pace, 3/10 down on his PB to this section of the course, so probably not going to be an improvement this time, but this is his first flyer back out there in this middle portion of the session. So yeah, 7/10 off the pace. That's just over half a second slower than his best lap so far, but oh, he's pushing the limit straight away on this one.
And you know what that was? It was the curb on the inside. I watched him climb up there. I thought it's not going to click to that. It sent him across the other side on the climb up the hill, and there's a tyre wall and concrete wall ready to arrest you if you make a mistake, and he was close. He's committed on this lap, second position, but 2/10 behind the man sitting on the pole in the quickest car from practice yesterday.
Here we are, two cars out there on the back section of the course. They don't want to be too close to each other. They're certainly going to be holding each other up if one is on a flyer and the other one is not. As we look at James, there we are. So he has pulled out to the lap. I think that was Kobi there. Letting number 16 through of Salvatore, who's going through the middle section. Salvatore currently in position number 9 on the circuit. It's a pretty good first sector, and same again in sector number 2, but no PBs on this particular lap of the session. Still got 10 minutes left of this qualifying session, so 2/3 of the way through, but we still are waiting for those real potential key flying laps to come in late on in this session. We must say as well that there are some bonus points for this qualifying session. 10 points go to the pole sitter, 5 points for position number 2, and a solitary bonus point as well for 3rd position. So there are points to be had. So championship leader can be found at the end of this session, but what a slide through turn number 1.
Everybody hustling with 10 minutes to go. So that lull period, I think we've been through it. I think everybody's had to think about it now. Now we're starting to go into that window where the time to go is now. If you force it, you would wait until maybe 3 or 4 minutes out. If someone threatens the time, just be out there just in case. If it doesn't look like anybody's going to touch him, he's only done 5 laps.
Yeah.
And those tyres will be in great condition. Everybody else around him is 11 laps now.
Yeah, that's right. He's done the least of everyone. The only other person on 5 laps, Ethan Fitzgerald at the tail of the field. He's been in the lane for 10 minutes now, so I expect him to go out shortly, and he'll be out for his second stint effectively at the end of this session. As you see the guys in the lane, let's turn our attention to Joe Fawcett, who is at the top of the timesheet. So he's not done what you said at all. He's decided, no, I'm better off being out there on the racetrack.
He's got, maybe I should go out there. He's got a good point. Maybe I need to get out there now. No, I'm just joking, of course. Better to be out there than get caught. And those 10 points, it's a big amount of points for pole position. Most of the times it might be 3 points, sometimes just 1 for pole, but it's 10.
And I think that's because the session's so long, they're really showing the importance of qualifying. It determines the grid for race number 1, but of course there's qualifying again tomorrow. It sort of aligns a bit closer to supercars in this day and age. Of course, back then there used to be progressive grids, but in about 2009 we changed to qualifying on each day for each race. And Formula Ford's sort of going down that route a bit more.
J-Max in pit lane.
Well, a quick chat. You guys have mentioned tyres and how many drivers are actually here in pit lane taking a breather, waiting for clear air. Confirmed that drivers in Formula Ford start the event with 4 fresh Yokohamas. Now, these tyres, they switch on relatively quickly, but they only really last at peak lap speed for about 3 laps. Then you're not going to go any faster than that. So you'll see these brief periods, or rather some lengthy periods here in pit lane, where you'll have quite a few cars just taking a moment. After qualifying, though, they get 2 fresh hoops. Generally, they'll switch those, one on the front, one on the rear.
Jarrod McLean in pit lane, and be no worries about keeping heat in those tyres today with the UV on the course right now, but pressures, air pressures are absolutely crucial. 1 PSI difference can make or break your qualifying or race run.
Yeah, absolutely. Even half at the level these guys are at, they can feel 0.2 of a PSI. They have a real feel for it, and that's why they're on the racetrack, because they are the very best young up-and-coming stars in Australian motorsport. Where will they end up? Well, we don't know yet, but some of them will make a career here. Some of them will head overseas in pursuit of Formula One. Of course, IndyCar is a popular route in this day and age. Hunter McElroy came out of this category not too long ago. He's doing great things over there in America, and he did make an IndyCar debut late last year.
Which is on this weekend. Can't believe the series is kicking off already. St. Petersburg, over in Florida. We see a lot of great Aussies in that series. Tommy Smith is over there this year in Indy next, after a stint in F3, the feeder category to Formula One. We'll see how he goes over in the US. Tabitha Ambrose back on screen, car 45, in position 12th. 127.3. 1.9 seconds covering the field at the moment. 1 second gets you back to 5th position. So Fawcett back on the track, 126.0. He's away from his time, but circulating right now. Kobi Williams has gone back into the pits, some 2/10 behind, and Lachlan Evanet still in 3rd place. Fraser High back in the lane, car number 11, in 6th position. 126.5, 1.1 seconds away from pole.
Yeah, absolutely. He's back this year full-time. Last year, started the season off at Bathurst, had a pretty substantial crash at the cutting, and he missed the next few rounds just trying to repair the car, get the funds back in order to continue the season. And he did finish the season pretty strong late on in the final few rounds. So he's looking for a bit of a reset this year, a clean sheet of paper, go out, and he's really looking forward to the year ahead.
Yeah, that was a big one up at the cutting last year for the 11. Rattled his confidence at the same time, so he's climbed back on the horse for another look at 2025. Johnson back on the track in car 14. 19-year-old son of Western Bulldogs legend Brad Johnson. He's made the event at national level, and he means business. He was already, it said his first fastest sector, the first sector, on his way out a few moments ago, so he's committed. At the moment, back in 10th position in car 14. Just over 5 minutes remain in the first of 2 qualifying sessions of the weekend in the Formula Ford Stars Renegade Series, the first round of 2025.
How good does this really look? It really pops with the sunlight blaring down on it. It really does look pretty distinctive. You cannot miss this car out there on the race circuit. Everywhere it is, you can see it as the top man at the top of the timesheets. Joe Fawcett has come into the lane, so both Fawcett and Kobi Williams at the head of the field are back in the pits. And the same can be said for the man in 4th position, Jamie Rowe, as well. So many of the top contenders are in the lane. The only one of the top 4 out there on the circuit is Lachlan Evanet currently, but he is not on a PB by any stretch. It's a bit of an 80% like this one for him.
Walking the car around effectively. 4.5 minutes to go. So Fawcett and Williams, do you think that's curtains? Do you think that's enough? They're really running out of time. They want to go again. They've got a half a second advantage on the field, so it's almost like having a gap from here back to Benaud. It's the closest town.
Either way, they're on the front row. And with Formula Ford in this series, the Stars Renegade Series, are actually going to run rolling starts. So many of these guys have not done that since their days in karting. For some of them, that was only last year. For others, it was 4 or 5 years ago. So that's going to be quite interesting to see these cars with a rolling start off the line down towards turns 1 and 2. So yeah, with the front row, with the rolling start, you're probably a little more safe than what you potentially would be with a standing start.
Looking forward to that, particularly the turn number 1, where you carry a lot more speed than what you normally would have for a standing start. 2 races to come today, a short sprint race and a feature event later today as part of our coverage of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Not going to be this lap, you saw the car massively wide there at the tip end. You can see seesaw away those front wheels. That's cost him some time, but still has 3 minutes. Suddenly feels like the time has slowed right up. The first part of the session flew, and getting towards that last minute seems like it's taking an eternity at the moment.
And and many of the drivers at the moment are coming in the pits. So have we seen the best of our front runners with 3 minutes to go? They've got to get out in the next few seconds if they want to make it back around and head out there. So I think that is it for Fawcett and Williams now. Giuseppe Imbrogno is out there on a good lap time. PB in sector number 1, a 26.4. That is a solid first sector. And J-Mac, you're in the lane.
Down here with Mark working on the crew for our current pole sitter. And we're having a chat. What are some of the things that you can do for the driver during a qualifying session in Formula Forward?
Yeah, we've got a session this time. There's quite a few changes we can make. Change to ride height, shock settings, tyre corrections, bringing it back down. So yeah, some of those changes we made here just after 4 or 5 first laps. Yeah.
So it really is a balance between putting laps on the tyre, trying to make positive changes, but also not trying to use that tyre too much. You have to be very economical.
Yeah, correct. We really only get 3, probably fast laps out of the tyre, particularly on a day like this when it's so hot.
Well, it looks like we're going. Fawcett going to try and set a hot lap and open up that 2/10 of a second gap.
What does he know that we don't? Or is this what I predicted earlier? He's just going to hang around out on track, means on the 53 to an excursion, and another one to add to the list of turn 7, which has been hungry today. It's been taking a lot of cars off the track. On the Hi-Tec Oils replay, here it is. So it's not the curve on the inside. It pushed him across the curve, that Vallalonga curve, or the sawtooth curve, and then from that point, let the car freestyle across what's a rather dry outfield here at Winton. Compared to what we saw in Sydney last week, where I haven't seen Sydney that green in years. A lot drier in this part of the world. We know it from South Australia with the lack of water that's fallen from the skies.
That car still looks really, really twitchy for me. I'm very impressed he's inside the top 5 at the moment. He's really ranked that machine. It's the best of its ability. And a bit of a lock up there as well for number 61 of Brad James. Just turned in, the car didn't want to turn in, he was carrying just a bit too much speed, lock up, and the car ran wide. He was on a PB in sector number 1, so unfortunately for Brad James, that lap has effectively been extinguished. So he's going to have one more crack at it in Olds. He's got one more with just 30 seconds to go. He'll make it back to the line with seconds to spare, and he's got one more lap to improve.
He needs to push. He's just going to make it back to the line here too as he comes up to turn number 11. So Fawcett has gone back onto the track just in case, but with 2/10 of a second on Williams and half a second on Everett, he looks safe at the moment with less than 20 seconds remaining, unless this guy can pull a miracle out as he starts his final lap with 10 seconds to go.
Well, he's only moved into Formula Forward very late last year. His debut round was Phillip Island, Isle of Magic, and he got a top 3 result there that weekend. So he certainly has taken to this series like a duck to water. But the pressure is on now. The first chicane looked pretty good to me, or you can see him fighting the wheel as he turned into turn number 3. As Tabitha is coming to the line, I'm looking where she is on the leaderboard. She's positioned at number 12 at the moment and not on a PB lap. So it looks like that is where she's going to remain and does. So position number 12 for Tabitha Ambrose.
31-2 to wrap up the session, so she's the first to greet the checkered flag here at the end of this 30-minute exciting session. We're expecting a bit of a quiet period, but never eventuated. And likely that Fawcett's going to hold on. Nobody lighting up the time screens. And a 1:25.4 is going to be good enough for pole and good enough for 10 championship or series points in this world, with Williams joining him on the front row. Just as we expected, that front row charge is going to be epic when the lights go later today.
Certainly is, and with some great drives on row number 2 as well, Evanet and Rowe. And it looks like Johnson has decided to bring it in the lane. He was not on a PB lap. He was not going to improve, so let's save the tyres rather than go around again and put 3 more Ks of energy into the rubber. Better off bringing it in now. Here is James. He's coming to the line. Unfortunately, though, no PB sectors on this lap, and he does not improve, so he remains in position number 8 in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine.
The second car of the MAM team, and Tabitha finishing off but already greeting the flag. Well, they were showing on a lap here. So it might have just gone through. It's certainly going at the moment here. We thought the checkered flag might have been out, so she's got a chance to greet the checkered flag for the second time, and the Pertec 45 car wraps the session up in 12th position on her first run at national level. It's going to be Joseph Fawcett that grabs pole for race number 1 of this first round of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. 10 series points. Mark that down, because when we get to later in the year, and those margins which could be in single digits, that's going to be critical.
Certainly is. So there are the results on the screen. Joe Fawcett taking pole position by 0.2 of a second ahead of Kobi Williams. Lachlan Lerner and Jamie Rowe make up row 2 ahead of Willie Lowe and Fraser Hyde. Stephanie Rodner will start at 7. Alongside him will be Brad James, Hunter Salvatore and Jack Johnson rounding out the top 10. David Bellack will start from 11th ahead of Tabitha Ambrose, and Ethan Fitzgerald, after a little spin midway through the session, rounds out the field 2.5 seconds off pole.
2 races to come. Over the course of Saturday, Jarrod went down, the cars took to the track. The field of 13 went out to find their own piece of Winton Motor Raceway to get this qualifying session underway. Tabitha Ambrose, 17 laps. Third on the list of the most laps of this session, the Vertec 45 would end in 4th position for race number 1 today.
Yes, absolutely. She was pushing the limits early. In fact, many of the laps came in the first half of that session. There were many moments for this machine, a 53 of lowing throughout the session. But he pushed on early and got a top 5 result in that qualifying session. Here was the spin for Ethan Fitzgerald. She said 9.5 for the performance, but not so good for speed.
Well done, carried on to finish off this session, and surprisingly, very well done by the field. No red flags in this session, so well done. All 13 out on the track today. That was that wild moment for Salvatore. Ate the curve on the outside, and the wall will always win, but missed that by inches.
That's 16. As close as you want to get at Clench Box in there, that is for certain. But Tabitha continues to turn her in some laps, and she completes some of the most in that session. She was out there for much of it, and in the end finishing in 12th position.
Turn number 7. Has consumed a few cars over the course of this qualifying session. We'll work through here. This is that ongoing corner which they've got to manage the tyre through this section. It's not a fast part, but certainly with the consistent turning through from 5, 6, 7 and 8, that will really put a short life on these tyres. This is the 53 Lowing, skating off the track at turn 7, and another one, I think that was 3 we had in this section alone.
Yeah, it certainly was. Add that to the one that we saw in the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series, and that is already for today. That's going to be the hot spot, that is for sure. I think Johnson will be reasonably pleased with that qualifying session. First national level meeting for him. He's inside the top 10. So he'll be relatively pleased with his day's work. He's just out there getting experience compared to all those around him. He is a relative newcomer to Formula Ford competition. Brad James is comfortably inside the top 10. He was second in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine, so look out for him later on this afternoon in the number 61 Carrack Racing Formula Ford. That was Formula Ford Stars and Renegades, and now we are moving on to the first race of the weekend, a new category for the Hi-Tec Super Series. It is the Australian Innovation Race Cars Series, and we are very, very much looking forward to this one. And
big thank you to Matt Nolte for being part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in 2025 as well. Matt Kavanagh. We joined us for this Innovation Race Cars. What a fantastic start they've had. Because they did their qualifying yesterday afternoon. 2 sessions they went in over about 35-40 minutes. And these cars are quick, aren't they, Dan? They are super fast. I really like the look of them. Not of them here this weekend, because we see some of the previous generations of the Mark cars out there as well, which you'll see some of the smaller bodies, like Ford Pros and things like that, and the Mustang GTs and the Mark II cars, but the Innovation Race cars as well, making a fantastic field here this weekend. We saw them, although probably the second fastest car we saw around the track yesterday, but qualifying we saw the new tyres. They dropped their times down to 121. Let's see how we go in racing conditions though, because they have not turned a lot of laps here at Winton either. It's not a track with the cars are familiar with. They haven't done really category racing here before. It's more like the Simone places like that with really fast race. This is how it is yesterday. Geoff Emery got to the top of the table in qualifying with a 1:21.9. He just squeezed under the 22. Danny Stutterd was second, then Geoffrey Taunton, John Hollinger, John Goodacre, Grant Donaldson, Timothy Layfield, and Darren Curry and John Crossing. And 9 cars out on track here this weekend. I can't wait to see how they're going to go and what things are going to change, because we're already seeing that turn 7, aren't we? It's evolving. There's a bit of a hot spot for cars to go off. We didn't stop them going. Rolling start, don't worry about it. Get underway, Dan.
Certainly are. The two on the front row of the grid, Geoff Emery, a familiar name to many in GTs, on the right, the blue machine. Alongside him, Danny Stutterd, and it's a pretty even jump between the two. It looks like Emery on the inside is going to have the right line, but look on the second row, that's Taunton, sliding up the inside of the 23 of John Hollinger. So the top 4 do remain in formation around turns number 1 and 2, as they were all passed in front of the commentary box. Boy, oh boy, these machines make a great noise.
Look at Taunton. He is not mucking around the aggression. He got there inside of John Hollinger, and now he is all over the back of Stutterd. He was applying a lot of pressure. Now let's see if the top 2 can get away a little bit. They were definitely a standout when it came to the qualifying times. It is a little bit warmer today. I suppose we had some warm conditions yesterday. Sun has not been relentless this morning, actually. There is warming up out on track. And have a look at Hollinger. He is about to fight back. And of course, he do run the Hollinger transaction in the back of these cars as well. So it's a very stout bit of gear when you go through the specs on these motor vehicles, and we've seen them in events like the 12-hour and the 24 hours and things like that in Australia and overseas. So, you know, it's a very reliable bit of gear to get around these innovation race cars. It seems to just settle down for a moment now. We'll wait to see if we're going to see. Have a look at Donaldson, Goodacre and Curry as well. They're in a little bit of a fight out there for 5th position behind the top 4.
Yeah, the front 4 have certainly broken away, haven't they? Early on in this one, that's Emery, Stutterd, Taunton and Hollinger. Broken away from Donaldson and the rest of the pack. But I noted in the mid-sector, Emery already felt he is going offensive, but in the final sector, he's pulled a little bit of a margin from Stutterd. He's coming under pressure from the first of the Mark II generation machines. That's Geoff Taunton in the red Mustang-bodied machine. He's doing a great job. Taunton, probably one of the more familiar guys with this category. Of course, a former owner of the Mark Cars series, selling the company to Danny Stutterd as it became Innovation Race Cars.
Oh, Danny Stutterd, I mean, he is raced all over the world, really, in so many different classes, especially, I suppose, New Zealand. He's campaigned quite a bit as well. Obviously racing Porsche as well. Mate, he is really a driving force behind the new innovation race cars as well. Great to have the Mark cars joining him as, you know, the previous generations. And throughout the season, we're probably going to see a lot more of the cars, because they have opened it up to some of our GT3 cars as well. And also we're going to see some of those good old 5-litre touring cars join us as well. I expect City Motorsport Park will probably bring a few more of those cars up.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing in the paddock. It was a reasonably late decision to take those 2 classes on. So from Sydney Motorsport Park, expect to see trophy GT3 cars, so 5 years and older, as well as you say, the V8 touring cars, the older generation from 1993 through until the start of Project Blueprint in 2003. So it's 93 to 2002, and then from Project Blueprint from 2003 to 2012. Those are the cars that we'll see, the V8 touring cars. So from 93 through until 2012. Before Car of the Future, of course, came into supercars.
Well, this 20-minute race here to kick things off on the Saturday of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. You can see Goodacre there just going around in 6th position at the moment. He has just got Donaldson in his sights just in front. He's trying to tuck that car under the rear wing. Have a look at this in the front. Taunton. He is all over the back of Stutterd now. Now as the laps come and the tyre pressures come up, we will see these cars start to pick the pace up a little bit. They'll be down on their qualifying times because they want to try and look after those tyres throughout the weekend. Now, this weekend, 20-minute races. It's more of a sprint format for these guys. We spoke about a lot of them doing 6 and 12 and 24-hour racing, which these cars have been a part of. But they do have alternate rounds, don't they, where they actually change the format up?
Yeah, that's right. So rounds 1, 3 and 5, the odd numbers, they are sprint rounds. Rounds 2, 4 and 6 will be 2-driver endurance races. So rather than having the 4 half-an-hour races, they're going to be lengthened, pretty much doubled in length, around 50 minutes, and they will be 2-driver races. So we'll be seeing pit stops and all the drama that comes with those. But these cars are used to that, as you say, doing these long-distance endurance races for many, many years. They were they built up a large majority of the invited field at the Bathurst 12 Hour, so that might be for many people watching at home. They'll be thinking these cars are definitely familiar. That is probably where they've raced as well in GT World Challenge Australia as an invited class as well. So they have been kicking around in all different sorts of categories as well. Sports sedans, a few of these have been taken into sports sedans and a few improvements made on them as well. But for this, they're all dialed back and run under the same configuration in innovation race cars.
I wouldn't mind adopting one or two of them.
Oh,
they're a good-looking car. They sound great, don't they, as they're out there. I mean, they're still getting through. Have a look at this now. This is the battle for second position. Stutterd leading, Taunton and Hollinger right behind. And I think this is going to carry on. We've still got 15, or just under 15 minutes remaining in this race. We have a look at them out on track. I mean, yeah, I do like the different formats. We're going to see the sprint-style format and as well as the endurance a bit later on in the year. The great thing, too, they do spread this out over the weekend. Obviously, 2 qualifying on the Friday, and then we've got races Saturday. Obviously, you qualify 1 for Saturday, qualifying 2 for Sunday, which means you can have 2 drivers in the event. We'll have a little bit of the Hi-Tec Oils replay here. And that looks like that's Goodacre. Oh, he's watching. Have a look at that. Donaldson had a big moment right in front of him. Massive moment.
Yeah, missed the apex and couldn't get it turned in at the tight turn number 10. It's actually tighter than 90 degrees. It's quite a deceiving corner, but it means if you miss the apex of the corner, you are going to run wide and put 2 wheels through the grass. He did well to catch it, quite frankly. That was very, very sideways as he put 2 wheels through the grass. But unfortunately for him, he did lose that position to John Goodacre. So Donaldson demoted out of the top 5 down into 6th position. But we still look at the train for second. Danny Stutterd forced to go defensive down into turn number 7. So look at Taunton, he's lining him up, he's looking left, he's looking right, trying to find a gap where he can slot the Mark Mustang up the inside at some point on this racetrack again into turn 9. Stutterd slightly defensive off the track. Leithhead, a moment at the fast sweeper.
Oh, that's not good to see Leithhead go off the track there, but he's going to rejoin. It looks like that's going to be safe as well. So there's a moment there where you can see crossing coming around. I think, oh, just hold your breath for a second there. He's managed to get that back on track. So we have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Oh, yes. It's that back section again, isn't it? It seems to be where everyone's just, I suppose, going a little bit too hard on the tyre. The car's coming out a little bit wider, especially you grab a ripple strip or something like that, unsettles the car and, you know, sort of flows the car off the track as we go back to this battle for second position. At the moment, Emery, well, he's starting to drive away, and we're seeing that by almost a second a lap faster at the moment while these guys are caught up in a battle. Let's head down to the pits with Mel.
T2 manager Dan Gillett, driver coach, boss man, you guys, looks like he's doing it pretty easy out in front there.
Yeah, he's doing it pretty good. He had a pretty good, comfortable margin through qualifying and practice, so it's about just keeping it nice and straight, getting a bit of a gap at the start, and then just keeping that gap is the aim for this race, yeah.
And he stepped in the car for the first time on Friday, is that right?
Yeah, the first time he's driven this car. He's done the 12 hour before 2024 with TechWorks. So he's done a bit of driving in these cars, but first time he's driven this car, and first time he's done a lot of laps around this track, but first time he said he's been here for a long time.
So far, so good.
Yeah, well, he's had a bit of seat time, hasn't he, is what we're hearing there.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Great to have him here at Winton Motor Raceway, of course. Like you say, it's probably not the usual track of seeing these cars, but underneath, essentially, the chassis and innovation race cars are all the same, and then we get, you know, slightly different bodywork and some configurations there. So the great thing is you can step out of what, you know, looks like a Camaro or a Mustang and step into another vehicle when it comes to these innovation race cars. And it's not too different if you've got, I suppose, your technicians behind you giving you the setup in the car you want.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We see the cars come in. But yeah, there are the 3 generations of cars, each one slightly faster than the previous, although Taunton's showing us that that might not be the case as he moves up the inside of Danny Stutterd. A lovely move up the inside into turn number 3. Textbook stuff there from the veteran of these particular machines. So Taunton moving on through up into position number 2. It's interesting to see, will he have the pace to match Emery? If he does, it's going to be fascinating later on as up the inside, a squeeze there. John Hollinger looked up the inside, but Stutterd firmly closed the door shut. He says, no, sorry, mate, you'll have to come through somewhere else.
These are experienced racers, you know. They're patient. They're used to doing these big races, long races, and now there isn't as much time. You need to take those chances, and that's what we see here in the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Taunton just been, I reckon he's been biding his time. He's been watching probably for about 3 or 4 laps now, trying to find that opportunistic moment. I mean, you could see the different lines before when we had those drone shots. He was taking a different line on each corner, sussing out where he was going to put the car and where he was going to take that dive down the inside, which he's got done now. John Hollinger, well, he's going to have to see if he can make that happen at the same point, because he looks like he's probably just being held back just a little bit, although Stutterd has just opened up a little bit of a gap on him. So that's going to make it harder for him to apply the pressure. As we're about halfway through this 20-minute race at the moment.
Yes, indeed we are, and I was just about to say the Ford Focus Mark 1 machine has come into the lane of John Crossing, and they're looking under the front right and the front left of the car, so not sure what's gone on there, but they're underneath the wheels of both on both sides of the vehicle. So yeah, that's not what you want 10 minutes into the championship, but it may have something to do with the brakes, the wheel. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure our intrepid pit lane reporters will be on to that very quickly. Taunton, fastest lap of the race last time by. He took a big chunk out of Emery's lead. It was comfortably over 5 seconds before, and that has already come down. So Taunton absolutely flying, as we say. Purple in sector 1, PB in sector number 2. And he's already closing that margin down to Emery. But a little bit further back, Hollinger is right on the tail of Stutterd as well for positions number 3 and 4.
Yeah, you can see this battle is going to continue, but it's all happening down the pits. I'm not quite sure what's happening in Crossing at the moment, but we'll try and find out. John Hollinger, has he got enough time left? Just over 8.5 minutes. I think he can have a bit of a go here at Stutterd if he can just try and line the car up. Emery, I tell you what, that car out in front, the sun is fantastic on that car. Let's head down to pit lane though.
John Crossing, not what we want to see, anyone pulling into pit lane in the first race. What's the problem?
Got taken out up the top tight at the top of the circuit there. Not sure what happened. I kept a tight line to not give him room, and then he just come flying through and took me out. So.
Oh, well, the good news is you'll be behind him for the next one, a bit of payback.
Something's breaking the front end, so yeah, hopefully we'll get it all sorted and get back out there.
Yeah, well, hopefully you're back out on track for the next one. Tough luck.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's something we didn't pick up before, do we? And that might have been where we saw Lathed go off earlier and then rejoin, and then maybe they've got a little bit of a battle there. We'll see if we can get something back on that. But I mean, it's already some battles really being created out here when it comes to our innovation race cars, and it's a great one going on for 3rd position at the moment. Now Taunton, he is on a charge to try and hunt down Emery, who's in the lead. I feel like Emery, though, opened that gap up. They're probably watching that at the moment in the pits, and his crew will be talking him through that. I mean, these are endurance races. They're going to be calm, cool and collected. It's all about conserving some tyre life too, because we've still got 3 races to go this weekend.
Yeah, exactly, and it's hot weather all around this part of the world in northern Victoria. Not too close from the border, just a smidge over an hour from Albury, which is the town on the border of New South Wales and Victoria. We're about 2 hours north of the Melbourne CBD, straight up the Hume all the way here. It's a nice easy drive to Winton Motor Raceway. So if you are watching on the live stream in Victoria, in Melbourne in particular, make sure you come down to the track here tomorrow. There is plenty of on-track action throughout the day, racing from just after 8 in the morning through till 5 p.m. non-stop action.
Just up the road, Ned Kelly country as well, so you go and check that out. So it's, it's not all, you can, sort of explore Victoria a bit, I suppose, take in some fantastic racing, have a good time with the family, learn a few things about Australian history as well while you're in the area.
And get to see some fantastic race cars on the circuit as well. Win-win for everybody. As we continue to see the fight for third position between Stutterd and Hollinger. I note that the top two are trading fastest laps at the moment. It was Emery last lap that set the fastest lap of the race. Taunton's looking to respond on this lap, going purple in sector number 1. So they're almost playing a game of ping pong out there between the two of them. Fastest lap ping pong between Geoff, Emery and Taunton, as we see the third and fourth place cars, the current innovation race cars, the modern spec machines out there, and it's Stutterd that's leading the way at the moment, the man that now owns the race series.
Now, I wonder if Hollinger has just used up a little bit of that tyre, obviously following the cars previously, because he was behind Taunton. He got past. Now he's stuck behind Stutterd at the moment. Maybe he's just given that car a little bit of a break, given the brakes a bit of a breather, because he's just let that gap, and he looked like he had just a little bit more pace before on Stutterd. So he might make another assault on this overtake manoeuvre to try and get himself on a podium finish for race number 1, which we'll have to wait and see as he closes it up through this back section, turn number 7. Oh, he's down the inside now. He has closed this right up. Is this where he's going to prepare himself? Probably as they head down to 10. So they'll come around this turn number 9. Again, he's on the inside line, but Stutterd, look at the drive he gets off as he heads down to 10. And they really get to stretch their legs on these straights, these cars. That's where we see the speed.
These cars will be particularly suited to the track that we go to next, Sydney Motorsport Park. European-style circuit, fast, flowing, high load, high downforce corners. That is a track that is tailor-made to the Innovation Race Car Series.
And here we go as they head down the straight. We see him get up around about 210 kilometres as they go down the main straight, and they'll try and wash off about 80 or 90 kilometres in probably about 60 metres there. They're very late on the braking, these Innovation Race cars. They're massive brakes on the front. So light car, they can pull them up really well, and that's why we see them just, dipping into these 121 times around Winton Motor Raceway.
They've got all the mod cons as well, ABS, traction control, all the things that you see in a modern-day GT3 car. And that's why the Trophy GT3 cars will be joining us from round number 2, from 5 years or older, so 2019 and prior to that, because they are evenly matched machines. They achieve their speed in the same areas as well. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see the two categories battle it out from round number 2 onwards.
And obviously with the dual qualifying as well on the 2 days of competition, some of these, we actually got a couple of drivers missing this weekend. They share a car, so they'll actually take turns to do the qualifying session. Someone will qualify 1, someone will qualifying 2, someone will race Saturday, someone will race Sunday. So there is some cost sharings to do if you want to get involved in the Innovation Race car. So they're trying to make it so that many more people can join the category. I suppose with the endurance racing they then take those cars to 6 hours and 12 and 24-hour races where they share the car also. So it's, it's a great category of vehicle. I mean, they look fantastic. They're extremely quick around this circuit, and we can't wait for this category to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. I've spoken to Danny quite a bit over the last few weeks and months, and he says, this is a really solid start, but we're only going to build from here. This is the start of our series, and he hopes that they'll have 5 or 6 more cars come the end of the season. And why wouldn't there be? These cars are pretty affordable. They race well. They are so reliable as well. So it's a really great series to get involved in, and I'm really looking forward to see the growth of the series, not over the course of this year, but going forwards as well.
Yeah, as we jump on board for a lap around Winton Motor Raceway, just hear him apply the accelerator out of this corner. Let's see if we hear any wheel spin. Oh, it's right on the edge, isn't it? Yeah, they're really just, you don't want to give it too much accelerator. I think we're on board with Stutterd at the moment here in 3rd position. He's got Hollinger right behind him. He'll be checking those mirrors because he is everywhere, Hollinger, at the moment. He's just going, oh, give me an opportunity. One little mistake and he's going to put the nose in there.
Well, Hollinger's actually set a PB in sector number 1, and he was 0.2 faster than Stutterd in sector number 2 as well. So I think he's dropped back over the last couple of laps, maybe tried to cool off his tyres a little bit. And now he's going for a real attack with 2 minutes left to go on the clock. There is not much more left in this race. It's now or never for John Hollinger, and he's ranged right back onto the tail of Stutterd. Look at this machine, our race leader. We haven't seen much of him, have we? He has darted off into the distance, and that's because we've mainly been focused on this battle that we turn our attention back to. Stutterd and Hollinger, you can't take your eyes off it at the moment. There's not been too much jostling, you know, fighting moves up the inside, but it's been a quality battle. No mistakes from either of them to this point, but with 2 minutes left to go and Hollinger putting in PB sector times again at the start of this lap. Is he going to crack? He's really, look at that, he's forcing Stutterd to defend. Stutterd knows he's there and that he is being attacked left, right and centre.
He's only going to get one more opportunity through this section, I would assume, with the time on there just going under 1 minute now. So they'll complete this lap and they'll probably come around and take the checkered flag after that. So this could be the second last time he gets to go through this sequence of corners here. And have a look as they go down to 10. Another overtaking opportunity right here. If you can get that acceleration and get down to 10, you can really have a dive under brakes. It's not going to happen this time. Hollinger isn't quite there, and you can see how evenly matched the cars are, although we're seeing Stutterd trying to defend. As long as he can get that line out of the corner and get the power to the ground, they're so even down the main straight.
Notice as well, John Goodacre is slowly closing in on those two. It's going to be a bit too little too late, but once he got past Donaldson, he has had the pace of these two. So it could very much be a three-way fight in race number 2 later on this afternoon. But just that last lap, Stutterd saw the attack from Hollinger the lap before, and he responds with his fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 23.2. So a great response there from Stutterd, and as a result, for the first time in many, many laps, the gap is out to over a second. I should say it is only 1.02, but nevertheless, it is over a second.
Geoff Emery leading this race from start to finish. Our number 1 qualifier yesterday in qualifying sessions 1 and 2. The local search car is glistening in the sunshine out there as well. That beautiful blue wrap. In second place, Taunton. Well, he had a big shift. He came out of 4th position there, went past John Hollinger very early in the first corner, managed to get down there on the start. Then he just had to wait. His time was started. There was a few laps for him to get past, and now he has closed that gap down. It was over 5 seconds. It's almost down to 3 seconds now, that gap between them. But I think Emery is just, you know, the team have been watching this, and he's had to respond. And you can see he's just holding that 3-second lead at the moment, as it looks like the checkered flag is out, and that will be race 1 done for our innovation race cars. Geoff Emery will take the win with Taunton in second.
Yeah, absolutely, and Stutterd will hold on to position number 3. Nicely done from him. He did not crack under pressure at any stage. He drove a faultless race to round out the top 3. Hollinger 4th, Goodacre a strong end to the race in position number 5. Look out for him later on this afternoon. He beat home Donaldson, and then we have the Generation 1 mark cars that will come through next of Cory, Leithhead, and then our non-finisher in that one, unfortunately, John Crossing, as we see those results and margins.
There you go, Geoff Emery out there, 122.78 for the fastest lap of the race. That's moving out there really, not quite as fast as we saw in qualifying, but some really quick times. Jeff Taunton, he was a big fight there for a moment at the start and really pushed hard in the early stages of this race to make his impact. Unfortunately, probably didn't quite done quick enough to get in that second position so he could chase down Emery, and we saw Danny Stutterd held out John Hollinger as well. That was a great battle for third position, I think, throughout the entire race.
I know just at the end there as well, Leithhead got past Cory on the final lap of the race for 7th.
Let's have a look at the highlights, though, from this race, and have a look on the inside here, out of 4th. He ducks down the inside there, and Taunton puts the nose in of the red machine, and he's right behind Stutterd. Now, that was the start of his aggressive start to this race, wasn't it, where he just made that position down. He didn't wait too long. There's plenty going on down the back. Donaldson here in the 111 entry as well. And there was a couple of moments Goodacre didn't. He actually watched Donaldson at one stage through this race where Donaldson spun out. So he was in the fight there for a while, but it was these three. This was the pack where we saw a lot of movement, wasn't it? It was Stutterd was leading to start with Taunton right behind and Hollinger, and then they would battle that out throughout.
Yeah, we saw the off-track excursion for Leithhead, and this is the rejoin in question. So it sounds like there was a little bit of contact at some point there, and that was the reason why the innocent John Crossing had to bring his car into the lane.
Oh, there
it is. So it was actually a lap later that incident has occurred. We didn't see that until now. So it was quite a substantial hit in the side of the machine.
There we can see why there's a little bit of damage to that front suspension. This was the battle, though, that carried on from the second half of the race, wasn't it? Where we saw John Hollinger all over the back of Stutterd, and he was just looking for that moment. I feel like the tyres and the brakes, he may push them a little bit too hard there, and he just had to have a little bit of a rest. And we saw in the closing laps of the race that he would have another go at trying to make that overtake attempt, but Danny Stutterd managed to hold him out and get on the third step of the podium here for race number 1. But look at this car, beautifully presented. The local surge entry of Geoff Emery. It led from start to finish. It is looking fast, and it was fast.
Yeah, certainly was. The Taunton was matching in mid-race, but let's see what those two have to show when they start on the front row of the grid for the race later on this afternoon. Out in front, though, Geoff Emery took off into the distance and took the victory by 2.7 seconds. A great performance from him. He'll be looking to replicate that later on this afternoon for race number 2 of the Australian Innovation Race Cars.
Yeah, great to have them start their series off here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Round number 1 from Winton Motor Raceway on what is normally a chilly racetrack. Normally when we come here in the middle part of the year, we're wearing jackets, it's cold. Today, though, it is sunny. It is very, it's shorts weather. It's perfect to come out and enjoy. If you're in the crowd, just come up to Winton, have a fantastic day out in the sun, watch some great motor racing and have a look at some of the facilities as they've evolved, I suppose, over the last few years. There's some campgrounds going on to the left there of shot, but here's our major pit lane where we've got our cars lined up as well. You can see our TA2s, our innovation race cars predominantly in that area, our Formula Fords that we saw earlier as well. Out the back we've got the legends that are about to come out on track. In the meantime, let's head down to the DeWalt victory lane.
Danny started P3. He didn't give you much breathing space there, did he?
No, they kept on me all the time. I had to work hard, and good move by Geoff into 2 or 3. And got me on the inside. So it was good racing, good fun. It's like it wasn't that long, 20 minutes, but it felt a long time out there.
Fantastic first race for Innovation Race Cars. You must be really proud.
Yeah, really proud of what we're trying to sort of build now and the guys and the atmosphere. So, no, really wrapped with the first round. Can't wait.
Great job.
Good on you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll run over and try and find P2, the elusive P2. Geoff Taunton, get over here.
Hello.
How are you? Tell us about that race. You were a bit lonely out there.
Lonely? I was trying everything. The old bod doesn't match up to where everything else needs to be. So, yeah, fitness is probably lacking because the cars are so good that you've got to be on it. So, yeah, just showed today my fitness is not where it needs to be. To stick with Geoff, yeah, wow.
Well, I think you had a pretty easy. You had a pretty easy year last year, so now you've got some challenges, haven't you?
Yeah. Hey, we didn't get into the 21s, but I think we're in the 22s, high 22s. But yeah, just great to be out racing. A good bunch of blokes, great cars.
Plenty more to go.
Plenty more to go.
Okay, and the inaugural race winner for Innovation Race Cars, and great to see you back on track. Well done, Geoff Emery.
Yeah, it was really good. Obviously a bit warm out there today, but obviously got a reasonable start, so it sort of gave me a gap at the start, so I was able to cruise around a bit, to be honest. It was actually a really good race.
Well, it's like you drove last week, but it's been quite a long time, hasn't it? And you've just stepped back in.
Yeah, Bathurst 12 hours the last race we did, so it was it's good to come back, get a couple of poles, and our race win. I'm wrapped.
You look a bit hot and sweaty there.
It's definitely warm out there. It's definitely warm. I'm glad the cool set was working today, that's for sure.
Yeah, terrific job. Great start to the weekend.
Thanks, guys. No worries at all. Thank you. Cheers.
Well, how good to welcome Jarrod McLean up into the commentary box. You've been out there in the sun, haven't you? Sweating it out.
It is beautiful to be over here at Winton. I mean, man, we are under some tough conditions for drivers, but if you're a spectator, it is beautiful.
You've been seeing some of the tyres down there. I mean, is there a lot of talk down in pit lane about the temperature of the tyres down there and the brakes on these cars?
Look, it was kind of tough to really gauge the response from the TA2 muscle car division. They obviously had some opinions. I feel like people are just waiting to see how the weekend progresses before they really hang their hat on something.
Well, we, tough conditions out there today, but we've got the TFH Hire Legend cars about to come out on track, and we caught up with Dylan Thomas earlier this weekend.
think it's a real testament to the TFH Hire legend cars out there, actually, because have someone like Dylan Thomas who's attracted to the category. I mean, he's driven everything, 86s, GD cars, production cars. I mean, he's a man of many trades, a former TA2 champion back in 2023 as well. To be in a legend car and enjoying it just goes to show you, it's not just about the up-and-coming kids that we see coming through the category, because so many of the go-kart racers are making their way up through the ranks to be, I suppose, progress into other forms of motorsport. But also we're seeing some of the guys who have been racing for a long time get in enjoying themselves.
Yeah, we have a stacked field of proven talent here. If we cast our mind back to round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series right here at Winton Raceway, Pring came out on top over Hogan, but it was a tight affair. It was actually a bit of an interesting season for Pring. Obviously, our champion after proceedings last year. But interesting again, we see those two names right up top. Rob Hogan starting from P1.
Yeah, then we see Ryan Pring, who's our current championship winner as well from last year, as well as the Australian title holder. Dylan Thomas, no surprise to see him in 30. He had a couple of races last year, but he's really finding his feet under and getting the set up of the car. Then he goes back to Williams, Hogan, Timothy Reed, Shane Tate, Asker Sendel. He's a young gun, actually. He's come out of karting, and we saw him his first year last year in the series.
How cool. 36 cars, our biggest field out here this weekend. They might be nicknamed Pocket Rockets because, let's face it, that's exactly what they are. But you get 35 of anything out onto a racetrack and it is bound to be bump and runs and biff and barge everywhere you look.
Yes, 36 cars here this weekend. We see them all the time, I suppose, go 7 and 8 wide in the first corner. Adelaide last year was incredible at the bend, wasn't it? We saw them go 9 wide at one stage. So we'll wait and see, because it's a bit deceptive here at Winton Motor Raceway, because when you go into turn 1, the track sort of widens just a little bit and then you get squeezed into one. So just let's hold our breath for a moment, because this is going to be exciting. Asker Sender with one of our onboard cameras here this weekend that's going to show us a lot of action. And what I do love about the Legends is we can see a car that spins out and only loses 3 or 4 positions, and then they're back at it again. So you just never know how this is going to play out. And look, great to have Ryan Pring back here, our defending title winner as well. We'll wait and see how he goes. Hogan, not going to let him get away too far, I'd say.
Yeah, Hogan just on screen there. And rolling start will be the standing order here for our Legend cars. It's kind of tough. They are largely a three-cylinder Yamaha motor throughout the field. They only have a very small clutch, so standing starts on these, especially when you're lugging around about 500 kilos plus driver, can really torch the clutch plates in these.
Yeah, obviously a little manual gearbox. So most of them have integrated over to the new 890 or the 860 water-cooled motors, the 3 cylinders there. We don't see the old 1200s too much in the category, as obviously they're getting harder and harder to get parts for. So the evolution of these cars is still happening at the moment, and make them a lot more reliable. So they're getting through the field. Of course, the acquisition by TFH Hire this year as well to really bolster, I think, what they can do with their motor racing this year. Let's have a look as they come onto the main straight, though. We're about to get underway with the first of the TFH Hire Legend car races this weekend. 15-minute race to get us underway, and let's have a look at how we go into turn number 1. Hogan gets himself a little bit of a nose in front. I'm just having a look. Is that Williams going around the outside of Dylan Thomas? But Thomas is going to be on the inside, and that's a fairly sedate start from the Legend cars actually at the moment. Don't only be too wide through some of these sections as they come out and go up the hill out of turn number 2. Pring, though, as they go into 3, has a little bit of a look down the inside. He's got the big number 1 on the guards here this weekend as well. And if you have a look, there's a little 333 in there just to keep him grounded a little bit.
I have to say that this is probably one of the most relaxed starts that I've seen. Everybody playing the game. Pring and Hogan out in front. Pring currently in second place there ahead of Thomas, who's managed to hold on to that 3 spot that he started this race in. But have a look, Hogan now starting to open up a car length on P2.
I'd like to find out how many laps Dylan Thomas has done, because last year he was getting comfortable in the car, and he said these are very different setup out there. A radial tyre, so it's like a street car tyre really on these things. It's not like we see a race slick or anything like that. So they're all very similar out there in terms of power and the grip levels that they're going to have. You're allowed to run a second-hand tyre, but most of them will have a new set on, because it's round number 1 and we're ready to get started with this championship.
Of course, Australia's action track, as it was nicknamed. It's like running a marathon around your clothesline, in the words of Dick Johnson. The toe here is evident, but not really as crucial as other high-speed tracks like Sydney Motorsport Park and Tailem Bend, where they can sometimes reach up to 220 kilometres an hour. But speeds will be a lot lower here as they file their way through.
Yeah, Hogan, he's just opened up a small gap now. It's pushed out to just over half a second. And Ryan Pring, well, he's got to worry about who's behind him because Dylan Thomas in the CXC machine, he is in the side mirrors at the moment. Williams right behind. Hogan not too far back. Sendel, then it is Reed, Tate, Skinner and Goodrich to round out your top 10. Nathan Preto is actually down there in 13th. He's got a brand new livery on this weekend, the Sexy Roof livery on there, so he's going well. Scotty Morgan as well in the pack there. He's got his son racing this weekend for the first time. He's a little bit further down, so it's great to have father-son combination as part of the Legend Cars.
Hogan looking to try and extend that gap. It's currently over a half a second as we've had contact with Thomas, a man who was in P3. My apologies there. No, looking at the number 3.
Number 3, that's John Holder, who started off the rear of field actually at the moment. I'm just trying to see who that might be in front of him, whether it's Bird or Chapman, who started a bit further back as well. We'll try and confirm that for you, but that's John Holder for sure. And will that bring out some sort of safety car though? Because it doesn't look like they were moving too fast. Do we get them back underway? That is going to be the question. Yep, they're moving again.
Luckily, these cars can self-start.
Hamish McCluskey, the N&H Constructions entry. That's who he's come together with. So they're going to be right down the field. I mean, there's so many cars we can't fit them on our timing screen. We just can't fit 36 on there.
So, looks like we are back up and running on board with Ask Sendel through the back section of the track there as we see that unfortunate incident really affecting the race moving forward from here.
Well, the best news is they've got the cars up and running, so they've managed to get the cars apart. Sometimes we do see that bar work there. It gets interlocked. The cars can't get apart, and, they're almost light enough for a couple of volunteers to get out there and look apart, really, as we check out the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Yeah, just come down the inside, a little bit of contact made, and lucky they didn't get entangled a little bit more there. So it looks like Holder may have made his way up there a little bit further. This looks like it's from the start of the race as we're on board with Asker Sendel, and this is into turn number 1. It was a very sedate start for him, wasn't it? It was, we're used to seeing him at least 6 wide here at Winton.
And then carnage into the end of turn 1. But here we go. Nice little move here from the 68 machine. That's Thomas moving up over Williams in that 95. And they just cut such a cool figure out there on Winton Raceway.
Well, we're just over 10 minutes remaining in this race number 1 for the TFHI Out Legend Cars. And have a look, Hogan and Pring now. They have opened up a gap out in front. I mean, there's a second between our leaders, but then it's almost 2.5 seconds back to Dylan Thomas, who's got Aidan Williams all over the back with Hogan waiting to make a move. And Asker Sendel now with our onboard camera is sitting there in 6th position. Now, he can see this all unfold, and I've told you, they get very, very loose on this tyre. The cars move around, they slide. They're exciting to watch as we have another car spin, 24 that is. This time they go around Luke Walden out of Queensland in the Electromaster Brisbane entry. So look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Has he had a helping hand here? Oh no, so that's...
more.
That's the 100. South Australia, Roy Hammett going off. Looks like he may have just gone a little bit wide, and that turns a bit of an issue for a lot of drivers here today, and that's just a wheel out in the dirt again. Lose that traction, car comes around on you. Short wheelbase, very hard to try and grab that, especially if you're already halfway through a spin. You're not going to have enough lock on these cars to really grab that. As we can see at the moment, Dylan Thomas is just... He's led away with Aidan Williams, and I don't want to say led away too much, as it looks like we're already coming into back markers there for our leaders, with Hogan and Pring, someone else in the mix there that could be overtaking a couple of our cars. So they're actually going to our back runners. That's what's happening. You can see Pring there in the green top there. So Hogan's made it past, and in the meantime, Dylan Thomas has had a big opportunity to close that gap down, and Pring's going to have a look around the outside here, and I think that's down at turn number 9.
Able to get the move done. And it looks like Thomas trying to make through as well, and he's still stuck.
Yeah, is that Roy Hammett hasn't been able to get that car going again? Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe. That's just for a moment there. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get that car going, because it could bring out some sort of... I know there's yellows on down there in that corner. Oh, big lock up there. You can see at the moment from Dylan Thomas. Aidan Williams has made the move.
Gets the job done.
Oh no, he's back behind. So they're in a great stoush here. Hogan now is behind him. So it's Thomas, Hogan, We're going to go back to Asker. It's going to be Williams and Sendel here. That'll re-jig itself as we go past one of the markers there, our timing markers there. So Thomas has he's pushing hard at the moment. He'll be locking those wheels up, especially with his experience. He knows he's under a lot of pressure. Hogan doing a fantastic job. Williams and Sendel. I'm just having a look to see if we've gone out on track, because it looks like we are slowing down. We have the yellows out there at the moment. And checkered flag, there we go. We have finished this race. Checkered flag has come up. So that came up very quickly. A timed race, obviously, with everything going on today. We've got a certain time to get this race done, and it's going to be a little bit of recovery out there at the moment. So Rob Hogan will end up with the win. Pring in second. So what a fantastic restart it is to the season, because they fought it out last year. Pring ended up being the benefactor at the end of the year, really. And he didn't win a lot of races, actually, Ryan Pring. He got on the podium a lot, but it's all about collectively getting those points throughout the year.
So, your finishing order, Rob Hogan takes it by 1.6 seconds over Ryan Pring. Dylan Thomas rounds out your top three with Hogan, Williams, Sendel in sixth, Timothy Reed in seventh with Shane Tate, Riley Skinner and Ben Goodrich. The rest of your top 10 here in the Legend Cars Australia division, brought to you by TFH Hire.
Now have a look, Scotty Morgan there, Stutterd, Nathan Crudup as well. So they made a couple of positions as well. Duckworth as well, working his way up to 17th. So, you know, there's a very familiar names as we go through these 36 drivers here this weekend, and we'll have a look at how some will end up. Now, it's going to be some of these names down the back. Seth Morgan, now, that's his first time racing. Scotty Morgan, his father, in 28th position. The first time he's been in race conditions. Now, let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, of this race number one for the TFH Hire Legend Cars. And, well, Hogan got a nice start, didn't he, really? And Pring, he had nothing to do except just pull him behind in second.
Yeah, he still tried to show him a few moves, but not really able to affect any real race-winning chances there. I have to say, Thomas, he started from third, he finished in third, but he definitely had his hands full out there.
Yeah, you had to watch out. Now, this is the big moment at the back of the field, wasn't it, where we saw Holder get together with Hamish McCluskey out of New South Wales, and we thought for a moment that might have brought out the safety car, but they managed to get those cars apart.
Asker Sendel started from fourth row with our onboards here, and it's a real run up the hill through that first left-right complex. More action from Thomas out there.
You have a look at him, Aidan Williams there in the green and gold machine right behind him. He was having a good look there for a moment. A bit later on, we saw Roy Hammett from South Australia just have a moment on his own. It didn't look like there was anything going on there. This is the big spin down in the background, wasn't it?
Happened in the dying stages of this 10-minute race and wasn't able to get the car restarted and off track under its own power.
That was unfortunate. It might have brought that took us all the way, I suppose, to that checkered flag there in the end for the TFH Hire Legend Cars. Great to see 36 competitors here this weekend. I'm going to say it's the largest field we've seen since last year. I mean, we commonly saw high 20s and maybe a couple of low 30s there where they are, but a great start to the 2025 season. And have a look at them lined up. Our winners down there on the DeWalt victory lane at the moment as they sort of got to get out of these. They're tiny cars. Have you ever tried to get into one of these things?
No, I haven't, but I see the guys trying to climb out of them. And if you're a slightly larger than average gentleman, then, it can be a bit interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting procedure to get in and out of these. They're like a go-kart with a roll cage, really. So, a lot of our go-kart races, our 14-year-olds starting to get into the Legend Cars as well, as I think they've got something silly like another 15 cars coming on the water at the moment. They are sold around the world, Europe, America, great to get in. And we've seen people like Lockie Ward, who's gone over to the States now to compete in this, coming out of the Australian Series. And have a look at this, Ryan Pring, last year's
This is what I like.
winner. Yep, big shake of the hands there with Dylan Thomas. He's no stranger to being on the podium, Dylan Thomas, but first time we've seen him on the podium in a Legend car, though.
So maybe a sign of things to come. Who knows?
We'll have to wait and find out as we take a little bit of a time to get the other 33 cars to slowly make their way off the thing there. Let's head down to the DeWalt victory lane now. Oh, no, it looks like that's all right. Well, Dylan Thomas didn't want to talk to us for just a second there, but we'll get a moment there and we'll hopefully get back down to the DeWalt victory lane. But, yeah, Dylan Thomas in third position there, managed to hold out a really hard-charging Aidan Williams and Brendan Hourigan. Ryan Pring in second, and, he was the only person who was going to take the Hogan, actually. We saw that gap sort of go out, but then as I went through some of the back markers, that's where Hogan got a real advantage there, and Pring struggled for about 4 corners to make that move done.
You have to ask the question, is 2025 starting to shape shape up as a similar year to 2024 for Pring. He took 5 of the final 7 races in the back end of the season, but like we mentioned earlier, not really able to take any outright race wins, but plenty of consistent high finishes got him that championship win.
Well, here we go. The Australian Super Tin Tops have lined up and they are eager to get back out on track. Of course, they are going to be out for their race number 1, 14 laps. But in the meantime, let's head down to our winners from the Legend Cars into Walt Victory Lane.
Okay, take 2. Dylan Thomas, P3 for the first race of the year. Pleased with that?
Yeah, look, every championship is all about trying to be consistently on the podium, so good way to start. You know, Ryan and Rob did a great job out front. I heard on the radio safety car, so I sort of backed off a little bit and lost the boys. And they don't have, a lot of the boys don't run radios in Legends, so they're all racing, and I'm like, oh crap. And yeah, so we gave away a little bit of distance and then had to fight hard again to try and get back through. So
yeah, it turned out to be just a local yellow, but you never take your foot off the gas.
Oh yeah, I know. Maybe I'm getting old.
Okay, over to P2. Last year's champion, P2 in that one. He got one on you in the first race.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race, just trying to keep up with Rob there. Started catching up to him, but then we got lap traffic and that made things a bit dicey. But yeah, good job with Rob and good job to Dylan Thomas.
Well, as always, it's a long weekend. I'm sure you'll get him in the next one.
Let's hope so.
Okay, and our race winner, first race of the season, Rob Hogan. Well done. He beat you last year. You've started off this year with a win.
Yeah, we'll try and keep the consistency up this year. Last year we had a couple of DNSs, so that sort of hurt a championship, but we'll try and be consistent this year and yeah, it's time to start the pointy end.
And of course, you've got your son out there racing as well. I guess you probably didn't have time to see where he was in that one.
No, I didn't. I didn't catch him in that one, so hopefully finished up the front. So yeah, hopefully it went well.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great to have our winners and a couple of father-son combinations out there in the TFH Hire Legend Cars here, the Hogans as well, as we move on to, well, it's a rebranded format, isn't it? And it's come out now as the Australian Super Tin Top Championships, and we've got 15 cars in the field. Actually, we had 15. Unfortunately, Dennis Panner, engine yesterday expired, so he won't get that fixed overnight. But we've got a strong field of cars, and it ranges from V8 power to rotary, so we've got everything in between.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be Mark Tracey in that ultra-fast BMW E36 that will start from pole position, alongside another E36 in Matt Sims. Brent Edwards in his big, powerful Falcon will come out of third, alongside Merrick Malouf. Beyond that, we have Tony Saint, Joshua Robbins, Matthew Holt, Daniel Natalie in that gorgeous-looking Audi TT. And then just outside the top 10, we've got Cory Gillett, Mick Pettit, Laura Ball, and Helena Maris. So I'm looking to Gillett. He was a surprise for me. I expected him to be a bit further forward in qualifying. So he'll start out number 11 in his Nissan Silvia. So watch for that machine to move forward in this race.
Just watch him full stop, because we know once the tyres warm up, they're already warmed up, that car gets very, very loose. The two BMWs at the start, though, watch for this. Mark Tracey, he is going to be super quick, and Matty Sims, because we saw how fast Matty Sims' car was. He actually gave those keys over to someone yesterday, someone who's a bit more experienced behind the wheel, and that car ran an impressive, I think it was a 124 or 123 lap around here. So it was super fast, and we're like, oh, where'd Sim pull that from? And they're like, no. Someone just do a lap and to see how fast that car would go. Mark Tracey, we saw Connor Tracey take out the XL Championship last year. He's done plenty of racing as well, but Connor, his son, is just progressing through all ranks of racing at the moment. He'll be racing some bigger cars this year, I suppose. We saw him up at Bathurst as well in this, flying, taking on Porsches and Lamborghinis and everything in this car. So car is very, very quick. Again, LS-powered BMW format. We'll wait and see how these two go off the start line.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. Lights are on. First standing start of the weekend, and it's an even jump from the BMWs, but not a great one from either. And there's a staller further back down the field. It's the Lotus Elise. They all take great evasive action. It really has scattered the field as they roar into turn one. A big lock-up from Sims, and that's allowed Malouf around the outside at turn number 2. So great start from Malouf, up 2 positions already. But Sims looks to respond up the inside at turn number 3, but can't do so. What a frantic and frenetic start that was, and it's still continuing with the 370Z of Bell running wide now at turn number 3.
Yeah, him and Natoli, I think, are going to get into this one too. And the Audi, that's where they are, Ryan Bell and Natoli alongside of each other. And Natoli gets the advantage out of this one. Tracey, though, needs to take full advantage of the Maloof. Well, that's got, I think we had a look at that, it's like a 363 cube Windsor motor on it. He's got plenty of power in the Falcon. He just needs to hold it together. He had a little bit of an excursion yesterday, and they've had to repair that front splitter on that car already. So let's just see if he can hold it together. Sims, we've seen him here at Winton before, and it's just about getting those tyre temperatures up for him, I think, because we saw in the early few laps, every time he's been out, that car just likes to lock the brakes up a little bit. But as the race progresses and things start to get up to temperature, you'll see that car improve in time. So he, just wait a moment, I reckon. Maloof better watch out, because he will be coming back.
Here comes Sight. Look at the straight line performance as he absolutely blasts past Matthew Holt on the run to turn number 11 in car number 11. Nice move, that one, but the straight line performance of that car made it look easy. Holt driving very much a standard production car style machine. As further up the field, it is Sims now that has moved up to position number 2, but Maloof didn't like it and he wanted to respond immediately. He had a big lunge up the inside at turn number 1. Maloof, ever the entertainer.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay of the start here. And Brent Edwards had a moment there, I think, in the cable source car. It was the 99, though, of Joshua Robbins in the background there that stalled there. There was lucky that we didn't have any contact. The car seemed to make it all the way around, and we didn't see any contact happen there at the moment. So Brent Edwards in the cable source Falcon, though, he's at a little bit of a slower start. Maloof, well, he said, get out of the way, I am coming back. Matty Sims, what can you do for me? Because Sims is very, very fast in a straight line, and that's where you'll see the big advantage. Through this back M section here, they'll come out of turn number 8 and 9. Sims now down the inside, and watch him try and streak away here as the power gets applied, and that BMW super quick. Probably got about 10 kilometres an hour up or down the main straight on Maloof at the moment. So that's just power to weight ratios. You have a look at Cory Gillett in the back here in the Sylvia, and this is surprising to see him as far back as he is. He's made his way up into 6th position at the moment, Gillett. Great, he always got the family here. You know, that's what I like about it. He's his wife, children. They just have a great time as they travelled with us last year throughout the series as well. It's a tough competitive car. I mean, formerly a drift car, actually, if you go and have a look at the inside guards and things. And he had a bit of a go at that in his early stint, I suppose, of motor racing, and then sort of fell into the Super Tin Tops sort of category there, and really enjoying his time doing the circuit racing as well. Let's have a look in the back at Natoli. He's going to take on the big Commodore, and can he get past the HSV? Oh, the little Audi. And what's going on with Gillett? He was working on the car yesterday. We saw him with the spark plugs out, checking things, but he is really down on power by the looks.
He's not using all the road either, so I think there's a real problem with that machine at the moment. To be overhauled by 2 production cars in a straight line is not something you expect to see from that machine. As I said, let's watch him move forward, but if anything, he's gone backwards. He made a great initial start, but as we continue to lap around the circuit, he is falling down the field. So he's now down to position number 8, and Bell is actually catching up as well behind in the Nissan 370. We're on board with him once again here, so let's listen in, see what we can hear. I don't think it sounds quite right, does it?
I'm not quite sure if we've lost a cylinder there, or maybe it's got some safeties in the computer. You know, sometimes the tuners will put in the safety on low oil pressure or temperature or something like that, but it's really struggling on power, because down the straights, the Audi TT, as quick as it is, we normally would see Gillett just keep up with him at speed, but he is really struggling to apply that pressure. And look, he's out there trying to get points at the moment. Have a look at this battle for third, though. Maloof, you know, he's been a little bit defensive, because you watch him just cut the line as he locks a wheel up there coming into turn number 1, and he progressed through this little chicane up the hill. And I think Brent Edwards knows he's going to have a chance at this. I mean, we've got 14 laps to make this happen. He's still got 10 under the belt, and he's just having a look in the cable source Falcon at a moment. The turbo barra entry, he's got plenty of experience racing these production style cars as well. Brent Edwards has been around the traps for some time now, and just I think he's just letting aloof. He's seen those brake lock-ups. He's seen him just having to really be a little bit defensive and just waiting for that moment.
and he's a real stalwart of the category as well. He's very familiar. If you look at a replay, oh, look at that. Now, there's something not right with the Gillett car under brakes. That's where the production cars flew by, and all locked up there into turn number 11 on the rear brakes. So something is amiss in the Silvia. At the moment, though, these two Ford Falcons, we got a BMW E36 fight for first, and we got a Ford Falcon fight for third position on the racetrack at the moment. I note between the two BMWs, Sims is putting in purple sector after purple sector after purple sector at the moment, and is catching up to the race leader. So now he's cleared the Falcons. He is away. He is catching Tracey at the head of the field. But at the moment, we are keeping our eyes on these two. They're the closest fight on the racetrack at the moment. Two well-known names in Super Tin Top competition. It is Maloof and Edwards roaring down to turn number 1. Maloof running a little bit wide there, but he's got nice traction, nice run out of turn number 2, up and over the crest, over the old start-finish straight around Winton in the historic race meetings. Oh, Brent Edwards, a huge slide through turn number 3. A good catch, that one. Has there been a change of position in the production cars? It looks like there has. The Audi TT moving through Natoli on halt. That is for position number 6 on the road. But going back to the point I was making, a few of the historic events here at Winton Motor Raceway, they use still the shortened layout. Of course, that changed back in the late 90s when they added the extra kilometre onto the circuit, the new pit straight that we've got now. Mel, you're in the pits.
Travis, crew chief for Brent Edwards, he's having a ding-dong battle out there for P3 at the moment.
Yeah, he's qualified third, and he got not as good a start as Maloof. So yeah, hopefully by the end of it, Maloof's tyres might go off. We'll see how it goes. A long race, it's hot. Everything's just going to be hot all day. So.
Are you giving him any words of wisdom out there?
No, just let him play for a while and let him know where he's at. But, he knows it's a long. He's got a few. Just keep pushing hard and see if you can wear him down and get some cool air for the car. And your turbo car's always struggle in the heat. So
they do, don't they? Thank you. Back to you, J-Mac.
BMW, and he's under fire. How's he feeling?
Yeah, I reckon the nerves will be on him. He's pretty used to all this stuff. Simsy's right on him now, so it's pretty cool. 2 BMWs, so he's sending around the outside of him in the sweeper right now. But I reckon he's pretty used to this stuff. So.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how this goes. I know you've done some time in that car and really wiped the floor of some much higher dollar value machines. So I reckon Dad might have to really fight for this one, but see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Connor, though, he's not paying the bills. That's why he just has a little bit of edge. Maloof has gone off. That means that I'm going to say Edwards would have made the move past. Hopefully that's happened naturally, and we'll see what's happened. Have a look at this down the inside, though. He's being very cautious there. Tracey, as he pulls the car up. Sims, though, with that power advantage. And it's really the car itself. The body on the car is fiberglass for Sims, so it's a lot less weight than we see the more production-style car of Tracey there, which is a full steel body. So, if you can shave off a couple of 100 kilos, probably very similar on power.
Yeah, exactly. That's just lost time, isn't it? Added weight. That's why Formula One cars and the like, they try and make their cars as light as possible. I mean, even in recent times, you see Formula One cars, they're trying to limit the amount of paint that they're using, just trying to shave half a kilo off. Weight is key in motor racing, or limited weight anyway, is key. It's good to see, though, that Tracey over this sort of back section of the course is actually keeping up with Sims at the moment, but they running a little bit wide, 2 wheels over the grass, but negotiating the lap traffic. They just got past Helena Maris on the last lap, and now moving through on Pettit. I noted in oh dearie me, 2 wheels over the grass, running wide and spinning around. Our race leader Sims had done all the hard work, made his way to the front, and an unforced error, and again Maloof off as well down at turn number 3. So they're spinning left, right and centre at the moment. Here's a replay. Just used a bit too much curb, ran it wide, 2 wheels through the gravel, and she was gone from there. A 180-degree spin, throws away the race lead.
Well, that'll rattle the teeth over that ripple strip as well. I tell you what, Maloof thinks it's a bit of a burnout competition out there as well as he took off us. I mean, he's got to be frustrated. And let's talk about the temperature again. We're getting up to 35 degrees today. You're in a 3-layer fire suit out there in a car that has very little air movement. You can see the ducts on a lot of them as they try and get some sort of air circulation. Some of them, look at the hang 10 there as he goes past his son. As he's going down, he's going, yes, Sims has given it back to me. How good is this? But 14 laps, I mean, you're hot, you're sweaty, you've got to maintain that concentration, and you see 2 wheels go off, and all of a sudden you've got to fight again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sims falling down to position. Oh, he's off again. Oh, dearie me. So now down to second and off again, and here comes Edwards, and he's through. So that is second position that we have just seen exchanged on the race circuit. Sims 2 spins in the space, or 2 off-track excursions in the space of half a lap. So what happened this time? Again, just in a little bit too deep. Couldn't get it turned for turn 1. Through the grass on the inside of the paddock, and through goes Brent Edwards.
Well, Matty Sims, North Albury Automotive entry. They're going to have that on the hoist this week, trying to give it a bit of a gurney. I think they've collected a fair bit of dust and dirt. That one's going to need a polish after this race. That'll be weighing the car down, and you just don't want to be bringing that gravel, I suppose, back onto the track and throwing that around the track. But let's head down to pit lane.
Great to see 2 females competing in the Super Tin Tops this year, and one of them is Helena Maris. Her crew chief Dennis is here now. How's her race going so far?
This is her first time out on the at Winton, and the first time in a national series, so she's doing very well. She's holding her own, she's learning a lot, and that's what we're out here for first. So the experience is great for her. It's a good category to learn because there's a whole variety and mixture of cars, so you always got to be aware of the faster cars, the slower cars, where they're coming. So it teaches them a lot about spatial awareness and how to place their car and where to place it.
I heard you on the radio before saying let her know that they're coming up behind her, and she has absolutely no driving history at all. Didn't start in go-karts or anything, so she's hit the ground running, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's amazing. No racing history at all. A friend of mine owns a go-kart track, wanted me to watch somebody else. I saw this kid there, approached us, said, hey, do you want to do it? It was her dream all her life, never had an opportunity. First race out, I had 3-4 weeks to teach her how to drive a manual. She went out, finished second in her class.
Looks like you did a pretty good job as driver coach there as well. Can't wait to watch her progress as the year goes by.
Neither can I. Look, when you got someone like that, it's very easy to make it happen. She's very dedicated, very talented, listens, which is the most important. And as long as we keep the outside, and we do keep the outside influences away, and we just focus at what we're doing, we're going to progress and hopefully move forward.
Well, good on you for giving her the opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
Up the inside comes Maloof, a late dive, and he had to use all the road on the inside and all of it on the outside as well. That was not what he wanted at all. It was a late move, and he was forced to the inside. The door was closing. By the time he got there, it was well and truly shut.
Yeah, it looks like those tyres have completely gone off on the Maloof Falcon. We'll have to wait and see. Tracey's still out in the lead of this one now. We're on the final lap, so a couple of laps shaved off of this race at the moment there as we try and get ourselves back on track. And Tracey with a nice little lead here at the moment. That is blown out to 13 seconds. Sims has got back past Edwards for second position, though, in the meantime. And Edwards, well, unfortunately, Sims just has a massive speed machine, doesn't he? Every time he gets onto a straight, we see how powerful that car is and how much acceleration it has. It's already knocked off 0.2 of a second just in one sector, really, down to Tracey. Tracey's got a big enough lead. He doesn't have to do anything silly. He can conserve these tyres. It is the final lap here for race number 1 of the Australian Super Tin Tops for the 2025 Championship. Edwards, third position. He was second last year in the Championship, so he's still accumulating those points.
Absolutely, that's what he did throughout last year, and that's what I expect him to do again this year. Maybe not the outright fastest car, but he's there day in, day out, collecting the points like a good old vacuum cleaner. And he'll be relatively pleased with that third place. He fought off the attack from Maloof, and Maloof has had several off-track excursions, but we can't say this has been a dull affair, can we? It has been action-packed in race number 1 of the Australian Super Tin Tops category this weekend and for this series, and it's going to go to Tracey. Race number 1, the BMW E36 comes across the line in position number 1. It's quite a big gap to position number 2 as as I see the Brent Edwards car coming around the final corner, just behind Sims. So Sims recovers to second, ahead of Edwards in position number 3. So that was an action-packed affair all the way through the field. There were incidents, accidents and spins. And I see as well, Cory Gillett, one of the expected front runners, has come into the lane with a lap to go. So that is a disastrous way to kick off his 2025 campaign.
Yeah, Tony Saint will come across in 4th position there. Out of Queensland, great to see him make the trip down, actually. We haven't seen him venture down to Victoria before as part of his, I suppose, racing. He's been racing up... bring up 50 years in motorsport next year. So he's been around the traps, a lot of karting in his earlier days, but had a bit of a break there as, you go through, I suppose, growing up, having kids and mortgages and things like that. Had a bit of a break in the middle, and good to see him back there in 4th position and being part of the Australian Super Tin Tops here. Let's have a look at our results now. It's Mark Tracey with that win, and it could have been Matty Sims, but we saw 3 errors, really, major off-track moments there for Matty Sims, and he's got a bit of clean to do on that car. Brent Edwards with a stout 3rd position. Merrick Malouf was quick in 5th position, but just couldn't keep it together, and no surprise, Daniel Natoli in that Audi TT, just making his way up the field, ends up in the 6th position after, a strong start. So he went up 2 positions. Cory Gillett is, for me, though, the one to watch because he's dropping back. We're used to seeing him up in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. DNF in that one. He will be devastated. Here we are then, the highlights. Neither of the front 2 got away particularly well, but they did get away better than the Lotus Elise towards the tail of the field. It was action-packed down at turn 1. Sims had a lock-up, ran wide, and that allowed Malouf through. So Malouf at one stage was up to position number 2. He even had a dive once Sims got back through. He dove back up the inside down at turn number 7, but couldn't hold on. This was the problems for Cory Gillett out there. It was not particularly looking good under brakes. There's a great fight in the production cars.
Yeah, you can see Natoli there down the inside of the big HSV of the Cavenagh Electrics Holt car, and and that's, I suppose, the nimbleness of that car. It's light, you can really get those bigger cars under brakes. Now, Sims made it all the way to the front, had this massive moment where he got 2 wheels out on the left-hand side going into 7, where we've seen so many cars go off, spun the car out and lost that position. Now, he got back into 2nd position at that point, but then there was another excursion here at the end of 1 where I think the tyres by now, they're screaming, please stop torturing me at that point there, and we saw Edwards get by. Malouf had another moment there, and Saint got past him as well. So Malouf just sliding the car around there. As he went back on track, I think the burnout probably didn't help his tyre life at the moment there.
Yeah.
He's just struggling. He's really strong in those first 4 or 5 laps of the race, and have a look at the car. He just slid out there. He wasn't even going particularly fast at that point, but he'll be scooping a lot of dirt under there. They've already had to make some running repairs to that splitter, so he'll need to try and minimise those off-track excursions at the moment.
Yeah, he's got the pace for top 3, there's no doubt about it, but a few too many errors in that one meant that he finished down in 5th. But out in front, Tracey did not put a foot wrong and took the victory by 13 seconds ahead of Sims. A dominant display in race number 1 of the weekend and the season in Australian Super Tin Tops.
Oh, have a look at him down there. Look, isn't it strange when your son's actually been a little bit faster in this car and he's giving you advice and trying to calm you down on the sidelines? Great to have him here, though, and he's a real stout competitor, Connor Tracey. Let's head down to Jarrod, though, in our DeWalt victory lane.
Brent Edwards, congratulations, 3rd place in race 1. Mate, these BMWs, they run away, don't they?
Oh, mate, they've got a bit of squirt. I need to get an extra 50 horsepower to stay with them. But, these guys are always going to be quick, got a bit less weight than us. And we think if we, after qualifying, if we got 3rd place, we've maximised what we could do today. So, yeah, we're happy. Thanks to the team. This had the engine out a week ago. We rebuilt it, got going, it's going like a jet. So, thanks to my team and Cable Source and now all our supporters.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Thanks.
Matt Sims, you were leading and then you weren't. That was an action-packed race for you. You mowed a bit of grass as well.
Yep, that was a costly mistake for me. Got in front of Mark, which was good, and then just touched the ripple strip, and it was enough to just orbit me into the dirt, unfortunately, but it was my own silly mistake, so learn from it and move on.
Well, you made a good comeback, P2.
Yeah, thank you. It was good to get back. If I didn't make another silly mistake, I probably would have worked on getting back closer again, but that's racing. So.
Always next time. Well done.
Thank you.
Mark Tracey, You had it, then you didn't have it, then you had it again. Yeah. Tell me what was going through your head out there.
We're just trying to get a good start. We knew he was going to be quick. He's got about 100 horsepower more, so we're just trying to manage the tyre, because the end I was expecting it to come off, so we're just lucky. He just got a right rear tyre on the rebel strip, spinning around, and I just spent the rest of the race just managing my tyres. We got this one, the same set of tyres till Sunday, so...
I know the mood was very tense on the wall for young Blake as he watched you get overtaken middle of the race, but he was still a happy boy at the end. Yeah. He's put this car around to some incredible numbers, but it's good to see you taking the win in race 1. Well done.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah, big smiles down there in Victory Lane, isn't there, at the moment? And Tracey gets himself a round win, and yeah, look, got to get a little bit of luck there with Matty Sims making a few errors there. But Sims, I think, will be keen to fight back in that one. We'll wait and see as we head into race number 2 this afternoon for them. In the meantime, though, we had a little bit of a taste of this next category, the Hancock Australian Drivers Championship. These hyper races that get around that are super fast. Now, they're an open wheel style car designed here in Australia, and they just run a Hayabusa engine. Like, I shouldn't say just, but so they're a motorbike style engine thrown into an open wheel chassis. They're super fast, and we've only had practice sessions so far this weekend. We saw in practice 4 earlier this morning, they finally threw on a green set of tyres, or brand new tyres, to go out there, and they ducked under the 120s around here. They got down to a 118. So qualifying, sit on the edge of your seat, because let's see how fast they really can go.
Yeah, this is really going to be a fascinating session. What we've seen with this category over the course of its history, this is the 4th season of the Hyper Racer X1 Championship, which was renamed the Australian Drivers Championship last year. So this is the 2nd running under that title. But what we've seen is how durable these tyres are. They are given 3 sets of tyres for an entire season. Each set of tyres do 2 rounds each. So this will do rounds 1 and 2. The next set will do rounds 3 and 4, and then the final will do rounds 5 and 6. So what that means is that these guys just get faster and faster and faster throughout qualifying as temperature comes into the tyres. Having said that, I don't think... Oh, that's a spinner there. That's the number 88 machine, a rookie in the series. That's Chris Peters that's gone off down at turn number 11. So a quick spin there for him. Hopefully he will get back out onto the course. These cars run a Suzuki Hayabusa engine, so a motorcycle engine. And that's why they have such a unique sound to them. And it looks like Peters is still down there, but he has got moving again. I did see a little bit of movement, so he'll be back on the racetrack in just a few moments' time.
Well, he's another one, really. He's one of the rookies into the Australian Drivers Championship and into these cars as well. One of the founders of Quad Lockers, so let's hope we can lock him into the grid this weekend. And there's quite a few cars out there that haven't got a lot of experience, I suppose. Like we saw them come out, maybe get a couple of races in last year, and whether something's happened with the car or they haven't been able to make it to all of the races throughout the year. They didn't quite complete the whole championship. There's probably a solid 13 cars, 20 here this weekend. And they are up to chassis 45 already in this series. So it is an evolving series. It is growing in nature. And, I mean, the best thing is they can basically, if they hurt something like an engine and these things are a gearbox, they go to the motorcycle wreckers. And if they got a bussa there, they can pull it down and change that out. And being light, we saw them last year changing engines in the pits.
There's a spinner down there. I'm not sure if that's Nico French. I can see a little bit of sort of light blue. It's hard to see from that angle. We can only just see the huge rear wing that gives these cars so much downforce. They're sort of F1 style, like F1 is currently, ground effects. You can see the little slots, and it is the number 50 machine of Nico French. I could just see those little teal strips, and it was indeed Nico French. So that's not the way he'd want to start his season. A veteran of the category, I suppose you'd say. He's been in it pretty much since day dot, but this is a record grid for these cars. They promised last year, we'll get 20 cars for round 1. A lot of categories promise things, but these guys have gone and delivered it. 20 of these Hyper Racer X1 machines, and just 5 years ago there was just one. It was started by John Crook and Dean Crook. They created this car just for track days. They wanted to try and build the fastest car they possibly could, a car that they'd enjoy racing. John Crook, a former Formula 2 driver back in the day, and Dean and he have developed the car, and they took it to a track day. People loved it. People asked them, what is this car? How many of them are there? There were one. But at the end of that track day, they sold 3. And the rest, they say, is history. It has gone on from there since 2020, as traffic is going to play a huge factor in this qualifying session, and we're seeing it right there on the circuit now.
Well, 20 cars spread across just 3 kilometres here at this track here at Winton Motor Raceway. Now, we are just over 5 minutes into this qualifying session already, and Damon Sterling, who was last year's winner in the championship, already with a 1:19.98, so he's just cracked the 120s. We did see them a little bit faster in practice number 4. I'd expect that probably the temperature now compared to this morning, it is a lot warmer out there already. The UV's been hitting that bitumen, so we might not quite see those times, but watch out as Crossland now goes to the top of the tables, who was Hayden Crossland, that is out of New South Wales, who was the fastest in practice earlier today. So it's going to be a great battle between these two.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I'm fascinated to see what this man on the screen will do. Adam Nicholson, a complete rookie to the Australian Drivers Championship this year. I watched him several years ago race in Victorian Formula Vs, and he was always at the front. He's not raced anything for a good couple of years, and he's returned to racing in this series, as I say, a rookie. But I'm fascinated to see what he is going to do. And same for Ivan Ventigiato.
Oh, wow.
He's also another rookie to the series, but has had lots of racing history. So let's see what he can do. And he's currently up in position number 3. He's enjoying himself out there.
Well, what a change from him coming out of the RX8 series last year, where that was his first time on track. He's actually a sim racer, and he said, I'm going to do an hour a day, and Formula 4 seems to be very similar to these cars when it comes to sim racing. An hour a day, and just watching constant back-to-back YouTube clips of this racing. So he is very, very dedicated to Ivan Ventigiato, and he's now he's a distributor over in South Australia for these cars as well. So watch him already into 3rd position when it comes to qualifying. He has come out, and he's been someone to be reckoned with. Let's see how he goes in racing conditions a little bit later, but if he can make maybe the top 5 or 6 in qualifying, that would be an impressive debut for him.
Yeah, certainly it would be. Across the line for the number 27 of Bastian Treptel. He has been around for quite some time in this series. He's always in and around the top 10, and he's currently in position number 6 with that lap time that he just posted. That was a 1:22.5, but as we said, as we alluded to, they are only going to get faster as this session progresses. There is PBs lighting up the timing screen. It's all green at this point in time, so they're only going to get quicker as Adam Nicholson moves into the top 5. So the 2 rookies, 4th and 5th, the ones we said to look out for, the new names that we expect to do well, are already delivering, as Dean Crook, the inaugural series champion, puts in his first proper flyer of the session, and he moves up into 3rd. All of last season, it was Hayden Crosland, it was Damon Sterling, and it was Dean Crook. Those are the 3 pace setters all season long, and I expect it to be the same once again. Dean Crook won the inaugural season. Sterling came on strong and pipped him at the post in season 2. He took a dominant season last year. However, last year, Hayden Crosland was a rookie. He steadily improved. He took race victories late in the season, and I think he'll be one to watch for in season 2025. Mel, over to you.
So Ivan, I'm not going to attempt to say his surname, has made the jump from Formula RX8 over to this amazing category this year, and he was currently in P3. Is that what you expected, or is he exceeding expectations?
Well, we came into the weekend not really knowing what to expect, really. He had a lap time early on in the test day a couple of weeks ago. He matched that, and we came into the weekend straight out of practice faster than he was in testing. So far we're having a great weekend. Massive learning opportunity this weekend, really, just learning about the car. It's very different to the RX8s that we're used to. But he's happy at the moment, so that's I'm glad to see.
Well, he is a crowd favourite. When he's happy, everybody's happy, aren't they?
That's it. He's very emotional, like we saw at Winton last year. And it's amazing to see, and the vibe he brings is brilliant.
Well, maybe we can get him back on the podium with a few more tears and a big long speech this weekend.
I'll be sure to bring a bucket.
Thank you.
You're going to need a bucket with Ivana, I reckon.
Yes, correct.
He's a very emotional man. We love having him in any racing category, and they're really going to prosper from him being here in the Australian Drivers Championship. Now, I did want to talk about this. I expect that we are going to see some cars come in and make some tyre pressure changes throughout. Obviously, the tyres have warmed up a little bit, maybe. They'll be playing around with those. I mean, there's still 15 minutes left in this session. Now, having a look at the names, they are so tight. So within 1 second, we've got four cars.
Yeah, and it was a lot tighter than that, but Damon Sterling, just seconds before you looked at the timing screen, went to the top, and by 0.3 of a second as well. So while Hayden Crosland was in the pits with the tyre pressures being altered, Sterling, the defending champion, and he's the man on the screen as well, has just put his best foot forward, his fastest lap of the session, a 19 flat, a 19.03, a very, very good time from the two-time defending champion, and it looks like he has buttoned off on this lap, so he's maybe potentially going to come in the lane and do the same thing, just as Hayden Crosland heads back out there onto the racetrack as we've just about to approach the half-session mark.
You can see these two now. This is what we said, that you're going to need to space out just a little bit there. You don't want to try and get yourself caught up here. The number 19, Hamish Leighton, out of Victoria at the moment, currently jumped up into 4th position. Nico French is in 5th, so after that spin, he has recovered to get himself up in that top 10.
They do have a Masters class, which we sometimes refer to as sort of gentleman's class, and these two are always at the front, always fighting each other. All season long, they were in a titanic tussle last year. That's Hamish Leighton and it's Bastian Treptel, so they're sharing the racetrack, as they always do here in qualifying for the Hankook Australian Drivers Championship. J-Mac, you're down there in the lane.
With just under 15 minutes to go, Crosland dropped down into second place. Sterling got up while Crosland was here in the pits, just taking on some water and trying to cool the car and himself down. I had a quick chat with the crew, asked if he had much to say. He said, yes, there's plenty more in the car. A massive qualifying session for these incredible machines. It's only actually going to get faster from here, and our top three are so close.
In the meantime, Crooks just jumped up in there into second now, Crosland back into third. So, I mean, they'll be talking on the radio. There's still over 10 minutes left in this qualifying session. When they're doing a minute 20 around there, they can get a few laps in if they really want to. It's going to be how they try and optimise that tyre, where they want it to be in that region to really get that, whether they do a couple of slower laps, just let everything cool down for a moment. And we're going to see how the engines go. That's Ivan Varnagiato. Looks like he has just done a bit of a U-turn there and manages to get himself out of harm's way very, very quickly. Now, he's very excited this weekend. We'll have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Looks like he's probably out there on his own. Is he just out-braked himself? You can just see a little bit of movement there where the track has a little bit of a bump and just unsettled the car. Very different to driving a sedan-style car like he drove last year.
Yeah, very much so, absolutely. And he'll be when he first drove the car would have almost been driving him. It's that much faster. But by now, he'll be up to speed with it pretty much. He's only done the one test day up to this point, so he's still a relatively fresh driver to the series. Looking at the timing. Hayden Crosland, purple in sector 1, purple in sector number 2. So Crosland has gone out there, tire pressures have been adjusted, and he's immediately on a flyer, and he's immediately responding. He wants that top spot back from Sterling, and also to demote Crook onto the second row of the grid, and he does so. He goes to the top by just over 1/10 of a second. Hayden Crosland.
Brent Davey out there at the moment, just done his personal best through sector number 1, currently sitting in 7th position. The man who sometimes makes his way to the racetrack in a helicopter every now and then, just flies in. It's great when you're a bit like that when you come to racing. As we get back on board now here with Crosland, who is in that purple sector in the sector number 1 at the moment. He is back up the top of the table at the moment, a 1:18.91, which puts him half a second off practice 4.
And purple again in sector number 1, so he's going on back-to-back laps There's somebody running a little bit wide there. I think he was trying to make way for the fast man, Hayden Crosland, who comes out of turn number 9. The short shoot to the tight to the 90-degree left-hander. Hard on the brakes, turns it in. That car looks on rails at the moment, but he did lose a lot of time in that middle sector. I think he was slightly balked by the slower traffic, but that's what everybody said to me yesterday. It's all going to be about trying to find the track space with so many cars out there on this 3-kilometre circuit.
And we haven't seen too many come to the pits to have a break or make some changes. It'll be interesting to see how the heat affects these Hayabusa engines. I know they're obviously able to do all the laps, but to maintain that the 118, 119 pace, or whether they just need to back off a little bit more in some of these longer races, because, you know, motorbike engine doesn't hold a lot of oil. I know they got the, obviously it's water cooled still, they've got the radiator on the side, but to try and keep those oil temperatures down on a day like today, we'll have to see how it plays out. With a 25-minute session, that's a long race for them.
It is, but from what the guys have said to me, they don't need to think about that sort of thing. They are driving flat out from the start to the very end. The only real factor, the only real determining factor is themselves, the drivers, whether they are able to do it in the heat. And I went out there just before, between sessions while you were calling Legend Cars alongside Jarrod. It is stinking hot out there now. The temperature has risen since we started the broadcast just over a couple of hours ago. It is so hot out there. The sun is blaring down on the racetrack. The track conditions are hot, and I tell you what, I would not like to be in a tin top in today's conditions. You'll be up around 55, maybe even 60 degrees, and there's a car facing in the wrong direction down at turn number 1. That is right in the middle of the road.
You don't want to be looking at the front of another car, do you?
No.
Definitely the wrong way to be changed. Sterling's gone to the pits actually at the moment, currently sitting in 2, so I wonder whether that's going to be a change to the tyre pressures or something on the car very quickly to get them back out there. Just under 9 minutes remaining as we're almost 2/3 of the way through this qualifying session. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay, and we'll just say turn in, yep, just under brakes. You know, there's a fine line, isn't there, between the cars just getting unsettled and spinning out at the moment. Cars the 41.
While we see the rear wing P-plate, that means that they've done less than 4 AASA race meetings. The red dot is something that the hyper racers have done, and it's to warn the fast guys coming up to lap vehicles. The red dot means they've done less than 3 race meetings in the Australian Drivers Championship in the Hyper Racer X1s. So if you see that red dot on the rear wing, that means they are a relative newcomer to the series, one of which was the 41 of Zook that was facing in the wrong direction.
He only bought that car last year, so he's really only done some practicing. It's his first time actually racing in a national series, and especially with 19 other cars out there on track. We haven't really seen that in the Hypers before, so some of the guys that have come in might have been around 10 or 12 other cars, but they have such a great field here this weekend. It's going to challenge, I think, some of the rookies.
Yes, absolutely.
Open wheel, a little bit different there as they come around here as we're almost down to the 7-minute mark left in qualifying here, and we can see cars starting to get out of the way as they find their space out there to get this qualifying session to try and get these last few laps and fight it out. Stasi out there just at the moment, you can see up in the front.
Lucas Stasi, I said throughout last year, if you didn't have bad luck-wise, he only had bad luck. If you didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have had any luck at all. He was leading at the bend, he was doing a superb job, and sadly his motor let go is a real strange one, that one. And from there, just round upon round, just things weren't going his way. So I really do hope for the number 34 machine this year. The guy, Lucas Stasi, a youngster, he does it all by himself, comes to the racetrack, he's got no mechanics, he is a one-man show. Everybody helps him out, but it's great to see the young man doing so well for himself out there on the circuit. He's always there grinding away, making changes to his own race vehicle. And I really do wish him some good luck this season, and it's great to see. He is, you'd say, best of the rest after those top 3 in 4th position at the moment, 8/10 off pole. I'm really glad to see that.
Not seeing a lot. The purple sectors we haven't seen for quite a few laps now. Not seeing too many personal bests. As I say that, Nicholson just goes a personal best in sector 2 in 9th position there. But yeah, we're not seeing those, PBs come up, I suppose. They've probably reached the maximum. They've had a few laps now to settle the car and get a feel for it. So, for me, it's we're going to see a couple of people as Crossland just goes, you know what, I'm just going to get you there and go fastest lap of the race. purple sector in 3.
Just 200ths faster than his last one, but nevertheless, it's an improvement. 200ths might be the key margin come the end of this session. You never know, as Ventigiato moves up to position number 7, the leading rookie. He overtakes Adam Nicholson, who is in 9th position, but he too did set a PB last time through. I'm fascinated to keep an eye on the rookies fight a little bit further down this pack, but we focus on Sterling, who is ragging that machine into turn number 7, just in control of that machine. He really does drive these cars on the very limit, frightening at times, but he is the 2-time defending champion. It might look ragged at times, but he knows how to rag them around the racetrack. His rival, though, has gone purple in sector number 1, and he has had to button off there in sector 2. Clearly caught some traffic out there on the circuit, so Crosland is pulling out of his lap. Dean Crook is in the lane, the inaugural champion in the pits, in 2nd position at the moment.
Just under 5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. Crook, hopefully, I suspect they'll be making some minor changes to that, as Crossland there, like you said, he's just coming to the pits as well. We see him driving in. So there, you know, at the moment he's got 1400ths of a second lead when it comes to qualifying over Crook. Will Crossland think that's enough, or will he go back out there? I mean, there's still plenty of time, isn't there, at the moment, with 4 minutes remaining, to get back out there, get himself a bit of a warm-up lap in and go around, because even a warm-up lap in these things is only 1:40. There's not much to it, and the tyre pressure gauge comes out, doesn't it? Very, very quickly. A fan is a must, I think. Go to the battery-powered fan, try and cool the driver down just a fraction there.
Yeah, you can see them down there in the lane making their changes, instantly handing him an umbrella, trying to keep him in the shade as cool as possible. Very professionally done that down there in the lane. You don't see that too often in a championship like this. But yeah, out there in the pits at the moment, so a fair few of the contenders are in. Nico French has moved up to 5th. We saw him spin very early on in this session, but he is lapping pretty nicely at the moment, and he's gone up to 5th position. He's just come in the lane now. Hamish Leighton in 6th is the man we're looking at on the screen at the moment. He is a real good driver, a champion in go-karting back in the day. He had a few years off from motor racing, but he's come back to racing in this category, and it's really good to see him. He loves every second. He's always got a smile on his face down there in the lane, but they all do in the Australian Drivers' Championship. They're always smiling, always happy, and everybody's willing to help each other out. It's a real family atmosphere down there in the lane.
Ewan's just gone a little bit faster there into position number 10 in qualifying there with the 120.98. Now, you know, our top 3 now at the moment just separated by 1500ths of a second. Our top 3. How close is that between Crossland, Crook and Sterling as Crossland heads back out for the final couple of minutes of this qualifying session? Crook, well, he only just came in. Will he make another effort to go out there? There's Ventigiato in the pits as well, as long as Davey and McKercher. So Rory McKercher, what a story that is to have him here this weekend, obviously with the hand controls. Comes out of a wheelchair, really. He can only use his arms, and so they've actually got the brakes, the gear shift, everything on the steering wheel of this car. So great to have him as part of the series as well. Someone to really watch out for, I think, as he will try and improve just his, I suppose, competitive nature. He comes from a motocross background where he had an accident, where he lost the ability to walk, but super competitive when we spoke to him earlier this weekend. So watch him throughout the year. I reckon he is going to be a big improver.
Yeah, I agree. He did do sort of half a round late last year, but sadly a mechanical issue put him out, and he didn't actually turn a racing lap. This was as far as he got in the weekend qualifying. So it will be a first time racing on 4 wheels for him later on today. They've only got the one race, the Australian Drivers' Championship. It's the final race on the broadcast this afternoon, and then they're busy tomorrow. They've got 3 races. No other category has 3 races tomorrow, so these guys will be very, very busy out there on the race circuit. Time is ticking by. Damon Sterling has improved his time. He's gone ahead of Dean Crook, just 300ths of a second, 31 thousandths slower than the pole sitter. And this was the fight that we hoped we'd see, and already qualifying for the first round of the season, we're seeing it. Fantastic.
surely we can break these into groups. Maybe the top 10 get another 3 minutes out there or something.
Yeah, something
Formula
like
One
that.
style, you know, really bring the excitement down to these guys because they are super close. And now, within 1 second, we've got our top 6 cars. So qualifying here really brings some excitement to the Hankook Australian Drivers Championship as these hyper racers make their way around track. Sub-120s for a lot of our field now. I want to see if Jarrod goes out there one more time. He just missed on breaking a 120 at the moment, and I know they are very keen to make that happen.
Everyone commencing their final laps now with 20 seconds left on the clock. Everyone is commencing or already on their final lap of the session. Chris Peters has gone PB in sector number 1. We saw him spin early on in this one, so he's down in 18th at the moment and he remains there. So PB in sector 1 but couldn't quite finish the lap. But out there on the circuit, look at Sterling, he is absolutely flying. PB in sector number 1. Checkered flag is flying, so this is the final attempt for him. He swings it around the left-hander underneath the shade of the gum tree and back around into the second of the hairpins. So PB in sector 1, as I say. Will he go PB or maybe even purple in sector number 2? He has gone purple in sector number 2. He's only 300ths away from Crossland, remember, to this point. So PB and purple, if he can string this together, he might go to the very top of the timesheets, right at the very death. Crossland is done. Crossland will not improve at the end of this session, but Damon Sterling, has he saved his very best till last? He's kept it to the inside of the circuit, comes across the line, and he does, he steals it, he takes pole position by just over a 10th and a half, a great final lap for the reigning champion. He certainly kept his powder dry until the very end, but delivered a flying lap, a 1:18.72.
Yeah, Crook managed to stay in pit lane there. He wasn't going to come out and put those final laps in either. But Sterling, what a drive in that final sector there. Just to go by, I passed him by 1600ths of a second. So our top 3 just separated by 3/10 or 0.3 of a second. There's absolutely nothing in it. That's going to be a great start to the race.
I note that Crossland's first are in sector 1 and sector 3. So Sterling has done all the hard work in the middle sector of the lap. Enough so to take pole position.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that plays out in the race and whether it's a massive advantage. And it is a big difference. We're talking 0.4 of a second in that middle sector. So that is a massive difference there. Maybe he's just very comfortable. Maybe he's got trust in the car to push it through that back section there. As we have a look, Damon Sterling up there with a 1:18.72 to be our fastest driver in this 25-minute qualifying session, followed by Hayden Crossland, who didn't quite get there in the end. Dean Crook, well, he was sitting in the pits and then watching this all unfold. Lucas Stasi in 4th. Nico French, we saw spin out very early on, ended up in 5th. Hamish Leeton in 6th. Van Jarrod, the fastest of our rookies at the moment, in 7th position. Not bad to have him there at all. So I reckon it's a really good start from our Hankook Australian Drivers Championship.
Yeah, rookies both on that row. Just outside the top 10, another rookie, Justin Ewan. He will start alongside Josh Gardner. And Sunjuk, who had a brief spin, will start ahead of Zachary Catlin. Jack Lewis, another rookie, ahead of Cardias. Then we have McKercher, Peters and Rob Summons rounding out the field.
Well, it's nice and warm out there. We could already see the pit crew putting the fans on the drivers when they came in throughout this. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this qualifying session. And there was we were watching the times, weren't we, as they jostled as really the top 3 going for this one. A big moment for the 88 there of Chris Peters there, who spun out. He wasn't locked into the racetrack at all, and he managed to get back on track and put some time down for his first event ever.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just happy. He's got a smile on his face, enjoying his racing. He'll improve as the season progresses. Traffic was a talking point throughout that race. The fast guys, particularly in the mid part of the session, were struggling to find track space to themselves to really set some purple laps, but did so late on in the session. Damon Sterling left it till late, but did set some really fast laps, and in doing so took pole position. There was a couple of moments out there on the race circuit, one of which was this one for Gentiato, but he got it back around facing the right way and got back on the circuit. Another rookie spun, that was Zouk in the number 41 machine. Had to take a bit of a tour of the paddock, unfortunately. You don't want to be making too many tours around there. You want to be keeping it on the black stuff.
I'm more concerned when you see the other cars coming at you. Like, that was probably one of the best ones where he got out of harm's way very, very quickly. Ivan was in his own little world there when he went off, and look, it went all the way down to the final lap for this man, Sterling. As we were watching the sector times, he had a personal best in sector number 1, but he wasn't quite there against Crossland. Then he had a ripping sector number 2 where he put down the best we have seen here this weekend. Sector 3 wasn't quite as fast as Crossland, but overall, we put that lap together, he ends up 1600ths of a second, the benefactor, and is our number 1 qualifier for the first race in the Hankook Australian Drivers Championship. Let's head down to our qualifiers in the DeWalt Victory Lane.
Well, a massive session of qualifying. 25 minutes and you come out on top. You'll be starting race 1 from pole position. Damon, you're saying it's tough out there. Like stirring porridge. Tyres overheating?
Yes, they are. They're just, you push one lap and by the end of it, you're trying to keep it together over the line, basically. But makes it fun, at least. You know, you're not on rails. But that'll make the race interesting because it's going to be probably 5 degrees hotter. And we're going to be pushing harder.
Now, you were able to really maximise Sector 2. That was the one area where we weren't able to see a purple for our man starting from second place. Was that an actual goal for you in the dying stage of the qualifying, or were you just going out trying to purple in every single sector?
I'm just trying to get the car around as fast as I can, really. It's the whole lap time that counts, and that's what I see it as. So, yeah, he's quicker, obviously, through 1 and 3, and I just get him in the tight stuff. So that'll be interesting for the race.
Well, Crossland's going to be right on your gearbox and that rolling start. Best of luck, mate. We'll see how it goes.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Well, it's bright and sunny here at Winton Motor Raceway, and this morning has been some very, very exciting racing. Of course, it all continues from 1 p.m. this afternoon on SBS On Demand and Fox Sports. Make sure you tune in for that one at 1 p.m. to watch the afternoon of racing here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Join us then.
season of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We kick off round number 1 at Winton Motor Raceway, the home of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We've got 3 kilometres of racetrack to negotiate this weekend with 12 corners to get all of these cars around, and we welcome a couple of new categories along the way. Of course, we've got our innovation race cars joining us and the Formula Fords, which are out in our grid to kick off our coverage here this afternoon. Fantastic to have them joining us as part of the Super Series calendar, and round 1 obviously at Winton Motor Raceway. Then we head to Sydney Motorsport Park for a massive event at the end of May. Back-to-back rounds in Queensland at the end of June and the middle of August. And for the first time in a long time, we head to Mallala Motorsport Park in South Australia, September 26th to 28th, before we return to finish it off to conclude the series back here at Winton Motor Raceway, October 31 to November 2nd. It's going to be a huge year of racing. The sun is out and it is glorious warm weather here at the moment. Just a couple of hours out of Melbourne here in Victoria, 32.5 degrees. Expected to get up around the 35 to 36 degree temperatures a little bit later this afternoon. Our drivers, well, they are suited up. They are already got the sweat beading off of their foreheads. And right now, though, let's head down to Mel as we set up for the Formula Fords.
Well, no stranger to Australian motorsport fans, 2-time supercar champion, Formula Ford racer, fantastic career overseas, Marcus Ambrose. Brent, here you're on the other side of the fence this weekend.
I sure am. Running my daughter Tabitha in the Pertec Formula Ford, and it's her first really big race, first televised race. So she's nervous, as you can be down the field down there, but she's learning so much. I'm really proud of her and really excited to see how this race goes.
And is Dad nervous too?
Oh, of course. Like, I'm actually running 2 cars here this weekend under Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. We've got Brad James running 2 in the Car-Act car. He's starting P8. Both of them are new drivers to Formula Ford, so I'm nervous for everybody. Nervous for, obviously, my daughter, but I'm proud of her, and I know that she's going to be safe out there and she's going to drive well, and she's just learning so much. And for us, it's just a proud moment. You know, the car looks like my old supercar back in the day. It's sort of got that retro livery to it, and we're here on the grid and we're just enjoying motorsport.
I was about to say, I was speaking to her yesterday. She was super excited and very proud to be having your old livery on her car today.
Yeah, look, and it does come with expectations too. We've tried to really keep a lid on expectations and just, you know, the I guess the pressure of racing on a national stage. But it's time, I think, and Pertec have been so gracious to support Tabitha, and here we are on the grid doing it for our first weekend. But just a big thanks to Hi-Tec Oils and AASA for putting Formula Ford on their schedule. It's just such a great series. We get a lot of track time, we get TV. These cars look fantastic. They're the perfect driver trainer for drivers trying to come through and actually, you know, learn the craft of racing. So excited to see how today goes.
Yeah, great to have you on the calendar. Thanks. Over to you, J-Mac.
Well, starting from pole position, you've even scored yourself a couple of fans out here on the track walk. Joe Fawcett, a 125.41 there. You were saying there could have been a little bit more in it, but tough conditions.
Yeah, it was sort of hard this morning with the heat. The first few laps was really where the pace was, and we managed to get a decent lap together, but there was definitely a little bit more in it.
Now, obviously, you have your 4 tyres that you ran in quali. You still have 2 fresh ones in the bank. Any tips or ideas when they'll get wheeled out of the rack this weekend?
We're not really sure at this point. We're sort of just looking to see how these tyres go, and then we'll make a decision from there.
We've started to notice a little bit of breeze down here on the start line. Tell me, how does the wind affect these lightweight open wheelers?
If it's really windy, you can definitely feel it going down the main straight, but otherwise it's really not too big of a deal.
Kobi was only 2/10 off your qualifying time there. How are you feeling going into this rolling start for the first time for Formula Fords with him off your right shoulder?
Yeah, it's definitely different being a rolling start, but me and Kobi have raced heaps before, so I think we should be able to keep it clean and have a good race.
Well, starting from pole, let's go and have a chat to P2.
Second in the championship last year, Kobi Williams, P2. Can you move up 1 spot this race?
I'll give it a red hot crack, that's for sure. And I think the race car's pace is really good, so we'll have a crack and see how at the end.
Fantastic. Good luck. Thank you
very much.
Well, the rising stars of motorsport Formula Ford have had plenty of them go through the system. They will be back on track very shortly. We're going to have a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Back at Winton Motor Raceway, we prepare for race number 1 of the 2025 Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. The car's about to leave the formation lap and form up this first of 2 races here today. Dan McCarthy alongside me, Matt Nolte for the first race of the weekend, the first race of the season. Joey Fawcett, man, he was good in qualifying today.
Certainly was, taking pole position ahead of Kobi, Williams. Those two have done a fair bit of national Formula Ford competition in the last couple of years and were very much the benchmark in qualifying earlier on. But it's a good second row as well, with Lachlan Evernett starting alongside Jamie Rowe.
We heard just before the first commercial break, Marcus Ambrose, his young daughter Tabitha in the field. She had a great weekend at One Raceway up at Wakefield Park last weekend, and now set for her first national level event here as the Hyundai safety car leaves away, and the field about to leave on this formation lap. Now, they've been sitting out there for the better part of 25 minutes. It is extremely warm here. Not that we're complaining. No. Because we've been to Winton before where it's been snow jackets and you're iced over first thing in the morning, but a whisker under 33 degrees. They're starting to feel the heat out there now.
Oh, very much so. It is sweltering out there. There's a little bit of a breeze, but it's like standing in front of a hairdryer, quite frankly, at the moment. It is really roasty warm. As we look at Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec car, she'll be towards the tail of the field to start this one, position number 12. But a good field of cars to commence the new era Formula Ford Stars and Renegades series. So all of these cars, the Stars out there this weekend, racing with Formula Fords with the Duratec motor that was first introduced into Formula Ford in Australia back in 2006.
So looking at the field now, putting some heat into these tyres, and how long they're going to last, that's the big question we all wanted to find out, particularly from qualifying. But it was 10 degrees cooler when they were out there this morning here at Winton in a 20-minute session that was fairly drama-free around here. This 12-turn course that was extended nearly 30 years ago. Well, we talked about that earlier today. 1997 was the extension to this track. But turn 7, that's the approach to the top end of the circuit. We saw plenty of cars go off this morning during the qualifying session. If you touch this curb at the bottom of the shot, it'll unload you into this side. If you get that curb, it will spear off down the bottom here. We had no less than 3 cars go off during that qualifying session earlier today.
All morning long, people were spinning down at that corner in whatever cars it was, whether it was the TA2 cars, the Legend cars, and even the Super Tin Tops as well. It's been an action corner already in the first half of Saturday's action, and it's about to ramp up a notch with the birth of the new era, race number 1 of this series. Unique, though, to this series in Formula Ford competition is the fact that it will be a rolling start, not a standing start. Very different for Formula Ford.
Yeah, that's going to be cool, particularly the run down to turn number 1, which is the S's, which used to be the final turn on the course. Is that left-hand 90-degree turn that brings us back towards turn 11 and 12. But finding someone out of turn 12 to use the slipstream will be critical for the run down. But we have a fairly significant wind out there. Got up to about 40 k's an hour earlier today, but it's just starting to drop off as we look out of our commentary box window now. So safety car peels away. For some, they haven't done this in several years. Some have come out of karts and they're regulars at this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some have just stepped out of the karts. Others have been in this series for several years. Some never doing karting. So a bit of a mixture of youth and experience out there on the track in terms of who's done a rolling start in recent times.
Benny Barguana on the cans here today, looking after young Johnson. He's mentoring. He's still young enough to be mentored himself.
Yes,
the son of Jason Barguana. He'll watch on as the field make their way down, following the grid boxes until they see the lights extinguished. The top left-hand side of your screen. Race 1 of the season of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series is underway, and they're already trying to make it 3 wide on the way to turn number 1. It slows up and contact in the background already, and no further contact, and the 14 car survives.
Yeah, that's Johnson. So his first national level hit out. He's facing backwards before turn 1. But up the front of the field, it's Kobi Williams from second on the grid that's made the better launch and has taken up the running at the front of the field. The pole sitter demoted to second, but Lachlan Evernet made the best of the starts on the front couple of rows, and he's going with the top 2 in the first half of the lap.
Great recovery for Jack Johnson. He's got back onto the circuit at the back. They're squirming under brakes here at turn number 7 as everybody tries to find the maximum grip on this first lap as they go around through turn 8 and under the gum tree for the first time. It's a timed race of 20 minutes. So we get to 0, be 1 lap at that point. Around one of the slowest points of the track and down the short little straight that brings us to turn 10. Ignore the BM corner and takes us down towards the end of the first lap. So everybody, the nerves are out of the system, the butterflies are gone, and now they can focus on getting down to business and grabbing points in this first race.
The good news is Johnson recovered quickly and is back on the tail of the pack as the leader once again defends, as we see Fawcett try and go around the outside.
Fawcett forcing the issue, had to tuck into second, but will use the slipstream as 1 lap is in the books. It's Williams, Fawcett and Evernet. But Fawcett tucked right in behind the gearbox. Williams forcing him to the outside in turn number 1. Brave to stay there. He's staying there. Good racing from these two. Forced up on the curb. And what's for Evernet? He might just lose 2 positions. Evernet pulls out for the phantom move. He makes the move on the inside now. Great racing on this second lap.
Evernet's just watching at the moment, trying to see if these guys are going to run wide themselves and he can pick up the pieces. But it's good, clean racing at this point in time. Despite them fighting as hard as they are, they've gapped the field by over a second.
This is only the first race. We're not even 3 minutes old. Oh, liking what we're seeing today already in the early stages. Williams and Fawcett with Evernet in third position. Another battle pack brewing behind with Lowe, Rowe, Fraser High, James, Imbrogno, Salvatore and the rest of the field staying in tow. Coming out of turn 9 and down the short straight we go. That was a great sequence of racing. It all started on the way down here at turn 11, went all the way down to turn 3.
And we could be on for the second version of that on this lap as they head out of turn 10 towards that turn number 11. Here we go. Is Williams going to have to defend again? No, he doesn't. And Fawcett shows his nose to the inside. No, not quite. Slots back in behind.
Probably too early to be going for the lead here. Normally they save this for the last 100 metres. But for now, Williams, Fawcett and Evernet just making a bit of a margin now back to our 4th place car, Lowe, who's got 2 cars towing behind. And into another lap we go. I think that's a little bit of stress on a crew member down there on the pit wall. I would be too, because this is the kind of racing you see at the end of the season as Fawcett goes into the lead but comes in hot at turn 3, so the pole sitter goes back to the lead.
Many of these guys have driven in the Victorian Series, the New South Wales Series, so these guys are race sharp. They've already had racing in the books already this year, and that is showing on the racetrack, isn't it? They know exactly where their wheels are, exactly where to place the car, and it's producing brilliant action already as Fawcett is now forced to defend. So he's at the front, but now he's the one under attack. And again, Evernet is just in there behind as they go underneath the gum tree. There's no shade there anymore. It is in the middle of the day here in country Victoria. Sun blaring down on this hot racetrack. Tyres are going to be a talking point throughout this weekend. I was talking to some of the drivers between qualifying and this race, and they were saying, look, we're going to push as hard as we can from lap 1, but the tyres will very much be overheating at the end of the race. And the last 5 minutes are where we could see some mistakes play out.
Tyres always make the ultimate call. The driver can do what they like, but they will say how long the car is going to be fast for. Meantime, back in 4th position is William Lowe with Rowe and Fraser High. So a second group of 3 cars in tow. This is classic Formula Ford racing, what we're seeing here today at Winton Motor Raceway. Challenge for the spotters a long way down the inside. Gets it done. Good move. Or not.
He'll get the cut back though. He'll try and swing it back to the inside. But look at this. The benefactor is going to be the number 11 machine of Fraser. High up the inside, rear's locked, but gets it turned in and takes the place. So instead of gaining a place, Rowe has lost a place. So down to position number 6. He fought hard. He tried to take the place, but it did not pay off out there on the circuit. As we look to the replay of that move down at turn number 3. Oh, just a little brake lock just at the end there of turn in.
Got it done. With some of the refurbishments we had here at Winton over the last few years, it's a much wider exit with extension of the concrete curbs, albeit quite aggressive for these cars. You don't want them up on the curbs. They're light and nimble. They don't mind the curbs here, but soon those Ballaloonga, the sawtooth curbs, they don't like them.
It was, while we were all locked down around Australia, Winton was out there on the racetrack making changes, flattening those curves. You can see them using that now on the outside of turn 10. And as a result, we've seen in many categories, lap times have tumbled. They have a sort of extra metre. Rather than just having the high curbs and dropping off the side two wheels, they've got an extra metre to play with. So we've certainly seen lap times tumble at this track as a result. And it's produced better racing as well.
Yeah, I agree. You can tell much the lap times have dropped away from qualifying already. 126.7, fastest lap of the race now for Fawcett. Both he and Williams trading fastest laps here. Evenet still runs in third. And 14 minutes plus the lap of racing. It's settled down for now. So maybe they can feel like we've used the best of the tyre. We need to manage that from this point onwards because it's going to be a long 14 minutes for the rest of this field.
It is, and the group from fourth down to sixth is also spread out as well. Lowing has pulled away from these two, so we saw High overtake Rowe pretty much this time last lap, and Rowe certainly the faster of the pair, but where can he make his move? Turn 7 in these cars is often a hot spot for action. Is he going to send it to the inside? He thought about it, he had a little bit of a look, but in the end he just wasn't quite close enough on that occasion.
And we'll need to be patient through this section. You can't overtake through here. This long left-hand turn and instantly a change of direction to the right coming out of turn 9. And down the old back straight we go at Winton Motor Raceway. First race of 2 today. They'll have a longer 30-minute race this afternoon. We'll qualify again tomorrow morning. And another 2 races for what will be round 2 of this year's Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Tabitha Ambrose watching at 11th position, with Belak and Johnson on the charge back after that spin and win down at turn 1 on the opening stanza. Back into the start-finish line we go. Fraser High with Rowe in tow. The leader is still Fawcett, and another lap record, or fastest lap anyway, 126.63. The margin is half a second.
Just 200, so less than 200s between he and Kobi Williams. They are matching each other, but notably gapping the man in third. Lachlan Evenet not able to keep with this pace midway through the race, so he's dropped back a little bit, and the top 2 are absolutely flying. Oh, a bit too much speed there for Fawcett. He dropped 2 wheels through the grass on the outside of the corner, and that's affected his momentum out of that corner. And look, this is the closest Williams has been for several laps, and he's forced to defend Fawcett. He's forced to defend. So just when we thought it had calmed down, a little mistake, a small mistake from Fawcett, and it's back on.
Someone's heading off in the background now with all the dust being kicked up. Easy to do with these very dry conditions we've got in country Victoria. In fact, a couple of cars have gone off, and that was towards the back of the field we're watching. 3 cars, in fact. 1 car coming from the left-hand side of the screen. Where was he coming from?
Bizarre. That's very odd to see that sort of thing occur, that we've got 2 from the inside, 1 from the outside. So we've got all 13 back on the racetrack, and there's been a lot of mid-shuffling in the mid-pack. I note that Fraser High was one of those. So 1 car's off by itself. Is there an unsafe rejoin, or is there going to be a separate incident? No, it looks like they're all going off by themselves on the inside of the course. Look, is there something down? That's 4 cars on the same lap off of the sweeper.
Very odd. But you're right, they've all got back on the track, so we'll monitor that through that long sweeper at turn 5. The ongoing turn 5. Feels like that corner never ends. Another lap in. Getting hot at the front once again. Lap times have dropped off into the 27s now between Fawcett and Williams. Evenet still running in third, but has lost touch with the 2 cars ahead. Rowe's gone up into 4th position just behind, ahead of Fraser High, so he's clawing his way back up towards these 3 ahead.
Lowing was one of those that lost out last lap. He was well off the pace, so he was one of the ones that went off. I think Salvatore, Fitzgerald and Johnson were the other ones, I believe, although Imbrogno has come into the lane at the end of that lap. So Imbrogno's in the lane, and Belek out there as well at the moment is several seconds off the pace. So there's certainly been some action in the midfield, but it's still as they were in front of the field. Fawcett from Kobi Williams and Lachlan Evenet just behind as well. I'm looking to 4th position as we see the car in the lane of Salvatore in Brogno. But here we are now in the 4th position. Oh, that was a big lock-up for the number 53. So he had an off last lap. He fell from inside the top 5 down to 7th position, Lowing. And now he is at the very tail of the field with that one.
just pinched the brake in the background behind these two cars. I actually got on the dirt. And you are a passenger from this point. You try not to scar these tyres as much as he could and flick spin on the old section of the track. Meantime, back at turn number 1, Williams into the lead. So the ACM Finance Spectrum goes into the lead. So they're trading the lead. Fawcett to the outside. And now they're really starting to turn up the heat if we didn't need any more heat at Winton today. And Evan will just watch on here in the background. He's still a second away, but that could change with these two scrapping down to turn 5.
I spoke to Kobi just before this race, Kobi Williams, and he says, I think my long run pace is really good. We did a long stint yesterday in practice, so I might not get him at the start, but I think over the course of the race, I'll at least be able to match him. Well, he's more than doing that now, isn't he? He's back at the head of the field. They've exchanged positions a couple of times. They are so evenly matched, just 200ths between their best laps. A 1 minute 26.65 for Kobi Williams, a 1 minute 26.63 for Joe Fawcett. Pretty much identical. And we can see them now coming into turn number 10. As well, I spoke to both of these two, and they said both the Spectrum drivers, they'll work together, try and gap the field, and that's exactly what they're doing out there on the race circuit.
Yeah, usually when you're scrapping for a position, it brings everybody towards you, but they're still managing to extend the lead to the rest of the field. It's some 4 seconds back to Rowe in 4th place now, with Fraser High another 8/10 behind, and just under 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap in this thrilling opening stanza. The Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series at Winton Motor Raceway, part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Starts another lap, 1:27.5 for Williams, 1:27.7 for Fawcett. So about a second away. Maybe the tyres are starting to say enough. Or is it just the scrapping?
I think it's just a scrapping at this stage of the race. A few PBs coming in PB sectors, one of which is Tabitha Ambrose. She stayed out of trouble and has moved up to position number 9, and we can see course cars on the circuit as we go safety car for the first time in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series.
That's coming out of turn number 10, so that's the long straightaway. The Pioneer DJ car has come to a stop. Caleb Bellac. So our recovery crew, they were very quick on the scene before the yellows, so trying to give as much racing time as we can. So the Pioneer DJ car, this was the replay. Big move down the inside from the ACM Finance car, and Fawcett said, have it, I'll get you back later in the race. But it gives a chance for these tyres to cool down now as well behind the safety car, and might give us a couple of laps, a thrilling finish here to race number 1. This is going to be a good year.
That's a very Oscar Piastri-looking helmet, that, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
That might even be a replica, I reckon. That is very, very similar. He is pulled off the circuit. Jarrod, down to you in the lane.
Unfortunately, a little bit of work ahead for the Imbrogno crew. You can see some visible damage here in the front right corner of the car. In fact, if you actually come around, you can see it is severe enough that it's dragging the bodywork, and he would have been dragging that on his entire outlap. So a little bit of gravel to pull out of the cooling ducts, but fingers crossed that this is easily repairable and nothing too major.
Jarrod McLean in pit lane. See the pinch in the middle of the wishbone or steering arm there on the front of that car. So no wonder it's scraping along the ground. He's brought some of the gravel trap back, making it a few kilos heavier. But the number 5 car out of race number 1 as the field capped the safety car.
Let's talk the people watching at home through our format. It is quite unique for Formula Ford. We've already seen the rolling start, but also the fact that they have 2 qualifying sessions. We don't see that in normal Formula Ford competition, in the National Series and in state level competition as well. Normally they qualify and then it's progressive grid from there, like V8 supercars used to be back in the noughties and before that. But these guys have a qualifying session every morning. That determines the grid for race number 1, the sprint race. 20 minutes in length. Where they finish that one is where they will start the 30-minute feature race later on this afternoon, and then we replicate that tomorrow. So we go qualifying again first thing tomorrow morning. We have a 20-minute sprint race, and then in the afternoon we finish with a 30-minute feature race. Track time is huge in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series.
So far we're only 15 minutes into a new series. And the highlights, well, you normally cram a bit into 2 minutes. I think we're going to cram a lot into this as the lights went out for the first race of the season. And less than 10 seconds, we were 3 wide.
Yeah, remarkable stuff down to turn 1. There was the contact. I think that might have been Tabitha Ambrose that tagged the tail of Johnson down there under brakes. It was really congested towards the tail of the field, and I think contact was inevitable. But this was the fight that we've been sticking with throughout. The fight for the lead between Kobi Williams in the number 94 and Joe Fawcett in number 23. But it's been on a little bit further back as well for position number 4. And at one stage there's a good train of cars. This was the moment that really cost Fawcett. This was when Kobi Williams honed back onto the tail of him and soon afterwards made the move back into the lead of the race.
Second observation, I'll come back to that, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4 cars that skated off at turn number 5. I think they were just pushing too hard there. It doesn't look like there's anything down on the course in that sector. But that moment for Fawcett, getting up on the curb, he was lucky not to lose control. Same can't be said for the 53 down here of William Lowe. This dropped him down to 10th position.
Here it was, the move for the lead. Kobi Williams slides up the inside in typical Formula Ford fashion. Beautiful move to take it up the front, but immediately had to get back on the defensive. And this is the way it was just before we went to safety car conditions. There is the very bitterly disappointed Balak out there on the circuit. Hands on the fence, hand on the hip, body language says it all.
Staring at the car and waiting for the feature race later on today. While the safety car is out, let's go to Belinda Price.
Well, we have a very exciting guest out here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series today. Grandfather of Oscar Piastri. Huey, watching Formula Ford races must be no stranger to you.
No, it's good. I'm glad to see that they got a really good field here too, because Oscar started basically in Formula Ford, and yeah, it's pretty good.
So you must be excited. Not long until the first round of the season. What are your thoughts for 2025?
Championship would be good, but who knows? It's a long season, so he'll give it his best.
And have you got any plans to go over and watch him at any of the races this year?
Yeah, I'm going to Goodwood, and then a week later I'm going to Belgium for the Grand Prix there. Every year we try and get to one Grand Prix overseas.
You must be super proud.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's terrific. Yeah, really, really good.
Well, I know the rest of the country will be watching and wishing him all the best as well.
Yeah, I know, it's good for Melbourne and, for Australia, and it's a bit of a sort of setup up here in the Golden Valley, so...
Hopefully he gives us all something to celebrate this year.
We're really looking forward to it, so yeah, it's good.
Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
There'll be a sea of papaya in a couple of weeks. You can feel the energy in Melbourne already with Formula One not too far away. So a very special guest watching on at the Future Stars. In Formula Ford today, 2 minutes to go, and it's picked up where it left off before the safety car. Williams and Fawcett just inching away from Lachlan Evanet in car number 88. And a chance for the drivers and the tyres to reset and have a think about this final segment of the race.
Jamie Rowe is also caught up to the back of Evanet, but let's look at the fight for the lead at the moment, because once again Fawcett applying the pressure to the tail of Kobi Williams. So it's 2 by 2 at the moment. Noah's Ark style around the back section of the course and head towards the fast sweeper, as we saw 4 cars get caught out at on the very same lap just a few laps before the safety car was deployed. Well, Kobi caught the curb there midway through the corner. That upset the car, and he's just about got it settled for the corner, but that allowed Fawcett to gain under brakes as the number 94 machine was unsettled, darting around the road. But look at Fawcett. This is the closest he's been since the safety car restart. There is less than a Formula Ford car length between them as they head to turn number 10, the deceivingly tight turn number 10. A bit tighter than 90 degrees. You're turning back on yourself, and it does produce some good overtaking opportunities, as does the next corner, and you can set the other person up at turn 10 for an attack at turn number 11 as well.
Yeah, this section looks simple, but it's very technical for these cars. It's all about the drive out of turn 10 through this section and how you get the run out the final turn for the longest straight on the Winton Motor Raceway course. So approaching the end of this race with Williams Fawcett. 0.2 of a second past the speed shot into turn number 1. So time's running out for Fawcett. The pole sitter going after Kobi Williams, who was a star in karting for the better part of 7 years. He's been in Formula Ford now since 2020, and Evanet starting to feel the pressure with Rowe closing in car 48.
Yep.
This is great.
Yeah, certainly is, certainly is. They have delivered in race number 1, haven't they? They have turned it on for us here at Winton Motor Raceway in Country, Victoria, just outside of the local town of Benello. Oh, that was a big slide. He went defensive, he knew he had to get across. Fawcett was right on his tail, and he had to close that move down before it was made.
He's tempting fate there. That's the second time across the curb on driver's right. So he can feel the 23 might have the pace, but as long as he covers him off and makes this car as wide as possible, the 94 could win this. Down towards the end of this lap we go. And of course, this grid, this result setting the grid for race number 2, the longer feature race later today. And they did get through before the time stop. We should have one to go. Should.
Saw Kobi Williams looking in the mirror there as he exited turn number 11, just in case there was a move up the inside. Last lap board is out. Look at Kobi Williams, though. He's going full defensive down into turn 1. Fawcett will go the long way, but the door is closed as they get to the apex of the corner. Kobi ran slightly wide through there. Fawcett's got a better run out of the corner, and again, forces Williams to the inside. This is great racing.
Sure is. So final lap, time is running out, corners are running out. Passing opportunities are running out. Through the right-hander, down the hill. So turn 5. Will Williams climb that curb? I think you want to stay away from it. That unsettles the car. Fawcett will line up. He does climb on it again. It sort of straddled the curb. The ACM Finance 94 will just block on this final lap.
But it's not dirty blocking. No. He's not darting in around in the braking zone. It's clean, fair, defensive racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So time, the drive out of turn number 10 here is the best chance Fawcett will get. Back into the left-hander on this, the final lap. They promised after qualifying they were going to serve up some quality racing. My goodness, have they done that in the first round of this series. Here he comes to the outside. The door is covered off, and Kobi Williams powers out of the final turn unless he can find an extra 20 horsepower. Fawcett tried everything, tucks him behind the gearbox, less than a car length at the end. In fact, it was a 1/10 of a second, and Kobi Williams, a 20-year-old Victorian, wins race number 1 of the season in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series in what's looking likely to be a beautiful rivalry in 2025 already after one race. 2 seconds clear of Everett, Rowe and Fraser High, the top 5, with that safety car interruption. But it's set up a thrilling finish. 1/10 of a second, a car length.
Absolutely, and it was the same as well for third position. Just a 1/10 between Everett and Rowe as they went across the line. Really, really good racing from the youngsters to kick the season off. I can't wait to see how this championship is going to play out over the course of this season. This is the first of 6 rounds.
Kobi Williams, the winner by 1/10 of a second from Fawcett. Lockie Everett in 3rd spot. Jamie Rowe, Fraser High, Hunter Salvatore. Brad James in 7th today. Will Loewen made up 2 positions in the end. And Tabitha Ambrose gets a top 10 result on debut on the Pertec 45.
Yeah, very, very good job from her. She beat home Jack Johnson, Giuseppe Imbrogno and Caleb Bailak did not finish the race.
That's race 1. They'll be back out later today for the feature race over 30 minutes. We're going to squeeze the break in. Oh boy, the TA2 muscle cars, they're getting ready to pick up where they left off in 2024. Race 1 is coming up. We head back to Winton Motor Raceway very soon. Back at Winton Motor Raceway on day number 1, the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series is alive. Beautiful conditions. Look at some of the colour of practice and qualifying from the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo in 2025. The first round is getting set in our third tightest pole margin, first to second, and some youngsters. Paddy Caff alongside me for this one. The youngsters really starting to take it to the gentleman races.
You can really see the experience coming through, I suppose. Like we say, they are youngsters, but they've been in a race car pretty much every weekend for the last 8 or 9 weeks. Jarrod Hughes coming out of qualifying session on top, just in front of Gomersall. I mean, they were superb last weekend in Sydney, weren't they? Gomersall and that in the Super 2, he got on a podium. So they're going to continue that battle, but we're going to put it in a TA2 muscle car all of a sudden. Yeah. And they've got to contend with these Goodyear tyres that slide around a little bit more in these big cars. It's a very different race car to what they've been in.
We'll talk about the tyres during this race. A change during the off-season. We've gone to the Goodyear Eagle tyre for 2025, away from the Hoosier Crossplay, or the bag tyre as it was used for the last few seasons. You look at Brad Gardner and Robbie Farr sitting here. I was watching that out of our window, the second of the Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaros, and one of the last cars to leave. Not happy with the performance of this car, but while he's getting ready, old mate alongside me caught up with the former sprint car legend earlier this weekend. He's loving his time already after just one brief appearance with the Hi-Tec Oils team, long-time sponsor in his sprint car career. I should clarify, it's not the end of his career. When I said former sprint car champion, he certainly wants to keep driving that, but certainly not the full-time years that he was doing for the better part of 3 decades. And the list of achievements could go on and on for many years. One of only 3 drivers to have won the Australian Sprint Car Championship and Speed Car Championship, with some legendary names over there. But great to have the likes of him, Domain Ramsey and Danny Reedy, all jumping behind him. Well, Jason Pride's another one that got into the TA2 muscle cars. In fact, he and Robbie raced sprint cars together briefly a couple of seasons back as well. So they found a nice home here in the TA2 muscle cars.
Well, I think last year they all shared a podium back at Pridey's place. They had a little bit of a go-kart track going out there. So like they still stay together as a core group, I suppose, of their speedway background here. But they've all sort of converged, haven't they, onto this circuit racing scene and really found a home in the TA2 muscle cars. Brad Gardner, one of the Hi-Tec Oils cars, number 22 now. He was strong last year, came second in the championship, but he just couldn't get past Josh Haynes. That was the only thing staying in his way from winning that. But he has not done any racing in the off-season. He's basically been out of the seats, which, you know, it's all about seat time when it comes to this racing. You just, doesn't matter what car you're driving, you need to be in there just keeping that tuned in, all your reactions and things like that. Instead, he's at home on the farm and, you know, he's driving big machinery and getting crops and things like that. So, you know, it's a bit of a tough weekend. I think we see that in the qualifying times. We're probably not happy about being in 7th. He would have liked to be up on those top 2 rows.
He'll get better as the weekend goes on. Doesn't take too much time to get back into it. Jarrod Hughes, pole position, his third one in his short career. In fact, he got the pole here last year as well in the AC Delco Chevy Camaro as young rookie Ben Gomersall alongside him on the front row. Josh Thomas and Josh Webster, great run for Webster to start out of 4. Tom Davies and the best performing rookie, Cameron Laws, starts out of 6 today. Brad Gardner out of 7 with Diesel Thomas, a young teenager, starting out of 8. Graham Cheney will start out of 9 today. And Domain Ramsey, his best run out of 10 with Mark Bailey, the Jacks Tyre and Auto Services Chevy Camaro, out of 11. James Simpson from the Gold Coast is down in the Dodge Challenger, 1 of 2. Hayden Jackson alongside Kiara Zabatakis, who starts her first race out of 14. Des Collier, Robbie Farr, Michael Coulter, Mark Crutcher, who's struggling with engine dramas with the number 4, has been since the car wheeled out yesterday for practice. Danny Reedy starts out of 19 in the Danny Orr earth-moving number 5, and Paul Hadley starts in the rear in the IES Motorsports car number 50. So that is your field. 20 cars for the first of 2 races here today. Like we saw with Formula Ford, they will qualify again tomorrow morning. A change to the regs for this year, and qualifying, well, it was a busy racetrack this morning.
Very, very busy, and I think we're seeing the changes in the tyre come through this year as well. Everyone has gone back to that, I probably zero data on it at the moment, and they're all trying to figure out the best way to warm the tyre up, how many laps, premium laps they're going to get out, so how they maintain that tyre. So when it came to qualifying with 20 cars out there as well, you had to find a moment where there wasn't going to be traffic. So obviously Jarrod Hughes, he went out there really early, and Gomersall and him, we saw that great little stoush they had. They go a little bit faster than each other, and that was fantastic to watch. But, you know, I think there are a few names in there that are probably going to find that sweet spot for the tyre. One for me, though, Josh Thomas had that big off right at the end of qualifying, which sort of brought it down a little bit. We lost a few minutes at the end of qualifying due to that, and we weren't quite sure if he was going to hold on to that 3rd position. So obviously that has gone through from our race officials, and we'll wait to see what he can do, because he's been fast, but he's got to hold it together for this 20-minute race.
Yep, that was fine from the race control this morning. That time was allowed to stay. No, the red flag did come out. It's not part of the rules in this series. The TFH High TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo. We welcome Maritimo on board for this entire season. They picked a good year, one thinks, to get involved. A lot of new names that are in the sport. It's going to be a big year because a lot of these cars are going to cross-enter at the round at Bathurst with the Trans Am series, which will be cool, and this category both really on the grow in season 2025.
Yeah, the big V8 powered muscle cars, of course, all a very similar chassis under these cars, same engine plant, you know, same sort of power, really spread across all the categories. It's really about finding the setup in your car, isn't it, when you get out there, finding that sweet spot in the tyre pressures, and then it's down to the driver.
Exactly. And the Goodyear tyre, well, we don't know how long that's going to last right now. It's a change for 2025, and we like that.
It's kind of exciting, isn't it? Because we're like, this could go for 15 minutes, and we might see something come out of the tyre. It might get better as we go as well. So we're hoping for some fantastic racing. It always is with the TA2 muscle cars. They're wide, they're big, they take risks as they go into the corners. I mean, anything could happen when it comes to this style of racing.
And remember, 2 races, and not a big amount of time between the 2 races today, incidentally, too. So you don't want to take a damaged car back to the hot garages that the teams are working out of and give many more work they need to do in between races. Look inside the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. Brad Gardner not overly happy with the chassis of this car. Remember, this car was caught up in that big shunt at Adelaide. There was about 6 or 7 cars that were caught up in that crash in the Trans Am Series final last year at Adelaide. So the team at Waltec Motorsport have rebuilt that. It's really the first time I've had a chance to put this through its paces.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how extensive they changed it. I think most of that chassis has been changed in that car. So it's been a reshell and a lot of work on. Nathan Hearn here, former champion as well. We've seen him in the Trans Am Series. This weekend, obviously, he's got Tom Davies, who he's engineering for as part of his Nathan Hearn racing team as well. So, yeah, you never know. With Hearney in your back pocket, there could be something to show here.
Saw Father Stewie Hearn down in the pits as well before. One of the greats of Aussie Speedway and dirt modifieds. Now we look good. We've had an extra formation lap and ready as they follow their grid boxes down. Like we saw in Formula Ford, Turn 1 is one of the big action zones of Winton Motor Raceway, particularly with a rolling start. And race 1 of a brand new season of the TFH hired TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo is underway. And we head towards turn number 1. Bailey, the big mover, and one of the TFH cars going off in a big way. And it's Diesel Thomas with front end damage on the 18. So all that good work in qualifying has got substantial damage to the Mustang. It's down the inside is Gomersall. So we knew turn one was going to be busy, and the young rookie spat out the other end.
Josh Thomas just drops the wheel out in the dirt too, and that's going to really put him under fire there from Davies, who's right behind. It gives Gomersall just a chance to open up a little bit of a gap. Hughes, he's already got the legs on, and he is trying to run away very early on in this race. Maybe he's hoping the tyres are better earlier on. He can open that gap up and make it harder for everyone to catch him.
Yeah, build the margin on the first lap. Cold time confidence in car with Josh Thomas through the left-hander around the gum tree. Has that been put on the historical register yet? It's been there forever. The stories that could tell, that tree, over the years. The amount of cars and bikes that have been passed there over the years at Winton Motor Raceway. So down towards the end of the first lap we go. Huge margin already for Jarrod Hughes. Pole position has converted into a nice race lead. Nearly 2 seconds. Back to Gomersall, Josh Thomas, Tom Davies, Webster, Gardner. Back to Bailey, who's the big mover already. He's up to 7th with Graham Cheney. Cam Laws is 9th. Hayden Jackson is your top 10 at the end of lap number 1.
We'll just keep an eye on how this race is going to unfold, because Gomersall just trying to find that groove as Jarrod Hughes goes across the line to complete the first lap, and that has blown out to a 1.7 second margin back to Gomersall now. So hopefully he can maintain that. He won't want to open up any sort of aero advantage to him, whether he can get the slipstream behind him. He can just hold that out. In the meanwhile, let's look further back in the pack and have a look at this. Webster holding out Gardner, who is pushing really hard, already up 1 position past Mark Bailey. So he has had a great new start. It is a brand new chassis in that car, I can confirm, this season after last year. So, you know, new cars, I suppose they've got their own personality, and they need to find that.
Yeah, absolutely. A great way to describe it, personality. They all look the same, but they've all got different characteristics underneath. It's up towards 7 we go. Gomersall, his first run in the series, and holding second positions. We're in car with Gardner now. The man from Penola in South Australia, the Gardner family, no strangers to motorsport. When you think of Greg Gardner, who ran in stadium trucks and off-road racing. Dave Gardner was incredible in super sedan racing over the years. And Brad on the charge in 2025 as he runs in 6th position ahead of Bailey. Graham Cheney was strong today in qualifying. Robbie Farr's come up into 13th position on the first lap, so one of the big movers in the Masters class for drivers over 45 in this year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. He's 13th ahead of Simpson. Crutches come up to 15th. Then Coulter, Danny Reedy, Paul Hadley, Zabatakis in 19th position. Diesel Thomas trying to make his way back up to the leading group after that spin down here at the start of the race.
I think he'd be hindered by a little bit of that damage to the bodywork on the front of that for Diesel Thomas. Having a look at Crutcher, looks like maybe those engine issues have cleared up at the moment, because he has moved up a number of positions already. And Crutcher's, he's been very fast at times throughout the TA2 Muscle Car Series. We've seen him put it on podiums and get in the top 5 quite often in qualifying. So we know he's definitely got the ability under the right foot and behind the wheel. We'll just have to wait and see if he can hold it together. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay here at the start, and we'll try and find, because they get pushed out a little bit here, and I thought Gomersall might have got pushed right out of the moment, but have a look at Thomas in the background. He just shot off to the right, and he's a bit of a rodeo ride.
That car was locking up. It was Taylor coming down. I don't think there was any contact there. Hard to see with so many cars, but I think it was all on his own. In the number 18, he's gone up into 19th position. While we go back to live shots and up around the long right-hander. Dry conditions has been for several months in this region, like it has been in most of Victoria and South Australia, for that matter as well. Down to turn 10 we go. So race settles, 18 minutes to go. And Jarrod Hughes looking good so far out in front with a 2.5 second advantage to Gomersall. Josh Thomas, Tom Davies, and Josh Webster in the 200 machine in 5th. While we watch Hayden Jackson and Domain Ramsey. Is there a drama with Jackson's car? Or was Ramsey coming in hot? I think it's Ramsey coming in hot, but he stopped it to get ahead of the Jackson car. Puts himself back up into 10th.
Yeah, Hayden Jackson, he had a terrible run last year. I suppose a lot of bad luck with that car. So I hope there is nothing going wrong with the number 81 in the background to get on board with Gardner, who is starting to apply the pressure to the back of Josh Webster's number 200. Webster obviously got Marcus Ambrose in his back corner this weekend, giving him some driver training as well, the Tasmanian kid. So, you know, if you've got someone that calm with that experience in your ears, you know, you've just got to keep focused at the moment, because Brad Gardner, the test is going to be his patience. Will he have the patience to stay behind him, or will he try to force the issue? Because we've got 17 minutes left in this timed race, and Brad Gardner won't want to wait around too much. Josh Thomas just goes a little bit too deep, and how many can get through? Just one. It's only going to be Davies.
And he was so lucky not to go off. You can hear those Goodyear tyres screaming at the top of turn number 7. So we're looking at how this start went down. Looks the right-hand side. I think Thomas was braking to avoid the car just ahead. So maybe they're watching that. I mean, that car was on the brakes early for turn number 1. He was anticipating what was happening ahead there.
I think Damon Ramsey was very lucky not to actually run at the back of him, so he did great awareness to avoid that contact.
Well, meantime, Hayden Jackson, there is a drama with the Dodge Challenger. That car was pushed back into the garage earlier today during qualifying, so the 81 machine. I thought something was going on with that car when Damon Ramsey went past at full knots. Cam Sendall on the right-hand side looking over on the 81 machine. And into another lap we go. So, Josh Thomas, that little mistake, has lost 1 position to Tom Davies, who goes up into 3rd now. But they're queuing up with Webster, Gartner, Bailey, who's on the charge. He's 7th. Hedicini, Cam Laws, Damon Ramsey. There's Collier. Oh, another moment. Again, but this time he's gone off the track and he'll lose 2 positions at least. So as his tyres already cried enough down there. That's the 2nd mistake from the TFH Mustang driver.
Well, the heat starting to play a bit of an effect here, not just with the tyres, but on the driver. I mean, it's a warm day out there. If you're working on your own car and doing things like that, your body temperature's already up. Now they're suited up and they're in the pressure zone. Have a look at this. Is that Cheney under attack by Laws? I think just went around the outside, had a little bit of a look. Mark Bailey just holding him out for that 7th position at the moment. Isn't it great to see him come from a, I suppose he comes from a bike background, road bike background. Really didn't do a lot of racing before then. I said, how come your starts are always so good? He goes, I used to go drag racing on my bike, and I think that is the key, just that reaction time.
Yeah, that's key, isn't it? Reading those lights as quick as you can. So this is the 2nd in as many laps for Thomas. Front right has pinched this time. And the field just waited for that champagne bottle to go pop. And they went behind and he dropped 2 positions. As away goes Jackson back onto the track. So at least he's going to get a result, we hope. Or is he pulling up once again? So the car is stopping in the lane. And you get the feeling that's electrical.
Yeah, it's just he's had a lot of bad luck with that car. And it's, at some point, the team have to overcome it because he is a very good driver out there. He's got a lot of skills. He's done driver training in the past, taught a lot of them. As we have a look, Jackson coming out down here. Let's head down to the pits with Jarrod.
Yeah, super quick update on Hayden Jackson. He pulled into the garage. A plug lead came off the side of the motor. I thought maybe when he pulled up on the exit of pit lane there that it was probably the same issue, but looks like he's got underway.
Jarrod McLean in the pits, so yeah, that's a wipe of the brow moment. It's just a plug lead, then away he goes, but it's lost him a lap. Maybe it's lost him 2 laps now. He's shown as 3 on our screen at the moment, with Hughes out to 3.6 seconds. Brad Gardner is the fastest man on the circuit. And the 3rd car in that shot, the 22 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. Well, the 2nd car, Robbie Farr, is up into 12th position from down the bottom of this field today. So he was struggling with brake issues in that qualifying today. They were new brakes, so just couldn't get confidence with putting the foot down on the brake. It was a very hard pedal, but it was unpredictable to pull the car up. So hopefully he's sorted that now. Judging by that 12th place so far, he's moving in car number 7.
Yeah, have a look at this big dive down. Laws under brakes and makes contact with Graham Cheney, who goes wide in the IES entry, and he'll rejoin the race there. Luckily, not too much traffic in that area, but the question will be is, will Laws cop a little bit of a slap on the wrist from our DSO for that?
Hard to see from that point, but certainly was down the inside and creating smoke signals at the 2nd last turn. So Webster and Gartner, the fastest cars on the circuit. So we go back to a replay, and from a long way back was Laws on Cheney. Was there a bump? Yeah, there was. And it was just before the right rear. And the IES Motorsport 51, it served off. In fact, only lost the 1 position in the end. So race control, Stephen White, the White Dog, watching on today from that hot seat. What about this guy? The Road Active suspension cars, the 118 of Jarrod Hughes, one of the great up-and-coming stars of the sport. Just when you stand next to him, you can't help but feel the energy that comes out of this young guy. In fact, the whole family here this weekend. His sister Kayla is here, handling the catering, which has been great. Kayla's Cookery, who helped out with his efforts in Super 2 last year.
He did something very similar at the Bend last year in our endurance, didn't he? He actually teamed up with Tyler Cheney, Graham's son, and they were very dominant over there in South Australia in the endurance for the TA2 in 2024. And he just looks so comfortable behind the wheel, cool, calm, and collected, just continually doing similar times in those laps and pushing his way through. As Mark Crutcher looks like he's made his way up to 14th position, just in front of Michael Coulter in the Terps Tippers entry. The number 11 is Danny Reid. He might have a go on the inside here in the number 5, and he will slot it down, and the Danny Orr earth-moving car will get his way through. That's a nice move there on Coulter, actually. He's waited his time and made sure that's happened. Now, can he catch up to Crutcher?
Yeah, clean and incisive from the 5. So he goes past Michael Coulter, son of Steve Coulter, who, remember that mad-eyed Zuzu that used to race in super trucks back in the day. He's here in the pits this weekend. Oh, Ramsey, a little hot. Probably looked up in the mirror and saw Robbie Farr lurking in the mirrors. So Farr is absolutely gunning here in the 7 and going for 10th position. Oh, the good work's come undone for the rock star. Danny Reedy returns to the track, but all that good work has dropped him back to 18th position. Well, Diesel Thomas has also come into the pits in car 18. So we'll see what's going on with the 18 machine. After a strong qualifying run earlier today, he's in the pits in the TFH number 18 Ford Mustang.
Well, Webster's just opened up a little bit of a gap on Brad Gardner at the moment. He is right on the back of Tom Davies. Now Webster looking down the inside, has a go. No, he puts the nose in. Is he going to try and get him under brakes? He might get this done, but no, the 42 is in far enough. Tom Davies, no, he's gone out wide. Here we go, Webster down the inside as they turn onto the main straight. Turn number 12. Oh, this one's going to be close, but no, they keep all 4 wheels on the bitumen, and can Brad Gardner try and maximise his position out of this? Who's he going to follow down the straight? He stays to the outside though.
Watch through here. These two will be scrapping into this left and right. And if I know Winton Motor Raceway, it was sideways for Davies. He should be on the right-hand side, looking to make the move, but tucks in behind. How lucky was Davies not to loop around? We can see the 42 from the in-car camera of Gardner. I thought he was gone.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to slip. Very easy with the weight of these cars. Once the tail gets a little bit loose, they have to try and chase it. Sometimes, though, the drivers like the tail to be loose in these cars. They'd rather have that steering input on the front and just try and control the rear. And, well, it's worked for him this time. Have a look at the slide, though, as they go down here, though. I'll tell you what, Davies, he is pushing hard. Webster as well, now up into 3rd position.
So we're just starting to see the car. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's internal damage on the 18 as well now. A lot of fluid leaking out of the 18, so his race is done. So are we just starting to see that cliff face, perhaps, of these Goodyear tyres, particularly on these 3? Someone else is off in the background, or at least there's dust anyway further down. But we're just starting to see the cars get weird and get a bit sideways. So you're going, well, they've always done that. But with this new generation of tyre, we're not meant to be doing that.
So just over 10 minutes into this race at the moment. Now, Brad Gardner just missed an opportunity before. You can see him come down the inside, missed his braking zone, went wide. So he'll have to reset himself for a run at Tom Davies. In the meantime, have a look at his teammate, Robbie Farr. He is working together by the looks of it with Damon Ramsey. He's right on the back. And look who they've got in their sights. Mark Bailey, watch out. The Jack Tyres and Auto entry. They're coming for you. And look at the Speedway boys. They team up and they go by like a freight train. Mark Bailey loses 2 positions and goes back to 10th. Oh, has he pulled in? Bailey might have pulled in because that looks like Des Collier behind him as well.
It is.
Yeah, Bailey has gone into the pit, so he might have some issues as well. That's really not what the TFH Hire team want. They've got 5 cars they're supporting here this weekend. It's a big team.
Yeah, he's not carrying the TFH logos, but certainly be prepared by the team this year. No, it's a shame. And now off the track is Josh Thomas this time, and there's more going on down at turn number 7. We can hear the squealing of tyres. Something else has gone on. Josh Thomas certainly in tyre dramas now. That 169 as he returns to the track. And there's still 8 minutes to go. Don't think for a moment this is how the results are going to stay as Bailey walks in disgusted with the Jack's Tyre and Auto Service car. His race is done, joining Diesel Thomas as the 2 cars out of the race so far today.
Well, wait, I just want to see where we get back though with Josh Thomas. He's going to be right down the field at the moment. On board with Brett Gardner though, as he's just got to reset himself on another run at Tom Davies. He had an opportunity a lap and a half ago to have a look at that down at turn number 9, but he just got the moment wrong. He just didn't predict it right. Came down the inside, wasn't quite close enough, and it means you've got to take another couple of laps to try and regroup, get the car, especially with the match speed you can see down the main straights. It's all about where you can make an advantage in the corners, where you get the drive off of them as well to try and get that car set up for position. I'm going through the split sector times, and they are so even between these 2 drivers as well. So I don't know where he's going to find it.
No, I tend to agree. Meantime, sprint car boys going at it here. Ramsey and Farr, 8th and 9th on the track, with Collier now 10th. So for Josh Thomas, he only lost that 1 spot. He's still back in 6th position. So it hasn't really hurt him, but I'm sure he's nursing a wounded calf. Back in board with the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, car 7, Robbie Farr. And this has to be one of Damon Ramsey's best races of his TA2 career in the C&H Trucking 71 Chevy Camaro.
It's a good fight for him back here at Winton Motor Raceway. Last time he actually ran over a ripple strip, took out an oil line, had a massive fire under that car. So, you know, repaired, they found out what the problem was, got that sorted. So we're back at Winton, get some good laps in. Get back on board with Brett Gardner, who now looks like he's starting to launch that attack on Tom Davies. Can he get up into 4th position? Because we've got just over 6 minutes remaining in this first race of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars presented by Maritimo. Let's head down to the pits with J-Mac.
Well, down here with Mark Bailey, and it's a tough time to be down this end of pit lane. Run me through what happened.
I lost power steering, and these things are so hard to steer with no power steering, as soft as that sounds. I had a bit of an incident in qualifying where, to avoid a crash on an impeding car, I hit quite a lot of turn 5 curb, and that knocked the car around quite a lot, and I think the power steering was part of that too. Yeah, just a big shame. Had a really good start. Would have been good to watch the onboard footage for the race start because I absolutely sent it, but yeah, we'll just come back tomorrow. Another qualifying, so that's kind of a lucky dip for me, and yeah, we'll send it again and see how we go.
Tough times in the Jacks Tyres and Auto Machine. Follow me as we come around and have a closer look. It's a really, really big issue at the front end of this car. Now, we did see a lot of fluid leaking out of the number 18 TFH car. It is coolant. The radiator has been damaged in the early tussle at the start of the race, and unfortunately they're just going to pull it out and save it for the next races.
Thanks, Jarrod. Down in pit lane, so TFH Racing have a bit of work to do. It sounded ominous that the Jack's car wouldn't go out again today. Has he forgotten perhaps there's another race, or a bit hot under the collar maybe? I'm sure that's going to be an easy fix for the power steering on that car.
Might be overthinking a little bit, maybe a little bit of emotion. Just don't, the moral of the story is don't skip arm day at the gym, all right?
Exactly. The self-assessment was great about the start, though. Let's just send it down to turn 1, and we gave him 10 out of 10 for that. Mark Bailey out of today's race as we start to wind it down in the first one of the year. TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo with just over 4 minutes to go. Hughes leads by 6.1 seconds to Gomersall, Webster, Tom Davies, Brad Gardner, Josh Thomas and Cameron Laws. The best of the rookies reigned in 7th position. Damon Ramsey leading the Masters class here, the over 45s drivers ahead of Farr. Then Des Collier completes your top 10. James Simpson, Graham Cheney in 12th. Crutcher up to 13th. Coulter 14th. And Kiara Sabatakis is up to 15th in her first run. The first female in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, and she's loving her time in the category.
A big changeover. I know we've seen her in the Super TT world and the production car style, you know, to go from a right-hand drive to a left-hand drive, trying to adapt to that, especially with the blend line coming out of the pits or just going around the corners. You don't want to drop that right-hand side. So, you know, she's still very young, 17 years of age, and there is a lot of racing left in her career.
Yeah, and on the subject of the blend line, James Simpson's fastest lap was invalidated for that reason today, crossing the blend line, coming out the pits. And it wasn't just a wheel, like it was straight over. So first day back at school, mistake there for the 2, dropped him to 12th for today's first race, the team from the Gold Coast. So you'll keep an eye on that for the second qualifying session tomorrow. But another race still to come later today as part of this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. But Jarrod Hughes showing him how to do it. He's a full second clear of the field on this lap alone when it comes to lap times. Crutcher, Coulter and Sabatakis 13th, 14th and 15th. For Crutcher, the most experienced driver in TA2. Over 110 starts next to his name. He's been a race winner in the past and just one of the great guys. You actually can hear him before you see him in the paddock, and it's not a payout. We love him. He's always got a story and one of the great Aussie characters of the sport.
Yeah, definitely a massive personality, I suppose, down there in the field of people. And it's always great when you walk into a race when you see Mark Crutcher, isn't it? You just feel so much happier if you can go down and have a chat with him. Look at our race leader at the moment, Jarrod Hughes, who's just dominating. He went away really early, used up that tyre, and he's now out to 6.5 seconds in front of Gomersall, who is right behind him, or the only person behind him in second. Then back to Josh Webster, Tom Davies. And look at Davies, though. He's got Brad Gardner. He can see a Hi-Tec oil sticker in both sides of the car when he looks in the mirrors. Brad Gardner is everywhere. just trying to find any opportunistic moment where he might get him under braking, or whether there's an error there from Davies. But that's a good start from Gardner, because he started out of 7th. I know he's been struggling a bit, obviously not having so much seat time. He lost his grandfather last week as well, so it's been a big emotional week for Brad Gardner. So it's great to see him trying to come to terms under the new tyre, the new chassis, and I think 5th place at the moment is very good for him.
Stays with Davies, and you're right, it's just going to annoy him in the mirrors for the next 90 seconds at a lap. Hayden Jackson's just gone past us up at the Old Star finish line, so he's cruising once again in the 81, just trying to get a result for that car today. After a plug lead came off earlier in the race, he's back out on the track, but in 18th position, 3 laps down in a Dodge Challenger. So 4th and 5th certainly not closed for business at the moment. Down through the right-hander they go. But with less than a minute and a lap to go, Jarrod Hughes has levelled that gap now. It sits at just under 7 seconds. Robbie Farr off the track, and so is Damon Ramsey. Look at the dust and dirt all through the number 7. And he's going to struggle to see out the front of that, let alone keep this engine cool for the next lap. It is full of grass clippings. Classic turn 1 here, but they're nowhere near each other. Ramsey comes in hot, and Farr had nowhere to go except to the right, otherwise he would have speared the 71. Normally we've been here, you'd be picking up mud and water. Today it's dust and grass clippings. Here it is from the in-car of the 7.
Yeah, have a look at him. He's getting ready to turn, and he sees Damon Ramsey get sideways, has to try and avoid him, and you said he's been really challenged with that brake lock-up point on the brakes. You can see he's hit him really hard, locked up, and there is a big dip he's gone through. There's going to be a little bit of bodywork damage there as well. He just needs to try and limp this car home, because it was a great race from Robbie Farr to move himself up, because they were in 9th, 8th and 9th, and just gone back a few positions now. I mean, they're familiar on the dirt, but not in these types of cars.
Man, I'm worried about the in-car shot, that if you can see out of there, and if you're watching that engine temperature with a lap or so remaining, big punch of flame from these two as they tip it into the right-hander. They didn't drop him. It only dropped him 1 position in the end, Farr and Damon Ramsey. So some big margins out there. As wild as it was to watch from a spectator's view or a commentator's point of view, it didn't really hurt him from a position point, but certainly some work to do for the Waltec team and Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport in between the 2 races. Here's the other car with Brad Gardner behind the wheel on Tom Davies, the relentless Brad Gardner in race 1 today.
1 and 2 expected to bring the cars home in that position, but this is the battle we need to watch. 3rd position, this has not been settled yet, with just a few corners left to run as they go around 9. The run down to 10, and Gardner takes a slightly shallower line and sets himself up. Will he be able to get down under brakes, as it looks like Davies opens up the gap, and Gardner has the last couple of corners to get around. Hughes, he looks like he's just about to cross the finish line, and he gets himself a race 1 win for Jarrod Hughes. Oh, 1 more lap.
1 to go, yep. Saw the board hanging out the top there. Just wanted to double check that. And he's through, so 1 lap to go. It's because of the big margin he's got on the rest of the field there, which caught us looking at the screen. It's showing the negative time up there, but he's well on his way with 7.2 seconds. So these two have got to square off with another lap to go.
Right now, if you're a Goodyear, how good do you feel? please stop.
Got him.
Oh, there we go. That was strange there. Very confident going into turn 3 at the moment for Brad Gardner. He doesn't. Right, there's issues for Davies, yeah.
Oh, the last lap of the race, and a top 5 result goes missing for the 42. They're dropping like flies here in race number 1. Not for this guy. He stopped on the apex. It's a lot of steam we can see out of our commentary box window. From the 42, I think that's smoke, not steam. But this guy's steaming ahead. What a masterclass it's been today. The road active suspensions, AC Delco car. In fact, I think we might have a fire, and we do on the 42. So he's climbed out from car 42. But out in front, first race of the year, the 3rd tightest pole margin, 1 to 2. Jarrod Hughes heads towards the checkered flag and picks up the first checker of the season in the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo. And it's going to be a huge margin back to Gomersall, who will score a 2nd place on debut for Unit Racing in car 35. And Josh Webster, 3rd place in car 200. And that'll set the grid for the second one this afternoon with Gardner 4th, Josh Thomas coming home for 5th. What an afternoon he's had out and still gets a top 5.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on, hasn't there, at the moment between all of those. Josh Thomas, I think he did about an extra kilometre of racing, but he did it on the wrong side of the track, really. So that car was moving around a fair bit. I think they need to chase something in their setup there because maybe across all their cars we saw them maybe a little bit untidy in the second 10 minutes of this race, and that they might be looking to adjust some tyre pressures, I think, as we all start to get our heads around how this is all going to work. But this one from Davies, that's going to be a lot of work to try and repair that car, and I'll be surprised. You never know where they can get that done for this afternoon, but likely that's an overnight job.
Yeah, I tend to agree. As Coulter and Crutcher. So Coulter got ahead of Crutcher there in the end in the closing laps to finish in 12th position. A fiery start to the opening stands. It is TFH High TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo. And not much of a chance to cool down before the second one. Jarrod Hughes, dominant in this first one. 7.3 seconds up the road from Gomersall. Webster, Gardner, and Josh Thomas, the top 5. Cameron Law's going to be the best rookie. He finishes in 5th today in the 29 machine. Collier, James Simpson inside the top 10 with Graham Cheney. And Robbie Farr would have to be the big mover today from 16th up into 10th.
Domain Rams with that little bit of an error where he spun out and Robbie Farr had to try and avoid him, drops back into 11th. Michael Coulter and Mark Crutcher had a great battle for the last few laps of that race. Coulter managing to get into 12th just over Crutch, and Tabitha, she has done fantastic, I reckon. She didn't quite start out in practice right at the front, but qualifying got better, and then she's done really well in the race to end up 14th. Let's have a look, though, at our highlights from this race number 1 of the TFH High TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo. This big moment at the start there as we saw Diesel Thomas. Well, he checked up, didn't he, under brakes to try and avoid contact, and then ended up shooting off to the right of screen, and a lot of damage on that car.
Probably saved a lot of other cars having damage as well, so he was sacrificial lamb in that first lap. This was Josh Thomas earlier in the race. He had his first brake lock up at turn 7. This is when Webster and Gardner were behind the back. That was the second time. In the end, he bowled a massive wide here coming out of turn 4, dropped in 2 positions. Would have another moment later in the race. Pulled up in front of Mark Bailey. This was Cam Laws, and I'm sure they're looking at that from a race control point of view on Graham Cheney in the IES Motorsports 51. Jarrod Hughes, we didn't see much of him. Once he disappeared, well, he was out there, but we didn't see much of him on screen. And in the end, went out to win by over 7.5 seconds. That was Danny Reedy after making a beautiful move at the final turn. Turned it to disaster. Second turn of the next lap. This was Davies and Webster. What a shame for Davies. That car was great in the first one today, the white 42 Thomas. This off only cost him 1 position as he returned to the track. Now, this was just before these two went to the dirt. Ramsey and Farr, maybe they were just missing being on the dirt. I don't know. I mean, they can tell us in that story. Like Hughes continued to motor ahead, and here's that moment. Watch the Farr car just turn into a speedway car. Watch the dirt here, just pile on the top. And the crew going, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, they'll have a lot to clean out from under that car as well. I reckon that's going to sustain a fair bit of bodywork damage underneath. Luckily, it's all replaceable, right? You pull it out, you can replace it. So they should be able to get that car turned around reasonably quickly, but they've got no rest between races. But this is the talking point. Davies in 4th position, holding out a hard charge to Brett Gardner, and lots of smoke coming out of the car. We saw lick of flames a little bit later as well. So I think it's going to be a fair bit of damage under that hood.
Yeah, a lot of work to do for the teams. Not so for Jarrod Hughes. Might be a bit of a polish, maybe a slight tweak to the car, but he was unstoppable in race number 1. He's down in victory lane. So too is Jarrod McLean with our top 3.
P3, Josh Webster, congratulations. You managed to miss all the chaos at the race start, coming through with a step on the podium.
Yeah, first round with the team. The team have done an unbelievable job. Adam, Marcus, all in late nights in the shed. We thought I had to repay them. They had faith, but now we've done it. Lukey, Les, for all the spanner work on the car, and every single sponsor on the side of the car. Thank you.
Did you feel like your development throughout the early sessions of practice and qualifying really paid dividends in that race there?
Yeah, 100%. We were running on old tyres yesterday, so Marcus kept telling me, just keep it in your head, we'll be okay, and okay we are. So 3 more races to go, so let's bring it on.
I reckon if Marcus tells you to do something, you damn well want to do it. Over to you.
In his first race ever in TA2, Ben Gomersall, straight from a podium last weekend to a podium today.
Yeah, no, the car was really good. The unit Mustang's been hooked up all weekend, so no, really solid race. Kind of ran our own race there. Jarrod pulled away pretty early and drove well, so I'm happy to come home P2.
And how are you liking the feel of the TA2 car?
Look, a bit different, not used to the tyre. Still a few quirks I'm getting used to, but I think I'm slowly getting my head around it.
So what I'm hearing is you'll be getting faster and faster as the weekend goes by?
Look, no promises. We've still got a bit of work to do as Jarrod's getting really quick, so yeah, we'll just try and stay with him if we can.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Over 7 seconds abreast of the field. Congratulations, race 1 winner Jarrod Hughes. An incredible run.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. We just got a good start at the beginning of the race, and then had Laurie on my ears just to tell me what the gap was, and we're just trying to maintain that, trying to look after the tyres, because we've got another 3 races for the rest of the weekend. So no, very stoked. Car's awesome, so you can't thank the boys enough.
Any troubles out there with, did you actually catch up to back markers? Because, I mean, there was a lot going on out there.
Yeah, I saw a lot of dust everywhere. No, I only caught up to Paulie, which I'll make fun of him for that for the rest of the afternoon. But no, I didn't no troubles for us, just maintaining that lap time that we needed to do. And then, yeah, we were happy. But yeah, I saw a lot of dust and a bit of a smoke, which isn't good at the end of the race. So hopefully those boys are all right. But yeah, no problems from our side.
Looking forward to race 2. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Always got a smile on his face, and why not? 7 seconds to win to Jarrod Hughes. They'll have race 2 later on today. We're off to a commercial break. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series continues when we come back. The Innovation Race Cars, race 2 hits the track at Winton Motor Raceway.
Well, we just saw race number 1 from the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo Boats, and this was Robbie Farr and Damon Ramsey. Damon Ramsey locked the wheels up and Robbie Farr went off, missed the corner into the dirt, massive ditch. Dan McCarthy, you rejoin us here in commentary. That was a massive moment, and it kicked up a lot of dirt, blanketed the car, and I think there's going to be a few running repairs on that one.
Yes, I think so, absolutely. But it's a good job he's a speedway racer, isn't it? He's very familiar with dirt being inside the vehicle, so nothing untoward for him. He's used to it.
Couple more tear-offs and he'll be good to go, you reckon? We'll send him back out there. But right now we are going to get into, of course, Innovation Race Cars. They're race number 2 for the week, and we saw one this morning. They qualifying yesterday afternoon. A new category that's evolved and been supported by the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in 2025 as they travel around with us. 9 cars here this weekend, but they are evolving to accept some of the GT3 cars, the older ones that are 5 years plus old, as well as our 5-litre touring cars and things like that. The older style we saw in the supercars, the 5-litre versions. So this is a growing class, but these, I suppose, innovation race cars, race chassis underneath them, controlled engine and things like that. A lot of suspension setup they can change on this one. They've got the Hollinger transaxle in them. They do a lot of endurance racing as well. Like we see these cars, you might know them, some of them, the Mark 1, Mark 2 cars, I suppose, that are now, they're the previous generations before the innovation race cars. So they're like the brothers and sisters, I suppose, and so they also race under this category as well. But look, they've been super fast this weekend. We've already had a fantastic race number 1. Geoff Emery was in the local search car, was very, very dominant, but we saw some great tussles out between Jeff Taunton, Danny Stutterd and John Hollinger that was all in contention for that second place, and I can't wait to see how race 2 plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Taunton had to try and get past a couple of slower cars, including Danny Stutterd, and once he did, he was able to match Geoff Emery. Was Emery just coasting to the finish, or did Taunton legitimately have the pace to match him? That's what we're going to find out in this race.
Let's have a look at how the starting grid's going to line up for race number 2. It's Geoff Emery in the local search entry, going to be off number 1 alongside Geoffrey Taunton. Then it's Danny Stutterd and John Hollinger. John Goodacre alongside Grant Donaldson. Darren Curry will be alongside John Crossing. And Timothy Lathhead in the 67 Engineering Mark car will be out of 9th position on the 5th row of the grid. Of course, you can see the Ford Focus Mark 1, the first generation, I suppose, of this style of vehicle. You might have seen them running under all sorts of classes at Bathurst, I suppose, in the 12 and 6 hour, things like that. So a lot of these drivers go overseas. They race in Spa and Dubai and places like that. They do the real long endurance races. This round is a sprint round for them, and we haven't really seen them at the Winton track. I reckon we're going to see them excel a bit more when we go to Sydney and things like that with the longer straights. But this is a new challenge for them. They're here for the first time. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, we're excited to have them. They look great. They sound fantastic. Race 2, we're about to get underway.
Absolutely, here they come then around the final corner. Rolling start for the Australian Innovation Race Car Series. Aussie-built machines on home soil, and they sound absolutely awesome. The lights are out. It's a great start from Taunton. A terrible one from Emery. He hasn't moved, and Stutterd's ploughed into the back of him. What an absolute disaster. Stutterd's pulled over to the side of the track, and our race 1 winner, Geoff Emery, is pretty much at the tail of the field. What on earth happened there? He got the initial launch, and then the car almost stopped.
Yeah, Stutterd's already gone off. There actually is a little exit to the track there, and he's decided, I'm not mucking around, I'm taking it straight away to go into the pits and have a look at this one. Have a look in the background. Emery might be, did he make contact right at the very end there? I mean, we know how fast the car is, and now he's at the back markers a little bit further down. He's going to have to do a lot. Taunton, well, does he have that pace we spoke about earlier? He was catching him in round number 1, but does he have the outright pace now? He's in clean air, and he can make it happen as we get on board with John Goodacre in the number 66 entry. Oh, look at this. Oh, have a look at Emery. Already dumped him. And was that more contact?
Certainly was. He went up the inside of Goodacre. He thought he was going to be left some room, and he wasn't. So contact was made midway through the hairpin. Well, they were clean in race number 1. They have not been in race number 2. The opening lap has certainly turned the field around. They're all over the shop. So Taunton now leads from John Hollinger. Donaldson has stayed out of trouble and sits in 3rd. Despite having incidents with 2 cars, Geoff Emery still finishes lap number 1 in position number 4, ahead of Leithhead, Crossing, Goodacre, and then 2 not out there at the moment. Stutterd came in straight away because of that. So Emery at the start just really didn't move at all. Something not right at all. This will give us a great angle of what exactly happened. So the lights go out there. They both initially moved, but Emery's car just didn't get going.
Do you think he selected the wrong gear potentially? He might have just gone up into fourth or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
We know the acceleration. Then this moment here with the 66 car as well of Woodacre, there was some contact there. We're going to be able to write some daytime television after this, I think.
Correct.
We're less than 2 minutes into the race and we've already got ourselves a script for some drama. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out in the next 18.
It's had more action, more drama than a whole season of home and away, I tell you, out there on the race circuit. But out in front, Taunton is pulling away. Emery is on the recovery drive as we look at the luckless and almost innocent, you'd say, Danny Stutterd. He just started as he normally would, but got such a good start, wasn't able to react in time. Or Donaldson runs wide at turn number 10. I don't know if he was allowing Emery through, but that was either a mistake or leaving some space. Either way, they're side by side into the penultimate turn. Donaldson in a little bit deep. Great cutback up the inside from Emery. Can't quite do it. But the mistakes from Emery on lap number 1, really surprising for me. A man of his, calibre, a man that has been racing for so many years, as he slides up the inside of Donaldson. Still can't quite make it stick. He'll get the exit, though. He's got the better line out of turn number 2. Is he going to be late enough under brakes? He's certainly later, and it is late enough to make that move. So he's back up into the top 3. But going back to the points I make, very un-Geoff Emery there on lap number 1. He's a former GT Australia champion. We're not used to seeing him making these mistakes.
He's a seasoned racer.
Yeah.
It's not the first time on track. He's done many events, not just in Australia either, competed overseas as well. So, yeah, an uncharacteristic error there, I think, at the start. Potentially there was something wrong with the car. We're not going to find out really until the end of the race, but he is working his way already back up into 3rd position at the moment. There will be a question mark, though. Look, nothing you can do about Stutterd. If something you botch the start, unfortunately someone runs up the back of you.
Yeah,
probably not your fault. You can't really do much about that. That will, though, cause some issues, I suppose, when we look at Goodacre, and we are hearing reports potentially there's a black flag for Emery at the moment. So we'll wait and see how this story unfolds. Let the drama continue, and we'll see how the TV pans out. But Emery, yeah, he's got a couple of question marks over this effort at the moment there. As we stay on board with him. Fantastic looking car, though. I don't think it looks like he's bent that up too much at the rear either.
No.
It's been fairly stable. There's quite a bit of bar work on the rear of these cars to hold the body work together. Essentially, in the middle part of these cars, they're all the same. It's only some slight changes at the front and rear of the vehicle there. Obviously, so you can customise it to how you like.
So we see Emery is circulating now by himself, and he's setting good lap time. So he does still have the pace, just a couple of tenths off what Taunton did at the front of the field on that last lap. And he's quickly catching John Hollinger ahead as well. The margin between those two, 1.2 seconds. Mel, I think you got an update.
As we stand in a puddle of radiator fluid, Danny Stutterd, we all saw what happened on the TV, but what was it like from where you were sitting?
I was just a bit awkward, I must admit. The lights went off and I went, and poor old Geoff must have missed a gear or something happened, and you're on, and then sort of slammed up his rear behind. So it wasn't great, just one of those incidents, just unfortunate.
The finest moment of teamwork?
No, not great. Teammates and having a go, and he was on pole, and I thought, we're going, but he didn't go quite fast enough. So these things happen.
Well, hopefully we'll see the number 10 back out there for the next race.
We'll do our best, no problems.
It's back to you, J-Mac.
One that unfortunately won't be making it out to the next race is the 777 machine of Kory. Unfortunately not able to make race start due to a gearbox failure in race 1. No spare gearboxes on hand. A very sad start to the 2025 season.
Well, that's unfortunate for Kory. We didn't see that, did we, at the start? Missing out on gearbox issues there, and well, no spares at the track means it's very hard to try and get that fixed up at the moment. In the meantime, let's get back on track with everything that's happening. Emery with that black flag in the pits now. So potentially he's got a pit lane drive through there, which could cause him. He's going to have to come in, and they're going to have a look at that under there. I think Danny Stutterd did a fantastic job to realise that there was damage to that car earlier. Potentially, if he'd had to do another lap or two and all the coolant falling out, 1, we'd have a lot on the track. 2, potential damage to that vehicle.
Yeah, great heads-up driving, as you say. A man of his experience. He's raced overseas, is Danny. He's racing in Carrera Cup as well this year. He was at Sydney Motorsport Park last weekend. He was up at the Bathurst 12-hour in the combined sedans as well. So he's had plenty of racing experience, and he knows what to do. He's a wise head, that is for sure. So, yeah, as you say, stayed out of trouble, and also staying out of trouble and moving forward is John Goodacre. I had a very brief chat to John just for one of the practice sessions yesterday. He's a Winton local. He knows the track well, but he said to me, I've not been here. I've not raced here since 2019. The curbing we spoke about earlier on in the broadcast wasn't done then, so he's trying to find the limits of this new track, but he says he likes all the changes that have been made.
Watch out for the sunnies on the ground. They've dropped whatever it is under there that they were concerned about. Looks like they're happy to put this car back together. Wheel going back on. We'll watch the air jacks go down, and we could see Emery rejoin this race and get some points there collectively as he heads into round 1 of this championship, of course. Race number 2 here on Saturday of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Taunton, well, he just keeps taunting them. Look at that, 1:23.69 now, fastest lap of the race, and with clear air, it's showing that this car has a lot of speed out there at the moment, and it's one of the Mark II cars, really. It's not the current generation. It's still one of the older ones, which shows that, you know, they're very similarly matched. I mean, we see the bigger engine capacity in the Innovation Race cars compared to the Mark II, but maybe a little bit lighter in the Mark II. Potentially, Winton's a good track for them.
Yes, yeah, you're right. So this one, 615 brake horsepower from a 5.2 litre quad cam V8. As you can see, it's based on the Mustang body shell. The first two were the first generation, I should say, was based on the Mazda 3 and the Ford Focus. We've got a few Ford Focuses here, and no Mazda 3s this weekend. And then we've got the newer spec IRC cars. They're not particularly styled on a body shell, not a Mustang or a Focus, but they do have a real European GT element. Many people have said to me over the years, is that a Mercedes that it's shaped on? It does have Mercedes looks about it, doesn't it? But it doesn't actually represent a model at all.
Emery's car gives me a little bit of AMG when I think about it, when you look at it. You know, you can see that down there, as well as they got, some of them got their little, like, Stutterd, has a bit of the Camaro look as well. So, you know, a GT style of cars. The local search entry is back out on track and circulating. So back down there in 7th position at the moment. He'll have to fight his way back through the field. Let's head down to the pits with J-Mac.
Down here with Dan from Emery's crew. You got up close and personal while the car was up on the air jacks. How's it looking?
There's a little bit of superficial damage underneath there, just a bit of body panel stuff. But one plug in the shunt got pulled out from brake lights, and so we have to come in and fix it apparently.
Do you have any idea what happened there on the start?
Geoff just said as soon as the lights went up, he went to throttle and went to go, and car basically just didn't go, and then I guess after a second or so, he must have reset and it's then gone after a second. Yeah.
We'll have a look at the data, I'm sure, and make sure that it's all good for the next race. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Cheers.
Well, we're still trying to unfold exactly what happened there. Maybe there's an issue there with the computer. I'm not quite sure if they run a fly-by-wire accelerator in these things or something. So we'll find out as the day goes on. We'll try and get to you exactly what happened on the start. There's Emery, bit of bad luck there. Really pushing hard at the moment, though, to make up some time. He would have gone down. So now look how many laps he may have lost in that one. He's down 2 laps from our leader at the moment. Now, have a look at his times. He's not too far, though, off Taunton, who's been dominant now, down to a 1:23.63 in the number 95 car. So he's just putting lap again and another lap. It's like qualifying times, really, for these cars. I mean, we did see them duck into the high 121s, but in race pace, a 1:23.63 is absolutely incredible as they get around this weekend. Can't wait to unleash him on Sydney Motorsport Park.
It's going to be good.
At the end of May, it's going to be incredible to see them get around there as well.
Good news for Emery. I know he's in 7th, but there are 2 good news things that I can think of. Fastest lap of the entire race last time through, 23.4. So the car has the pace. And even better news for him with the Innovation Race Car Series, he has pole position for race 3 tomorrow as well. He took both pole positions yesterday. We had qualifying as the last session on Friday afternoon, and he got both of the championship bonus points for those pole positions as well. So he will be starting from pole tomorrow, so he can do it all over again.
Another familiar name, of course, Hollinger Engineering entry of John Hollinger out on track at the moment in 2nd position. He's about 5.5 seconds behind Taunton. and doesn't look to be closing that gap, doing some solid 124s at the moment, but holding out Donaldson, who's in third. Now, John Hollinger, we have seen him get around this track many times in a TA2 muscle car. He went over in the endurance last year at the Bend as well, so he's had appearances in the TA2 series. He seems to move around between different categories of racing, but he's always somewhere at a racetrack, isn't he? And a lot of the Hollinger engineering components throughout many categories as well, including the transaxle that you see in these innovation race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at the race leader, he is continuing to stretch that lead at the front of the field, although, as I say, that Hollinger sets his PB in Sector 1 at the start of this lap. So there's still a few PBs being set, and that goes back to the point that you made about the fact that these cars run the longer distance races. Two of these competitors, Cory, who unfortunately, as our co-commentator down there in the lane, Jarrod, pointed out, didn't make the start of this race, but he had a co-driver in the hands of Donaldson early on in the session.
Well, Taunton in the lead at the moment, followed by Hollinger and Donaldson in this innovation race car, race number 2 here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Here at the moment over Hollinger and Donaldson, Goodacre in 4th, and Lathead now in 5th position there. Emery, well, like we said, unfortunately went a couple of laps down there for that moment where they had to come in, a plug falling off the back. So we know they run a lot of electronics in these cars. It's a modern race car, I suppose, is the way to describe it there. They are looking at a lot more data in the computer, where the TA2 muscle cars, they do have a Microtech on board, but they're looking for, I suppose, brake pressures, where the accelerator's at. You know, they're monitoring a few things like engine temperature thing. This is the next generation where they're just going to monitor a lot more inputs on the car, things like that, because they've got ABS. They've got huge brake package system on them as well. Different style of cooling system, the transaxle as well. So it's just like the next generation, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And Emery, fastest first sector last time through, although he seems to have buttoned it off a little bit now, so maybe he's thinking about tomorrow, maybe saving his tyres. He knows he's got the pace, so let's bring it back a notch, save the rubber for the racing out there tomorrow. As you look at the number 34 machine of John Crossing, he had a great first lap, made up many positions, and he's in 6th position at the moment. He's just stayed out of trouble, lapping very nicely out there. He's in a Mark 1 spec machine, so this has slightly smaller engine, 550 bhp, produced by the 5-litre V8 Coyote motor, and it's got a Pace Innovations dry sump. It's the original version, the Gen 1, that came with either a sequential shifter or a flappy paddle, whereas both the Gen 2 and the first of the innovation race cars, that is only flappy paddles.
Great to have Crossing back, though. Obviously, he did a lot of kart racing in his younger days, I suppose. Had a little bit of a break, as most guys do, as they build businesses and families and things like that, and managed to get back into some racing, including a little bit of XLs back in 2023. So, you know, slight difference from a 90 horsepower XL, isn't it, to something that's making 600 horsepower or roundabouts?
I couldn't think of anything different apart from maybe the Australian Truck Series or something like that. Chalk and cheese, the speed difference is ludicrous. Be nearly double the pace around this circuit. So yes, looking forward to seeing the XLs join us throughout the year on the Hi-Tec All Super Series. Not with us this weekend, but we will have the XL Cup with us as we go forward to further rounds throughout the year.
Goodacre now closing the gap down to Donaldson. This is the fight for 3rd position at the moment. Goodacre using all that Porsche experience, I suppose, he's had. And we'll see if he gets the move done here. No. Well, the battle continues for 3rd position, doesn't it? Donaldson, he's holding out Goodacre at the moment. Goodacre, well, he's closed that gap up, and I'm having a look. It is down to just half a second as they go in the final 2 turns of this lap. There's just over 4 minutes remaining in race 2 here of the Innovation Race Cars, and he accelerates out as we're on board. It's clean, isn't it? But he's just not catching him down this straight into turn 1. But there's a moment, and we've seen plenty of cars just grab a little bit of curb through 1 and 2, unsettles the car. You got to watch out for that tyre barrier right there on your left to get so close. And the run down to 3 under brakes, we see a little bit of a you know, you got to be careful on the brakes. How about we just get on board at the moment here and have a listen to Goodacre as he negotiates the Winton track. Having to modulate that throttle, can't you, Dan, as they go, especially through that back section here, or the middle section of Winton Motor Raceway. You can't use all the accelerator, otherwise it tries to light the tyres up. Just got to, you know, pedal it through there, but you can see the braking's phenomenal on these cars.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see Goodacre. He certainly closed the gap to Donaldson over the course of that lap. Donaldson, just for the break, I was sort of making the point, but Donaldson and Cory together raced in the Dubai 24-hour and finished in a class podium position, so he knows these cars really, really well. Oh, on the inside looks Goodacre, and is there going to be a bit of mid-corner contact? There is. So they sort of met each other in the middle there, and they're going to be side by side underneath the gum tree, and if Goodacre can hold it around there, he'll have the inside for the next corner, and there's more contact, and around goes the 111. Oh no, and they've both come to a stop in the middle of the circuit, and Donaldson can't see what's coming because he's got Goodacre there. This is an absolute disaster, and we have the Mustang slewed across the middle of the race circuit. Around the outside goes Geoff Emery, but that was a real awkward exchange between those two.
Do you think he was trying to redress that for a moment? No, you go. No, you go. No, you go. It's okay. He won't be happy with that one, Goodacre. He knows this was a great stoush. Let's have a look at the replay here. He dove down the inside there coming into turn number 7. And there's a little bit of contact here, isn't there? But he stays on the outside and hope that he can get that run back down into 9. Now he's down the inside and he's got the wheel up on the inside. Well, this actually goes back to the first corner, number 7, doesn't it, where the contact was made. Round 8, big swooping left-hander, and and then as they go into 9, he's down the inside. He drops wheels onto the inside. You know it's going to be very hard to pull up a car even with ABS on dirt, and I don't think he quite gave him enough room then, Donaldson, just on the outside there. Contact made, spins him around, and well, I think we're very lucky that Emery was quite aware, made sure he didn't make any contact with him as he came around a little bit later. So that'll push him down 2 positions, unfortunately, for Donaldson. Now 6 as he heads into the... Did he head into the pits?
He did, yes. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, he did come into the pits. So that's a real shame for the man behind the wheel of the 111 Mustang. He was nicely inside the top 5, but a bit of contact, and it looks like his race has come to an early end. Out in front, though, by 4.3 seconds, it's Taunton. He got that lead very early on, and he has just held it from there. He's not put a foot wrong and leads by 4.3 seconds. Hollinger continues to turn out some good laps at the moment. Was 4/10 faster than Taunton last time by, but Taunton is not worried. He's just nursing the car now to the end of this race. Goodacre 3rd. Leithhead, the benefactor after the 111, has come into the pits. He is up to 4th position ahead of John Crossing, and then Geoff Emery will also inherit a position as well. But it's been an action-packed race, hasn't it? Lots of drama throughout. There's been incidents, drama, and we can see officially the 111 is in the lane. A real shame for that car.
Be interested to see if that was a tyre down. I couldn't quite tell whether maybe it lost DB to there or got damaged, or maybe it's actually rim damage on that car from the contact potentially. So I'm sure we'll look into that a little bit later as we get into this race. As we come down, we've already gone past our allocated time for this race, and we'll just wait to see that last lap board come out. Taunton, he's been super impressive. I think maybe he's just rolled out of this a little bit too, try and conserve those tyres. 2 races still to run tomorrow for the Innovation race cars as well. He's got a dominant lead. It's it's gone back down to about 4 seconds over John Hollinger, who's still pushing on at the moment. And there we see the checkered flag is out, and the number 95 will take the race to win. Probably not the way he wanted to get it. John Hollinger in second position as they'll wait for Goodacre, who's a further 30 seconds back in the field at the moment. It's our checkered flag for race number 2 of the Innovation Race Cars here, round number 1 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series at Winton Motor Raceway. As Goodacre now in third position comes around the final couple of corners, looking to finish third on the podium for the second race. And there we are, checkered flag up on the left. He'll cross the finish line there and get himself a third place. Lathead is the next car that's coming around across the line. Emery will take the checkered flag. He'll be back in 6th position after that moment there where they had an issue after contact on the start where the car just didn't take off. And so far the crew not knowing exactly why their car didn't accelerate. They don't think it was a gear change. I think it's something obviously electronic in the car that's just halted it from taking off. Unfortunately sustained that injury after trying to work back. Now, interested to see if he has to answer for anything against Goodacre where he made contact as well. So potentially that's still to come.
Yeah, that was an awkward little one on the opening lap. So, yeah, the stewards might have a look at that one. But while they're doing that, we'll have a look at the results.
Jeff Taunton will take the win there. Fastest lap of a 1:23.63. Then it's John Hollinger 4 seconds behind. John Goodacre further 30 seconds behind that. Tim Lathead, John crossing. Jeff Emery comes out in 6th. And it's Donaldson after that contact having to put a new tyre on in 7th. Danny Stutterd, well, he made it 60 foot past the start line and turned off, unfortunately, after running to the back of Emery at the green. Darren Curry, unfortunately, with gearbox issues, did not make it out to the start of this race. So that might be his weekend run and done for Curry as well. So that's a real shame for the Innovation Race Cars there for Curry not to be there. I'll tell you what, we've got plenty more action coming your way as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The Australian Super Tin Tops up next. Don't go anywhere. Well, beautiful sunny skies here at Winton Motor Raceway for day one of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We're back for race 2 of the Australian Super Tin Tops about to get underway. Earlier, though, we caught up with Cory Gillett down in the pits. Well, let's have a look at how this race is going to get underway. Race number 2 here for the Australian Super Tin Tops. Tracey took the win in first race. Will start on the front row of the grid alongside Matty Sims, who was very, very fast in the car, but made a couple of little errors throughout the last race. Brent Edwards in the cable source car will be in third with Tony Saint alongside. Then it's Merrick Malouf, who was, well, that car was quick. He lost brakes, didn't he? The actual brake pedal went to the floor in the last race, so he was trying to gear down to try and pull that car up. So it created some fantastic racing for us. Now, Cory Gillett is further back as we're about to get underway, but he's had issues as well. We'll get to that very shortly. Let's have a look at Sims. It's a standstill start for this one, and Sims into turn 1 can't get the power to the ground. And have a look at Mark as he puts the nose in there. Tracey will be leading us as we come out of turn number 2 at the moment. Malouf, he's already gone through. He's in 4th position at the moment, right behind the cable source Falcon now. So they'll be 3 and 4, 2 Falcons going at it. Have a look, though, at Natoli in the Audi TT as well. So something's happened to Saint, the Queenslander. He has dropped back a couple of positions. The big one, though, Cory Gillett. Can he work his way through? Because mechanical issues for him, wasn't there, Dan?
Yeah, there was, absolutely. He's been troubled all weekend long. He thought originally it was spark plugs. Then he thought it might be the ignition. So, yeah, unfortunately, well, they have appeared to have got on top of that. So he's already moving up through the field as he heads under the gum tree for the first time of asking. A couple of 5-second penalties appearing on the time screen. But, yeah, go back to Gillett. He said injector was he slightly thought of a problem. He thought he'd have to drive to Albury and miss this race. He spoke just before I left him. He spoke to Brent Edwards, who he said might have a part to help him. Looks like that part is in the car and it's working.
Throw it in and see how it goes. I suppose he lost a lot of positions in that last race, but Edwards, seasoned competitor when it comes to production cars and things like that. Have a look, little bit of a brake lock-up. Was second in our championship last year as well in the cable source car, and we didn't see him on the top step a lot, but we saw him probably 3rd to 5th in pretty much every round, apart from a couple where he had, I think one round he had a mechanical issue, which was here at Winton as well. So that's been a very reliable car there, the cable source car. Merrick Malouf, let's hopefully he's got brakes this round, because we didn't know what was happening. He was just diving in on cars and he was all over the place. He did some great burnouts,
yep.
But we're like, what's going on? But no, brakes gone on that car.
He was simply, for the sort of back third of the race, just using the clutch, going back through the gears, just trying to slow the car down. To be fair, I said to his mechanics afterwards, I said to finish 5th with that problem, top effort.
So 5-second penalties coming up on our board for Brent Edwards. There's in 3rd position, and Petit, who's down in 11th as well, potentially a start line infringement there. Might have gone early. We'll have a look at that maybe later and find out what is going on. Have a look though. Cory Gillett is working his way. He's got the nose up on the HSV there of Holt, the Cavendish Electrics entry, and he looks like, mate, that thing's looking on fire again. He's back to the normal pace we're seeing.
He'll be absolutely delighted because he said if it's not the this particular problem, I don't know what it is. He said, oh, I'm out of ideas. I really, really am. So it looks like it is the injector. He is back out there, running well and moving through the field back towards where we expect him to be, up and inside the top 5.
Got the transplanted LS V8 in the front of that one too for the S13. Common conversion we're seeing in a lot of forms of motorsport as well. So you think being LS would be a common part that they'd be able to probably source somewhere, like you say, potential if he's borrowed an injector that's getting him through, he might use it, still go get some more tonight just to be on the safe side, because there's quite a few shops up there in Albury, which are only an hour away, and he's already starting to slide the car around. He's not waiting until the final few laps like he normally is, Cory. He is just going, from the start of this race, I've got 10 laps, I'm going to give the crowd exactly what they want.
He needs to charge through the field because shops will close at 5 o'clock. He's got to get up the road. So he's trying to finish the race as quickly as possible so he can head up to Albury and get the parts he needs. So he's got a couple of spares.
Natali's been super impressive in this Audi TT. Of course, there's a few categories when it comes to the super tin tops as well. Coming through here, of course, the Supreme tin top, which is 2200cc and below, obviously predominantly 4-cylinder 12A rotary class. We've also got the S6 or the Super 6 tin tops, which is engine capacity of a V6 or an inline 6 up to 4.1 litres basically. Then we've got the Ultimate tin tops. Oh, hang on, no, Cory Gillett's making a move here. Let's get back on track. Have a look at Ryan Bell in the background too in that V6 370Z. It just doesn't die. He's got the LS conversion for it. He goes, I'm trying to make this thing die so I can do it. But he's still racing. Have a look at this.
Held it around the outside at the gum tree, gave him the inside for turn number 9, but he's not got the exit. And back through comes the Audi TT once again. It's battle of the late breakers, and it's going to be Gillett that was the later of the two. But that car, is that not sounding quite right again? No, it looks all right. It does look okay. But, yeah, he's moving back through the field, now back up into 6th position, but he's a bit wide at turn number 11, and he's not got on the power as well as he'd have liked. And the Audi TT, look at that, cocking up a wheel, the right rear wheel lifting up off the ground as he turns around the final corner, and that did affect his run onto the pit straight, but it looks like he has got away with it. He has stayed ahead of the HSV directly behind the big, powerful Holden.
Opposite problems here from Natali in the Audi. He's got all-wheel drive, right? So that thing can accelerate. Cory Gillett, we've already seen how much the car slides around. If the motor's running right in this car, he's got to try and minimise his wheel spin. So he's going to be challenged getting out of the corners, whereas Natali's going to take off. But when we see these little bit longer straights, Gillett gets a little bit of an advantage there, so he can just stretch the legs for a moment there once the wheel speed is caught up to the ground as they fight it out. Natali's got to watch out for Holt though in that Cabinet Electrics HSV entry. Ryan Bell right behind him in the 370. They're not too far away, and have a look at Holt starting to close. Natali goes a little bit wide, so I think he's just maybe coming to that corner a little bit hot.
No, Holt had a big look, and I think the Audi TT driver just left a little bit of room as he saw the HSV fill the mirrors. Here we are, though. Gillett has got past those two, and he's already on the tail of Saint in 5th position. So this for a top 5 spot. He is right there. He's got a nice exit. In fact, probably a little bit too good there. He's balked on the exit of the corner. Saint didn't get the run out the corner, and he honed right onto the tail of him and then lost all his momentum. All the momentum he gained from getting on the power earlier was basically extinguished and out. And that takes away his opportunity in turns 11 and 12. He'll have to reset and go again. Brent Edwards, 5-second penalty. We suspect that's for a start infringement. That 5 seconds will drop him down below Maloof at the moment, but importantly for him, he is comfortably ahead of these two out there on the circuit as we are approaching the halfway mark of the race at the end of this lap.
Well, Gillett's put a rocket up the inside of there of Saint, who's just opened up a little bit of a gap for a moment as we head back to our first place at the moment, our Twin City Roller Doors entry of Mark Tracey. This car has been up to Bathurst with his son driving at Blake and doing fantastic things up there, beating Lamborghinis and Porsches and all sorts of exotic cars, isn't it? So it's a well-balanced car. Gillett has a look down the inside here of Saint, and you can hear the tyres screeching under brakes, but he can't get the move done. And they've done really nice. A lot of respect between those two drivers not to make contact going to that corner. Anything could have happened there. So Gillett's going to have to try and re-establish where he's going to make this move again as they come out of 9. Have a look at the run down to 10. Can he get the power to the ground? Saint has a fair bit of power. LS transplant in that RX-7 as well. So it's going to dry us up and a few other things. I reckon Saint might have the horsepower advantage in a straight line, which potentially why he can manage to stay on the inside there of Gillett. Gillett's going to have another look, though, going into 11. Oh, no, he's not going to have a look at the power there. Saint just starts to drive away. It's going to make it very hard through this section here. But the back section, Gillett's car's looking much better as they drive through those corners down the main straight. Can he try and stay with him? All it's going to take is Saint overpowering the back tyre, going up in a cloud of smoke, and Gillett's going to have him. But look at Saint drive away again. Like I said, there's a horsepower disparity there between these two LS combinations.
Yeah, there certainly is. So Gillett's going to have to get it done in the tight technical middle sector of this lap, somewhere in the series of hairpins midway through the lap, because that is where he is strong. He's had a look on the last few laps, but he's got a bit taily when he's not really what needed to, and it's cost him dearly. So they come out of turn 4. This is it now. It's Sylvia territory for the Gillett machine. Both these two entered in the over 2-litre classes. Here they go. Up the inside, Gillett, this is a good look. And again, the door slammed in his face firmly. And he's had to settle in behind once again. Underneath the gum tree, he's going to go around the outside. He'll have the inside for the next one. And he's got his full car length up the inside and makes it stick. Great pass. Had to fight for it, though. That did not come easy by any stretch of the imagination. The problem is, though, now this is where Saint's strong, in a straight line. This is where that car, it has its advantages. So Tony Saint in the Mazda RX-7, sponsored by Mobile Auto Hoses, is going to hose past down the inside once again on the run to turn number 11.
Well, he's a Queenslander. He's much more comfortable in these warm conditions, isn't he?
He's true.
He's not struggling as much as the Victorians, who, you know, most of the year have a much cooler climate, especially, we should call it Winton normally when we're here, because it's freezing, isn't it? The wind comes through and your teeth are chattering, but today it is very, very warm. You want to be in shorts and a T-shirt, that's for sure. Great day to come out and check out the racetrack here, though, in central Victoria. I mean, we are only a couple of hours out of Melbourne if you want to head north on the Hume and be part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, as we've still got one more day of competition.
If you can't join us in person, you can tune in from 9:30 tomorrow morning on the live stream. And oh, Gillett, oh geez, he's going drifting. Look at that smoke coming off the rear wheels as he goes around turn number 4. That was a moment and a half, a good save. But yeah, I was going back to its drifting routes, that car out there on the circuit. But what I was going to say is the fact that we're being live streamed from 9:30, and then the TV coverage starts at 1 o'clock. So yeah, make sure you tune in as well. Speed Cafe are live streaming as well on their social media platforms.
Oh, have a look at Cory Gillett under brakes. The car's got a bit of a wiggle now. Those tyres are warm at the moment as it's 35 degrees outside. Track temperatures would be well above that. They'd have to be 45 to 50 degrees out there on the bitumen. And look, another strong point here for Saint. He's just got the power advantage at the moment. In the meantime, look who's catching up. Natali in that Audi TT. You know what the beautiful thing about that is? All-wheel drive, so he's got twice as much traction when it comes to trying to drive out of those corners. Late model car, that will be adjusting to the conditions. As the car gets hot, the injectors will be pumping a little bit more fuel in there. It'll be maintaining that horsepower across the range. And Maloof, let's hope he hasn't had a brake failure, because he is in the tyre barrier. And I'm just trying to grasp where that is on our racetrack at the moment. But
that's a big one.
Maloof, he is dug in there at the moment. Is that down in turn?
I think it's turn 3. I can see a bit of dust down there anyway, but he has gone in hard, side on. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it looks to me like there is some sort of brake problem. He's tried to spin it around.
Wow.
And bam, into the tyre wall. Backwards in the left rear. That is a big hit, but he did the best he possibly could to scrub off all the speed, weaving, trying to slow it down. He hit the gravel trap side on. The gravel trap did its best job, but he was carrying so much speed down there and hit the wall hard. That is a real shame. Checkered flag has come out early as a result. No surprises there. So Mark Tracey makes it 2 from 2. Great to see Merrick Maloof jumping out of the car unharmed, but he will be a very disappointed man out there on the race circuit. Brent Edwards comes across the line in position number 3. With the 5-second penalty, he will be okay. With the demise there of the number 69 machine, that means he will not lose the position and will finish in 3rd. But his thoughts, as the ever gentleman Brent Edwards is, his thoughts will be with his fellow driver. He will not want to see Merrick Maloof in the tyre wall.
No, he did a fantastic job to really throw that car sideways, like you say. When we saw it nose in on those initial shots, we thought it had probably gone in front on, but he's actually hit the tyre barrier, backwards, and the car's moved around as well. So that amount of force to move the car around, we can see that Maloof is out of the car at the moment. Our crew's doing their best getting down there as quick as possible to find out what's going on. We did get a checkered flag in the end as well. A little bit of smoke coming out of Cory Gillett's car, and a little bit of flame is there under there as well, potentially.
And he's not greeted the checkered flag, so unfortunately Gillett, on the final lap, we thought all was well. We were saying, oh, thank goodness the car for the first time this weekend is running well. Well, unfortunately, it has not completed the race distance. Cory Gillett, a DNF in race number 2.
So Mark Tracey gets the win in race 2 of the Australian Super Tin Tops by a 2-second margin. Brent Edwards in third. Even with the 5-second penalty, it looks like he's going to hold on to third over Tony Saint. Daniel Natoli in the Audi TT comes in 5th position, and it's Matty Holt in HSV, Ryan Bell in the 370Z. Cory Gillett dropped down the field. So previous lap, he was actually up there battling it out for 4th position. So some issues there, and I'm hearing potentially some flames coming out from under that car, so we might have a bit of fluid leaking from somewhere. You never know, they do breathe pretty heavy. Merrick Maloof ends up in 12th. Well, Cory Gillett's actually moved down to 13th, but Merrick Maloof, big moment there on the final, which became our final lap. Let's have a look though at our race highlights here. The Australian Super Tin Tops. The start was pretty straightforward for a moment there. Have a look at Saint though. He drops back about 3 positions there as we see the Audi TT of Natoli drive around the outside. They all sort of give themselves a little bit of room, and I thought this was fairly clean, Dan, at this point, because anything could have happened there with Saint, with just a bit of a slow start, potentially some tyre spin. Cory Gillett, well, issues mechanically with the car in the last race, but it looks like he got that sorted, and he was a hard charger.
He was a hard charger, wasn't he, until the very last lap. This is the great battle he had with the production cars, the Audi TT of Natoli and the HSV of Holt. Once he got past them, the next target for him was Saint, and these two had a ding-dong battle for several laps. And they really did fight hammer and tong out there. There's a couple of sketchy moments, just like that one on the exit of turn number 9, but eventually made it sticky, went around the outside at the Gumtree, got the high ground, the inside line for turn number 9, and made that stick in the end. But he then had to fight as the number 11 came back through once again. It really was a great battle with the number 11, the RX-7, being so good in a straight line. But this was the big moment that ended the race. The what looks like a huge brake failure from Maloof. That was a huge hit into the tyre barrier. Fortunately, he has got out unscathed, but there he is. He's shaking his head. He's a disappointed man, as you would be with a damaged racing car. But the good news is he's out. He is okay. And we can see several of the cars have made it back into the lane. And up next, we'll have the Legend cars in a few moments' time.
It's FH Hire Legend Car Series lined up and ready to go out on track very, very shortly. But yes, our Australian Super Tin Top vehicles unfortunately brought to an early end in that race. Maloof that looked again like potentially brake issues like we've heard about in the first race, because he did not wash off any speed. He had to use the car to try and slide it sideways to slow it down any way he possibly could, and just couldn't manage to do that. Used some of our kitty litter out there, the gravel trap, to try and pull the car up, but look, still a lot of speed carried in that tyre barrier. I'll be surprised if we see that car come back, but again, they've got a team down there, they've got a couple of guys here, big crew here this weekend. Depending on how the car is underneath, potentially the biggest issue is going to be whether we get to whether they can get those brakes fixed on that car.
Absolutely. Earlier on in the weekend, Matty, you spoke to a Legend Cars frontrunner, Dylan Thomas.
Well, speak about the TFH Hire Legend Car Series. Let's have a look at the highlights from race 1 earlier today, and it was a big stoush between Rob Hogan and Ryan Pring, last year's defending champion. Have a look at Dylan Thomas, who we just spoke to. He slotted into 3rd position. Aiden Williams right behind him in the green and gold, and Hogan didn't let him get away, and Asker Sender, who had our onboard cameras, provided some amazing shots of these battles.
Yeah, there was quite a few incidents. Here's one on the number 3 machine. Yeah, luckily not to get collected by oncoming traffic.
Yeah, that was Holder, just spun it out there, and Dylan Thomas come under fire from Aiden Williams in the green and gold 95. I thought that was really going to go down at the end there, but for a moment, a couple of cars just went off in their own accord throughout the race. Roy Hammond out of South Australia, the 100 machine, well, he just got a little bit loose, and turn 7's been, I suppose, the Achilles heel for a few of our drivers out there, as well as the 24 coming out of turn number 9, who spun out there as well. I mean, there's just so much going on with these cars. Jarrod McLean, you join us back here in commentary. TFH Hire Legend cars, they just always provide so much excitement.
They do indeed. We're looking forward to race 2 for this weekend's program. It was an absolutely incredible race 1. We cannot wait. Still, the word on everyone's lips is weather conditions. It is so hot out there. We are marching our way up past the 30-degree mark as we check out Dylan Thomas in the number 68 Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes machine. Now, these guys aren't going to be as hampered by the super hot track temperatures as some of our other cars out there. They do run basically it's a road tyre.
Well, plenty of these TFH Hire Legend cars to catch up with this weekend. Mel caught up with one of them earlier today. I suppose one of the biggest talking points from the 2024 season to the 25 season is the acquisition of TFH Hire being involved in the Legend Car Series as well. So we know that they are in so many forms of motorsport. We've got, they're supporting 5 cars here this weekend, 3 in their own stables, a couple of other cars that have been prepared by the TFH Hire team. We've seen them in supercars as well being involved there. They've had Legend cars, RX-8 cars, all that, but a fairly big, sizable acquisition of a major part of the Legend cars as well. So Brett Thomas and the team getting involved and really supporting this series, which has seen it grow with 36 entries here this weekend. That's incredible numbers, Jarrod.
Yeah, and when you put that many cars onto any track, we mentioned it at race 1, you are just bound to have excitement overflowing from the venue. But I cannot wait. Race 2 is coming, and it looks like our very dedicated track crew have got that Maloof machine out of the kitty litter. There'll be a little bit of clean-up while that exits stage left. And then we will get right into race 2 for Legend cars. There they are, lined up in pit lane. A gentle breeze out there. I tell you what, if you can find a bit of shade, it's actually not that bad. Anyway, it is better up here with you, I'll be honest.
Look, you guys are looking great in your Ringers Westerns outfit, but you're in all black on a very warm day here at Winton. It's not the perfect weekend to be coming out in a dark shirt, is it? But, look, they are lined up and ready to go. 36, they take up the entire pit lane.
They're parked out in the overflow car park.
Yeah, we still got them in the form up out the back. I mean, we could go 3 wide, I reckon, down pit lane as well. But, yeah, look, all the usual players back this year. A couple of guys there we need to probably talk about. Rob Hogan's got his son out there as well, who joined us as part of the mix. He's a little bit further down in the pack, as well as Scotty Morgan's son joining us as well in the Legend Cars Australia. So we're now starting to see the second generation come through.
Yeah, really, really cool to see, and they are a breeding ground for father-son combos to come through. They're relatively easy to work on, a heap of fun to drive, and relatively cost-effective rather.
Yeah, so we see a lot of go-karting. Kids are coming through, really from Legends 14 age, from the age of 14 and upwards. So a couple of them having to learn how to use a clutch, because there is a little clutch in there. And I think one of the hardest things when you go down and go across one of these legend cars is how you actually get in as a full-size man. That's probably the nice way of putting it. We can see like these younger kids, they're a lot more agile. They slide in, no worries. But tell you what, I've tried to sit in one of these things, and you've got to do a little bit of yoga first. Stretch up, make sure you're limber before you try and get into them. But it's a little tight little cockpit, fun racing. When you go down and talk to the guys, they wouldn't do anything else. They just enjoy this, and I think that's why we see the likes of Dylan Thomas, who come out of TA2 muscle cars, production cars, racing overseas. They're enjoying their time here in the legend cars. And let's see how the grid is forming up for race number 2. Rob Hogan, race 1 winner, will start us off alongside Ryan Pring, Dylan Thomas and Aidan Williams on the second row. Then it's Brendan Hourigan and Asker Sendell, Timothy Reid and Shane Tate for 7 and 8, and Riley Skinner will be there in 9th with Goodrich alongside.
Nathan Locke, Nathan Predo on 11 and 12 with Scotty Morgan, Chris Spicer right behind. Blake Hayne, Blake Simpson would be matching him up. And Mark Duckworth in 17th, followed by Josh Hourigan and Hardy Martin with Drew Gibson rounding us out. And wait, there's more.
Yeah, James Brett and Scott Thompson in 21-22. Then it's Maverick Kenaweri with Josh Benaud and Robert Coulthard in 24-26. Kyle Murphy in 26. Chase Tippett in 27th. Steph Morgan, one of the young guns in 28th. Chapman and Boynton in 29 and 30.
Roy Hammond brings up 31st with Alan Bird in position 32 with Holder, McCluskey, Walden and Greg King rounding out your 36-car TFH Hire Aussie Legends Cars field.
We're almost going to have heats. We're going to I know they Legends race on Speedway as well. We're almost going to have to take the Speedway format into this if we keep going. 15 cars on the water still to come. So they could be here any month, right? So
brilliant.
Imagine what's going to happen in Sydney. Sydney, a lot larger track. We did see them turn one. They're doing 220 kilometres an hour and they're 4 wide. I mean, incredible little series to be part of. And look, they spin out and you're almost at full speed again. Like you might only lose 2 positions. So it's just incredible racing. Asker Sendell's got our onboard camera here for this race, and it's great to see him starting out of 6th position on the 3rd row of the grid. You can just see Dylan Thomas in the CXC machine to the left. And of course, he's got just in front of him Aidan Williams in the green and gold machine as we look out the back of our Hyundai safety car as they form up. Rolling start for these little, what are we going to call them, these little pocket rockets?
Yeah, they've been called plenty of things, and pocket rockets is definitely one of them. And I just cannot wait to see them funnel their way into turn 1. Maybe we did see race 1 that was actually quite a relaxed start. Normally we see them go 3-4 wide. Not last time. Maybe race 2 we'll have a little bit more action on our hands in the first 3 corners.
6-round season, right? So there's no need to bin it in the first race. I think they've had a word with them down there, I reckon, at driver's briefing, because they had a fantastic start last time. They went 2 wide through turn 1, which I've never seen out of Legends. Let's see if they can spice it up this afternoon. They've got all night to put the repairs on this car as the lights go out, and Hogan looks like he's got away from Pring once again. Have a look at the back end. Is that Hourigan's in the silver machine? The silver bullet down the inside there, and does he get the move done on Dylan Thomas? He might not come up alongside enough, and Thomas is very experienced. He's going to push him to the outside, but I think Hourigan might have this done in the 51 machine.
Yeah, Thomas was trying to get it through and managed to hold him off, and here they come, 2 and 3 wide through turn 3, and it's Hogan from Pring, Hourigan and Thomas on our timing screens on board with Sendell.
Yeah, still in 6th position at the moment. He's had to get himself behind the green and gold machine. I tell you what, Dylan Thomas won't be happy about that. He'll be working hard. These cars slide around a lot, especially as these tyres warm up. They're a street car tyre, basically. There's not too much technology in them. It's pretty agricultural. It just works, doesn't it, for this style of racing, as they're still sliding around. Have a look as we go down the field. After Sendell, there's Tate, Reid, Locke, Skinner, Goodrich and Predo to round out your top 12.
Yeah, elbows are out on this one. There was a fair bit of biff and barge as someone just ever so slightly touches that curb. And contact between the 11 and the 93.
That's not what we want to see. We don't want to see that happening this early in the race as they go down a little bit. So that's Hayne down there in the 93 and McCluskey in the 11. So already they've had to come in together. And I spoke about it in the previous races. Sometimes the bar work can interlock there and they can't drive the cars apart. So they just need a couple of people to lift one side up and just unclip that so they can drive away.
So we are under a yellow flag, the safety car waiting to pick up the field at pit exit. And it'll give us a chance just to reset and just get ready for another rolling start here in race 2.
Well, looks like Thomas actually got a position there. So did he get that before they came across the yellows? Because he's managed to get himself back into 3rd position in front of Brendan Hourigan. So that battle's going to unfold. I can actually see out here, I think they may have redressed that. potentially Hourigan's had to go back in front. So Asker Sendall, with their onboard cameras, in 6th position at the moment. You can just see the top 5 in front of him. Got them lined up as they just take a breath for a moment. Let the nerves calm down. The adrenaline can just subside for a little bit there. Ryan Pring got the number 1 on there this year, and I thought it was very fitting. A couple of previous championship winners. His dad had the helmet done the same colour as the car, and they've got the 2024 title on there and the 2024 championship winner. They're 2 separate things, much like in Speedway. You've got a title night and a championship. He took them both out in 2024. Unbelievable from the young gun out of Canberra. Apprentice mechanic at Day. You want your Toyota worked on, that's the man to go and do it. In the meantime, let's head down to pit lane with Mel.
So I was chatting to the friends of Hamish McCluskey the other day, who was just involved in that accident, and certainly not suggesting that it was his fault at all, but apparently this is his first ever car race in his life. So baptism of fire in the biggest field of legends that we've ever seen.
Yeah, when you want to start your first car race, you probably want to pick a field of, say, like 15 cars.
You reckon?
Would be nice.
Just something easy,
just run around the back.
Just a Sunday Arvo drive, you think?
Just to, get yourself into it. I mean, you come to round 1 and they go, oh, these legends are great, they're really popular. Yeah, there's 35 other cars joining you.
Yes.
No pressure at all.
Winton has definitely been turning it on, but we are at a snail's pace behind the safety car here for race 2, and Hourigan was pretty racy early in the piece there. He was caught up with a little bit of contact in the starting stages of that race. Good to see them all come through in the top order, largely untouched. But yeah,
I thought Brendan Hourigan did great. He was a silver bullet off the start, actually.
Yes.
Made up 2 positions, went from the back, past Dylan Thomas. And it's not hard to stay on the outside of Dylan Thomas with his experience. He's not going to push you out into a wall or anything. He'll give you room to race, but he's also not going to make it easy for you to overtake. He is going to make sure that you work for that position. And Hourigan went up 2 positions on the first couple of corners. So it was a great start from him. I think that battle is going to continue on. Hogan and Pring, they seem to have a little bit more pace at the moment over the rest of the field. They may go out and have their own battle for first. But Aidan Williams, in race number 1, it was the final few laps where I seen him just consistently stay at those times. So as everyone, I suppose, the tyres got warm and they slowed down a little bit or they slid around a little bit more. Aidan Williams in the green and gold was the young gun who could come through and really apply that pressure. So I don't think he's going to be right there fighting with those 2 for 3rd position at the start. I think he'll probably sit back a bit, but wait for him at the end of the race to really apply that pressure. And can he get himself on a podium?
The restart process here, Matt, run me through sort of what a driver's going to have going through their head, because the goal here is to try and reset and give it your all once those lights go out and the safety car's peeled off. It's not an easy thing to try and do.
No, they'll be waiting. There'll be some rules, like you can't overtake the person in front of you. It'll be interesting to seeing this was so early in the race, whether we'll have the normal grid restart potentially, or whether we're going to go for a single file restart as well. In that case, they'll just have to wait. And there's a line up there just after the start line where they will have to actually wait before they can make any overtaking manoeuvres. Let's have a look at a replay of the start. Now, this is where I'm looking on the left-hand side, Brendan Hourigan. Have a look at the silver bullet there, the number 51, goes down the inside. Now, Asker Sendall can't do anything. He's on the outside. He's stuck there, really.
Yeah, 3 wide through turn 1. And Hourigan got that job done, moves himself up from the 3rd row of the grid. And great defensive driving here. You see Thomas, he's jinking and weaving, gets the tail end loose through 3.
He's taken a bit of motocross experience from his son, who he's been taking all over the world doing motocross, I reckon.
Awesome.
He's sliding it around a bit more. Dylan Thomas, I think he's driven just about every car on the planet. But Asker Sendall's, he's got a perfect view there at the top 5, doesn't he, at the moment? Now, Aidan Williams, like I say, probably doesn't have the experience at the moment. He is so young, the number 95. He's only been doing this for a few years as well. I think it's only his 2nd year when it comes to legend car racing. As you know, a lot of them come out of that go-karts and they progress into cars like this. But have a look as they go through the back section there, how close they are at this point. I mean, the top 2, like I said, they've just shot away a little bit. They've just got that little bit of extra speed at the moment. And that was last year's championship, the fight between Hogan and Pring. And it's reignited again. Hogan, well, he's fired first shots. Pring, what can he do? I think after last year, knowing that it took Pring a long time to get on the top step of the podium. He was getting a couple of 2nd and 3rds and some 4s and things like that. But We had Lockie Ward here last year as well, who's been super impressive when it comes to legend cars. Now over in the United States, done a few races over there and on track to get a couple of podiums for a couple of mechanical issues as well. So there is somewhere for the legend car drivers to go as well, I think, in this field. It's not just about how they race in Australia. There's also the opportunity to take that racing, go over to the United States and really showcase your skills on a worldwide level.
Of course, these cars are originally designed to go around dirt ovals. We hail from the Bandolero car. And again, we talk about the ability to bring juniors up into the ranks. They're so well placed to teach drivers their racecraft. And looks like we have had a little bit of action out there. We have got the 2 stricken cars off the racing surface, which should mean our Hyundai safety car should be peeling into the pits any moment now. Great drone shots here of a very dry Winton Motor Raceway.
Well, we've got that dry breeze, 35 degrees today. What's it, about 30 kilometres an hour of a dry hairdryer going across the track at the moment. Before we get this race underway, let's head down to the pits with Mel.
Okay, so just here with Geoff, Emery had an unfortunate start in the last race. What happened?
Yeah, I think the car's a little bit hot out there and it just sort of had a bit of a hiccup and then the engine sort of stopped for a second and then it took off and it was all too late by then. Everyone was running into me and running over me and cars were going everywhere. So anyway, we just get on with it.
And of all the people, you had your teammate right behind you who couldn't stop quite in time?
Yeah, poor Danny was a victim of that. He had absolutely nowhere to go. So I feel for Danny. Obviously, when I'm parked on pole position and he's running up the back of me. So anyway, what do you do?
And then, of course, you had a broken brake light, so you had to come in for a pit stop.
Yeah, we obviously had good pace. Like I was catching the leader up there. We set the fastest lap time and, you know, obviously couldn't do much about it with our brake lights. So we had to come and pit for that, and that's pretty much the end of the race.
Well, you'll be on pole tomorrow, so I'm sure it'll be another day. Thanks.
We'll be fine tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Well, time for a pit stop from the Hyundai safety car as the green flag's around. Let's get this race number 2 back underway for the TFA Tyre Legend cars. And here we go. They are not mucking around, foot to the floor, and they are already at full pace down into turn number 1. Look at that, over 160 kilometres an hour from the little legends, and Ryan Pring puts it on the back quarter there of Hogan. Can he try and get him into turn number 3 under brakes? The tyres would have cooled down, and have a look at the CXC machine. Brendan Hourigan, I tell you what, Dylan Thomas is not going to let you take one corner of rest.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle, and we'll see how it shapes up as they start running through the sectors. On board with Sandor as they make their way through to the midsection of the track, and you can already see our front runners just starting to put a couple of car lengths on the rest of the field. Pring looks to be letting the car move around quite a lot under brakes. I know they're a handful to drive, as I think we might have just seen Thomas try and throw a speculator on Hourigan and got it done up into 3rd place.
That's a lot of speculation there. That's a fact, I think. Actually, he made it all the way through, didn't he? Ryan Pring, he's experienced enough. I know he's only a young age, from memory, around 20 years old, but he's raced for a number of years now. I think he'll understand that there is going to be different segments throughout this race, although we've only got just under 5 minutes remaining now. Obviously, with that incident that we had where we've had to do some recovery, that always changes things up. He knows that he's just got to wait for that opportunistic moment. It only takes one little slide from Hogan or something like that where he'll have his opportunity to have a lunge down the inside. Just looking a little bit further down to see how we're going. Shane Tate's doing all right in the 147, the budget car rentals entry as well, now in 7th position just behind our onboard camera. But it's all about the top 5 at the moment. Have a look. You could almost, it's a beach towel at the moment, I suppose. It's probably more like a hanky over 3rd to 5th.
Yeah, but Hogan was able to put down 0.4 of a second just in the final sector over Ryan Pring in 2nd place. So he's found some pace.
Look at Williams now. Williams into turn 3. He's going to go down the inside now. Aidan Williams will get over Hourigan. So Hourigan got a fantastic start, but I feel like these guys they're really aggressive at the moment.
Yeah, again, that little battle from 3rd to 5th is where all the action is. They seem to be playing fairly nicely here. Ryan Pring goes purple in Sector 1.
We'll have a look at the slide here. You can already see Aidan Williams trying to correct the steering. The car was sliding into the corner. I mean, we think we're at a drift event. He's initiated and thrown the car in there. I mean, that was incredible.
Just have a hunt for the hydraulic handbrake somewhere in the cockpit.
Oh, I think if he doesn't stay in legend cars, he's got another career in motorsport.
Thomas having to drive defensively here against the number 95 of Aidan Williams. There's dust in the background. Someone just dropped a wheel. I can't see anything out the window, but we'll carry on.
Yeah, have a look, Dylan Thomas now. He'll have to try and be a little bit defensive. There's the 86 machine. That's unfortunate to see that sitting there too. It might be in a safe spot though. We might be lucky enough that we can leave that car in the middle of the track as long as the driver's all right.
Gap closed right up, just 0.2 of a second between Hogan and Pring. Pring is on the fight back. He's had a great lap there. New PB for this race, 1:35.7 for the number 1 machine.
So that's King stuck out there in the middle in the 86. We'll see him head down the order a little bit as that car won't go anywhere. Have a look at Pring all over the back. That is down. Oh, look at it. It's only a second half. He has a dive down into turn number 3. It's a popular little area in the Legends to try and make an overtaking manoeuvre, but Hogan's going to try and fight back. Pring might have stuck this one, though.
Hogan's going to make him work for that position. He's not going to let him go through the left-hand sweeper. Let's check out the replay here. That's the 33 going off on that left-hand sweeper out in the middle of the track.
So that's Spicer. This is the overtaking manoeuvre.
Great vision. What you have to say, the door was left wide open there.
I think that's some respectful racing at the moment, you know. Hogan and him probably want to go at it with their pace. Look, Hogan's dropping off, though. There might be a little bit of an issue there because have a look at Dylan Thomas now all over the back. So maybe Hogan's having some sort of issue. A tyre maybe going down or hasn't quite set the right tyre pressures as the race goes on, potentially, because Aidan Williams now in the box seat to grab himself a podium finish. We've got just over a minute and a half left remaining in the main part of the race before we go to our final lap. Bonnet holds on there for the CXM machine. They're just, you know, there's lots of little bar work there, isn't there? It looks like it's floating in midair, but I think he's had just a moment there potentially on the left, just pushed it up a fraction. Now Hogan relegated back to 4th position, and he's going to have to watch out for Hourigan because Hourigan is coming in a rate of knots in the 51.
You have to wonder what's going on with Hogan.
They can all smell the blood, can't they? They are starting to be vicious there as they bite into this. Have a look at Hourigan. The 51 up to 4th position. He doesn't want to let him get too far. Asker Sendel's the next one now, chasing him down. Hogan going back at a rate of knots. That's not good, not what we want to see. Under brakes, that looks like the 94 there. Skinner might go down the inside of Tate, but Tate holds on in the budget. Car rentals entry, the 147. Very hard to do through that back section, I think. Once they sort of get that big sweeping left-hander, they're very evenly matched as long as they don't slide the car out too much. Oh no, another one in the gravel trap. But can he rock it out of there?
Simpson.
The 29, yeah. That's unfortunate.
Less than 30 seconds left in race 2 here. And it is on for young and old. Thomas now has his hands full with the number 95 of Aidan Williams. They have just been going out at hammer and tong. Hourigan in the background there. And now catching up with back markers.
Yeah, and who's that?
That looked like quite a bit
down.
of damage.
Yeah, something going on, unless that's the King car. No, it's not the King car that got out. It's got a green roof on it, so we'll have to follow that one up as well. But Aidan Williams, I said to you later on in the race, is we're just going to see what the board says as they go around this time. Ryan Pring at the moment got himself a 1.5 second lead over Dylan Thomas, but that lead is actually depleting slightly every time we go past the timing marker. So has Dylan Thomas got the pace, or has Ryan Pring decided to get off the pedal just a little bit as the checkered flag is out, and Ryan Pring gets his first race win of the 2025 season to defend his Legend Championship from 2024. Can he do it? There's Nathan Preto and the sexy roofing. Oh, you love a bit of sexy roofing. It's always good to see some fresh tin on the top of a house.
Show us your tin.
Yeah.
It was a tight gap back to 3rd place there. Only 0.2 of a second from Thomas to Williams. He would have loved to have had another lap. But that is the checkered flag on race 2 for the TFH Aussie Legend cars.
Oh, the 29, he's just... Is that Simpson again? So he's managed to get himself out of that dirt trap, Simpson, but looks like that won't be the way he wanted to finish. Now, Ryan Pring, the number 1 for 2025, gets himself his first race victory for race number 2 here for the TFH Higher Legend Cars Australia. Dylan Thomas the second, and Aidan Williams rounds out your top 3. Brendan Hourigan was incredible off the start, but just couldn't maintain the pace after the restart. We'll have to wait and see. Robert Hogan, though, that's the story there. Why did he drop back?
That's my big question, because he was dynamite in the early stage of the race. Then that unfortunate safety car. Asker Sendel comes through in 6th place. And Preto just outside the top 10, back to lock in 12th. And man, oh man, there's a few big names in there that are a little bit further back than what I was personally expecting on the way into that Legend Cars race.
Anything can happen. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights. We'll have a look at Brendan Hogan once again, the silver bullet down the inside, taking it straight to Dylan Thomas. Says, mate, I've seen you around. You're a champion, but that's all right. So am I. I'm a champion in Legend Cars. Watch me do this around the outside. And he did get the move done early on. And we saw Dylan Thomas fight back for that second position a little bit later. Now, this was a very early incident on the first lap, and we saw that we pretty much lost 2 cars there. So that was, McCluskey was unfortunately one of those cars we saw in his first ever race meet.
Yeah, the restart got underway fairly smoothly. No major issues, but moves being thrown into 3 and 4. Again, your top 2, bringing Hogan at that point, starting to gap the field, but really being drawn back into the fold. Thomas threw that big right-hander out in the midsection of the track. He was under fire from, I think it was Hogan. Trying to remember, it was Hogan at that point.
Yeah, he was. Chris Spicer did a little bit of an excursion out there. It seems to be that turn 5 to turn 7 where everyone goes, you know what, it's a little bit loose out here. Let's go and mow the grass down. It's looking a little bit dry out there, as we saw. Just remember, there's a bunch of car rentals, 147. And he was holding on. Oh, Simpson did a big spin. It didn't look like any contact there. Just might have taken the corner a little bit too quick, and unfortunately couldn't pull that up.
There we go. Thomas rescued a good result, brings it home in P2, but the man of the moment, Ryan Pring, across the stripe for the checkered flag here in race 2.
Yeah, the man from ACT will be pretty happy about that. The apprentice mechanic down there, and you know, they make sure they get this car to all the meets. Very family-run little outfit there as well, and he was hoping to probably get up to about the 6 hour this year as well, try and get some more experience under his belt. But he'll be taking the helmet off, and there'll be a massive smile on his face down there in pit lanes. We see all 36 starting to make their way back into the pits. It's, like we said, takes up whole of pit lane, and have a look when you stretch them out a little bit at the end of one of the races. It goes all the way back out and halfway around the circuit. There's our Formula Ford's not too far away from getting their race. In the meantime, let's head down to our winners with Mel in pit lane.
Ryan Pring back on top of the podium with a nice cheeky little move up the inside.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I had to get it done. It was then or never.
Yeah, watching the front of the car, you know, as you come out of those corners and it's moving around like that, but obviously you're completely out of control, under control.
Yeah, that's how you drive these cars. You got to be out of control to be under control.
So 1 each now.
Yeah, 1 each, so it'll be a close one.
Bring on tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, as we send out the Formula Fords, they're not too far away from getting the next race underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Winton Motor Raceway, and day number 1 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series continues. Very warm conditions. It's well into the 30s now, and everybody's seeking shade. With a bit of wind just picked up in the last hour or so here as we gear up for the Formula Fords and their second race of the weekend, not too far away. Dan McCarthy back in the box, and me, Matt Nolte, ready for this one. Hey, how good was race number 1?
Oh, couldn't have been any better, could it? But that was an absolute classic already in race number 1 of the season. Absolutely looking forward to this one and the rest of the season after that. I mean, crikey, we might have had best race of the season in race number 1 of the year.
They've set the benchmark high on day number 1. This is the final race of round number 1, a longer 30-minute race when they're released soon. Tomorrow they'll qualify again first thing in the morning, then 2 races once again. If you just joined our coverage and have missed what happened earlier today, this race had several lead changes. And the front row guys weren't really challenged, but it was the mid-pack scraps that were on from the outset and a couple of lucky spins during this race.
So there at the back of the shot, there was a little bit of contact. It was, I think, Ethan Fitzgerald or Tabitha Ambrose turning the number 14 around. But then it was the front 2 that were fighting away at the front of the field. Fawcett in the number 23, the black and blue machine, and Kobi Williams in the really nice liveried ACMF machine, fighting at the front.
Razor high down the inside here of the 48 at turn number 1 of Jamie Rowe. This was the second moment then for Fawcett. I thought he was gone when he climbed the curb there, got the tummy on the top of the curb, and he tempted fate on several occasions here at turn number 7. And the relentless Kobi Williams just wouldn't let him go. Then this one, we thought just the one car had went off, then two more went off in the distance. Crazy stuff. We thought there might have been some fluid down there, but it was just guys pushing really hard down there.
Yeah, it was a bizarre moment, and then this big mistake from the number 53 machine. Had to do a quick flick spin, did William Lowing, who was right at the pointy end in that third place fight early on in the race, but dropped back after that mistake there towards the tail of the field. But it was continuing out in front while all the action was taking place behind. These two could not be separated all race long. There was a mid-race caution period, and on the restart, the battle continued.
Caleb Bellack was the reason the safety car came out. Then when the greens came out again, Williams made his move on Joseph Fawcett. And as hard as he tried, the 23 just couldn't get past one of the widest Formula Fords you'll see at Winton Motor Raceway. The ACM Finance car just parked it wherever he liked to prevent any move from the 23. And just a car length at the end. In fact, it was just over a tenth of a second. And the same can be said for the third position.
Yeah, absolutely. That was 13/100ths of a second, the margin in the end between third and fourth position. So that is how they will start this one. Our race 1 winner, Kobi Williams, alongside our pole sitter from that first race, Joe Fawcett. Lachlan Evernet and Jamie Rowe will start from the second row of the grid ahead of Fraser High. Hunter Salvatore, Brad James, William Lowing, Ethan Fitzgerald and Tabitha Ambrose rounding out the top 10.
And she made a couple of positions during that one. Jack Johnson had a spin during the race as well and climbed back up into 11th spot. For Giuseppe Imbrogno, he was one of 2 DNFs in the first one of the weekend. The 5 come back in with damage on the front right to the 5, and Caleb Bellack stopped on the exit of turn number 10 into, I can't say the newer section now, you correctly pulled me up on that one before, because it's nearly 30 years since they put that in, so it's far from new as the cars are up. Now, if you haven't seen this series, and you wouldn't have because we've had one race earlier today, rolling starts, and I thought they drove very well, but it's carrying that momentum into turn 1, which you'll see the field, because it's much like a bottleneck going down into turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a bit of a funnel down into turn 1 at Winton. It's wider as they cross the start-finish line. And towards the apex of turn 1, as the pit lane joins the race circuit, the track really thins out. And that's often why we do see that bottleneck occur down into turn 1. It's like on the freeway, when you got 4 lanes of traffic down into 3, down into 2, you get that bottleneck further back behind.
Except we don't have indicators in these cars, do we? Merging can be a trouble at times. Well, safety car pulls into pit lane, and they'll follow their grid boxes down this long straight, waiting for those lights to be switched off. From that point, it is on. The 30-minute race, the final race of round 1 of a 10-round Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series, a new era for Formula Ford here in Australia. Good start from the front row, but it was mighty from the second row too. And again, it's going to be 3 wide on the way down. They use their brains and tuck back into the rows of 2 at least. Limited grip on the outside as Williams takes the lead on the way out of turn number 1, climbing the hill past the old start finish line. And into turn 2 they go. Well, it's the same as what we saw in the first race. The first 3 disappearing from the rest of the field.
Again, from the first 2 rows, Evernet made the best of the starts, but again, he just had nowhere to go. He didn't have enough of the car length alongside those on the front row and just had to slot back in behind, bide his time. But Lachlan Evernet, off the road. I think that is Evernet off the road down at turn the fast sweeper. He's trying to rejoin the track, cut through the grass there, a bit like Scotty McLaughlin did back in the day 2019. I think that was, and he has done. He's rejoined ahead. He's going to redress that position and reclaim 3rd position on the road. But Jamie Rowe's in there trying to take that place from him. But that was good heads-up driving from the youngster. He's taken back, fallen back in line where he was when he went off the track.
Yeah, smart driving. Otherwise, it would have been a costly mistake or a penalty later on. Fraser High comes in hot in car number 11. That brings the field closer to him. But Williams and Fawcett, as they did in race number 1, through the right-hander at the end of this first lap. A longer race with 10 extra minutes, so they'll have to think about managing the tyres in this one with much hotter conditions than what we've had all day, in fact, all weekend long at Winton Motor Raceway. 1 lap in the books. And it's a gearbox separating the 2 as they head towards the 2nd lap.
On the inside, he's got it. Very nicely done. Last of the late breakers, flung it up there and made it stick. A great pass for the race lead. Kobi Williams will be wanting to go with him. The interest already in this one, it looks like early on, Evernet and Rowe are going with them. We didn't see that in race number 1 this morning.
And that's helped by the fact that he redressed that situation he made down here in turn 5. It's brought a couple of cars into it, so at least 5 cars, maybe 6 soon, with his freight trainer cars, including William Lowing, who went off the track late in the race in race number 2. Move at turn 7 from Lowing as he goes up the inside and makes up another position around the Gumtree section of Winton Motor Raceway.
Really nicely done. He was up there inside the top 4 for much of the race earlier on, but a couple of late race mistakes we saw. He was one of the ones that went off at the sweeper, and then he had the huge lock-up down at this next corner as well. So it's a recovery drive, and a good one so far as we see Ethan Fitzgerald off the road in the lime green 56 machine. I couldn't quite see where that was, but he is definitely on his way back to the paddock. Of that there is no doubt. This is what happened on lap number 1. Evernet just dribbled off the road, and from there he was a passenger trying to find the racetrack again, paddock bashing out there in his Formula Ford.
Yeah, and I wonder how much he's picked up in the air intakes, the side pods of these Formula Fords. So as we saw with Robbie Farr, they had massive engine temperatures in that Chevy Camaro during the TA2 race. So hopefully he hasn't picked up too much there and affected the performance on a day like this. He's lost a bit of ground, but out in front, Kobi Williams looks racy in the ACM Finance car number 94. Goes after our pole sitter from qualifying earlier today as they start to break away from the cars behind. Evernet is next, then Rowe, Lowing, Salvatore, Fraser High. Fitzgerald has come into the pit lane, so he was cruising back anyway. And behind him was James, Jack Johnson, and Tabitha Ambrose is in 10th position.
Yeah, she remains where she was when she started. Johnson's been a good mover so far in this race. He's moved inside the top 10 there, so 9th position for him. I spoke to him this morning. He's really, compared to the others, a real newcomer to the series. A lot have done national level and state level racing, but for he, it's his first ever weekend of national level. I spoke to him, I said, are you pleased with top 10? He said, no, I want to be at the front. I said, yeah, typical race driver answer.
He's honest.
Yes.
Nobody wants to be down that far in the field. These two looking likely to be the rivals this year already, and both have a fair bit of Formula Ford experience now under their belt to complete another lap. Down past the pit complex, so the first 4 disappearing down the field. Here comes Williams, pulls out A for a bit of fresh air, B to spook the mirrors of our pole man from qualifying today. Climbs the curb through the first set of turns. And what we've seen here all day long, you make a mistake with that complex, you can be punished down here at turn number 3, the old turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As they go down the hill, it's quite deceptive, actually, how much of a dip it is between turns 3 and 4. And it means that the front really does push a bit more than you might expect into the 90-degree right-hander down the hill, because you're carrying that speed just down the little slope. But as I say, camera doesn't quite do it justice. It is a bit of a fall away down into turn 4. This is relatively flat around the middle section of the course, but this is where we've seen so many incidents and accidents over the years in all different racing series. We've seen plenty today as well. But out in front, those top two are just a couple of tenths a lap faster at the moment. They've just gained a half a second margin on the chasing two, Evernet and Rowe. But Loewen's following them. Purple in sector number 1 at the start of this lap, a PB in sector number 2, so he is flying out there at the moment.
Yeah, he's very strong in that first sector. It's the second time he's done that in 3 laps for Loewen, so helps him stay in touch with the cars ahead. Fawcett, 127.1, is a tenth away from the fastest lap for Kobi Williams. Who they come to complete a lap, and plenty of time, 24 minutes now, plus a lap remain in this second race, the feature race event, in round 1 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series at Winton. Now, Williams looks stronger down here. Pinch of the brake then from Lachlan Evernet. Runs in 3rd position after that little moment. Now seen Ethan Fitzgerald with 5 seconds next to his time for the 56 machine.
So that'll be for a jump start, I would think, out there at the start of the race. But sadly, he is out there 1 lap down at the moment as we look to this front field. The top 4 at the head of the pack. It is still Fawcett from Kobi Williams at the moment, and then Evernet and Rowe chasing as they swing it in. I was talking to the drivers yesterday and again this morning, and they keep reiterating to me 20 minutes is just about all right, but they reckon the final 10 minutes of this race the tyres will feel like absolute jelly.
And do you think, with the times we're seeing now, they're much quicker than what they were earlier today in cooler conditions? I think they're going to fall off pretty quick.
I agree, completely echo those remarks that you make there. I agree, they've gone harder early, and that means there'll be a bigger fall at the end as well, as Rowe has joined the fight. It is now a 3-way duel for position number 3 out there on the race circuit. But out in front, Fawcett last time through, fastest lap of the race, a tenth and a bit faster than Williams, and he's got the lead margin out to pretty much half a second. Now he's up the inside, goes Rowe, and he makes the move. Evernet forced to the grass, shaking his head, waving his hands around. He was not happy with the move there from the number 48 of Rowe. And here is a replay of that. So slid up the inside. He kept it within track limits, but the number 88 could not. Forced to take to the grass. Just about a Formula Ford's width there, but I think that was hard racing.
There was enough space.
Just, yes.
I don't think he's going to have a fit of the giggles of what just happened then by the shake of the head coming past on the main straight. So drops him to 5th position and 3.6 seconds away from the leaders. They're making their way around through turn 9 and down towards the end of another lap. This relentless battle that went on in the first race. These two, they'll be sick of seeing each other by the end of this weekend, the way it's going. Here's a replay. So this is what went down a few moments ago. No contact, just run out of racetrack in the end. But watch this way, he lands there. And they've got their limits, these cars. And it brought a lot of dust and debris back on the track there as he rejoined the race.
Watching it again, it looked to me like Evernet, it left the racing room very cleanly, very fairly left the racing room, but he was just a bit too far out wide on the marbles, and it just understeered, dribbled onto the grass, and that was that. But he's clearly not happy with what he saw from the driver's seat. Evernet, we saw the shake of the head after his calf stopped bouncing off the curb on the outside of turn number 2, but the Erebus sponsored machine is up to 3rd. It's got Erebus Academy on the side of Jamie Rowe, and he informs me he is the nephew of a Terry Wyhoon.
Hey, there's a legend for this part of the world.
Yes, absolutely. He, of course, Terry Wyhoon runs the Erebus-affiliated Super 2 team, and Terry Wyhoon himself, a competitor in Super 2 back in the day, and, of course, well known on the Thunderdome racing Oz cars and NAS cars as well.
Yes, the Thunderdome. So many good memories. He's been around for a long time, well past 3 decades now, and has raised a lot of good names through his Image Racing brand in Super 2. And again, this is what this category is all about, and that's why they're trying to hype it up once again. So many of the stars you see today at the top of motorsport all come through Formula Ford competition. It still runs, but it's fallen away from its national status over the last couple of years. So we've seen them pop up from time to time and go, man, this racing's still good.
Yeah, absolutely it is, absolutely. I've been privileged to commentate at Victorian level for many, many years. It is some of the best racing you will ever see. The photo finishes happen more frequently than you can possibly imagine. We nearly had one earlier on today. Half a car length was the margin, and it looks like we might be heading for something similar again in this one. Kobi Williams slides it into the first turn, really pushing the limits. He set the fastest lap of the race last time through, just under 2/10 faster. Again, slides it into turn number 3. Kobi Williams doesn't mind the tail of the car just floating around on him out there on the circuit.
He's liking that, but will the tyres like that? Will they come back later in the race and say, no, you've pushed me to the limit? And under 20 minutes of competition remain. So the race 1 winner runs in second and again has no fear running across the top of that curb on the inside of turn 6. I feel he's stronger in that first sector, particularly through 1, 2 and 3. But this is where Fawcett's got him covered. So round we go. A lot of patience required here. You're turning more than you're going straight at Winton Motor Raceway. These two have just been phenomenal to watch since practice yesterday, of which we had 3 sessions. Williams, of course, a former junior karting champion back in 2019. Has been in Formula Ford now since 2020. Wasn't too much racing going on in 2020 and 21, but certainly the last couple of years has been great.
No.
Oh, no. Tabitha Ambrose is off in the Pertec car and parked in the bunker. So car 45 that was running in 10th position. She had such a great weekend last weekend up at Wakefield Park, the one raceway venue, but not really having a weekend out. Her first appearance on the national stage. She was great in practice yesterday. But is that going to be enough to... Yes, it is. For a safety car buried in the gravel. The Pertec 45 car, the daughter of the 2-time supercars legend of this country. Of course, it's filled to slow.
She had a good solid round as well at Sandown a couple of weeks ago in the Victorian State Series. She was 6th place in all 3 races, so that was a good solid weekend. A lot of the guys she's racing against this weekend were in that class, so yeah, it's just not been the weekend for her at the moment. Her teammate, though, has steadily moved forwards throughout the races so far. Brad James, the second of the Marcus Ambrose machines, is in position number 8 at the moment. And we've got to talk about some of the prizes on the line for these Formula Fords this season. The winner of this category at the end of the season will win $1,000 in prize money, but also they will get a Marcus Ambrose Motorsport TA2 test as well. So there's a lot on the line, and there is the great man himself, a NASCAR Cup Series race winner, and of course 2-time Supercars champion.
Busy man this weekend, talking to Tabitha on the radio, and got to say, well done to our recovery crew here today. It's very, very warm, and for our fans that have come out to brave the conditions, the recovery crew have been super in getting these cars out of sand traps and out of tyre walls. We had a reasonably big one for Merrick Malouf earlier today down at turn number 1, and they were swift to get him out of there, but obviously a little bit behind in time now. We're doing our best to make up as much of that as we can. This field now settles down, and again, like we saw in race 1, gives a chance to these tyres to have a breather. Still 16.5 minutes to go. Very short safety car, period 2. That's well done. It goes back into pit lane, and we go back to green flag racing. So a swift recovery. Fawcett will lead him around with Williams, Rowe, and Loewen in tow.
I think a couple were caught out on the restart. There was 3 or 4 cars that weren't even on the tail of the field, and it's got worse for the Marcus Ambrose team. Brad James has come into the lane on this restart. So both cars, one stuck in the gravel trap and out the race, the other one in the lane, I'd imagine, with some sort of mechanical melody. So that is an absolute disaster there. So we've lost both of those machines out there, but out on the racetrack, Fawcett continues to lead from Kobi Williams. Jamie Rowe did not get a good exit there, ran 2 wheels through the grass, and is coming under pressure from Loewen, who's going to have a look. Surely a dive up the inside into turn number 7. He's looking, he's really looking, but not able to do so. Rowe came across, closed the door on him, and he was not allowed any way past.
Got to say, that's a fairly decent bushfire in the distance there we just saw from that shot at turn 7. I thought that was a little bit of cloud cover, but that's a significant fire in the background happening away from Winton Motor Raceway. Certainly on fire on track as this field in 2025. First 2 inch away. Rowe is now up in the 3rd position in car 48. They make their way down towards turn number 11. How quickly it changed for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team with the James car back in the pits. Really only his 2nd or 3rd outing. Joined at the Island Magic race, one of the real tough Victorian races to contest down there at Phillip Island late last year.
But got a top 3, so came out the blocks firing, showed his talent straight away, and that's helped him get the drive at the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team this season. So he'll be disappointed with how day 1 has gone, but of course it's a reset tomorrow, as we have already qualified for that race earlier on today. Tomorrow we will qualify for that race. A complete reset, so hopefully those guys will find some speed and can hit the ground running in qualifying.
I like this idea. Another qualifying session tomorrow. I think that's going to be well received from the teams. Well, the cars make their way around the back section of the circuit. Mel Price, you got some news.
So, yeah, tough luck for the Ambrose team. We see Brad James in the pits here. The team are yelling out wheel bearing, and you can see they've just put the front of the car up in the air and they're playing with the front left. So not sure what the problem is, but obviously a tough race for both of these cars.
Yeah, Tabitha's car being towed away in the backside of the circuit, and the second car, the Carrack entry, car 61, limping in this race. That's a shame. They were doing strong early in the one, but they'll come back tomorrow. Great chance because it's a second round, a completely new day of this 10-round series. Formula Ford Stars and Renegades in 2025. The leaders on their way down to finish another lap. It'll be 13 minutes and change remaining in this second one.
Joe Fawcett was a real gun racer in karts. He raced karts internationally. He shared the track at one point towards the point end of field with a bloke called Kimi Antonelli. I think I've heard his name somewhere. Not sure where he's ended up in his career.
He might do all right one day.
So, yeah, he is a real gun driver, that is for sure. Recently moved into Formula Ford, top 10 in the National Series, but didn't contest the full year last year. The other man did. Kobi Williams was the runner-up in the National Series last year, and he's come in really with the target on his back as the favourite, people have said to me. He's the man that they want to beat, the benchmark out there. And the number 94 machine is shown why at the moment. He's really hounding the back of Fawcett at this point in time. It was at this point in time Fawcett was leading the last race, but lost the lead late on in the piece. Kobi Williams moving through and went on to take the victory. Can Fawcett hold on? The problem for him is he doesn't have 2.5 minutes left this time. He's got 12.5 minutes left.
Yeah, it'll feel like an eternity. But having that safety car, albeit just the one lap, could be enough to give these tyres some energy for later in the race. So 2 battle packs of 2, then a pack of 3 arguing just behind. And I think that 16's starting to feel it. He made a mistake going up through turn 6 and 7. So that's starting to feel the pressure of knowing the field behind, but those tyres crying enough maybe. Well, Evernet trying to correct himself. He was running as high as 3rd earlier today. Now it's Fraser High right up his gearbox.
So they head down the pit straight once again. Look at them. You could not put a cigarette paper between them at the moment. Down into turn 1. High was close there to Evernet. But since Evernet had that off-track excursion just a few moments ago, a couple of laps ago, down at turn number 1 and turn number 2, he hasn't really shown the speed that we saw at the start of the race. He's been shuffled in the pack and he's stayed there. He hasn't been able to work his way back to the front where he was early in the race. Purple sector for Lowing out there on the race course at the moment in position number 4, so he's catching up now to the top 3 at the front of this field.
If there was points in the first sector time, he'd be the champion already this year.
Yeah,
he loves it, the first sector. Just needs to knit all 3 now. Here's Williams closing again on Fawcett. But like we saw earlier today, when is go time? Do you wait? Do you go now? That's the big question.
Certainly is. For Lowing, though, we said in qualifying, if you didn't join us on the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series stream earlier on this morning, his car looked very sketchy, very darty under brakes. That car is certainly looking a lot better in race trim. They've calmed the tail of the car down, and that is why we're seeing these fast laps from Lowing at the moment, and he's able to go with the pack. So now the car's being calmed down, he's showing his pace.
It looks happier than it did this morning, that's for sure. Into another lap they go, so lap times are getting quicker, if anything. They're back in the 26s. 26.9 for Fawcett, 26.7 for Williams, and 26.9 for Rowe, who runs in third position. We dropped off into the 27s, and with 10 minutes remaining, the quickest we've been all day in both the races.
Fawcett PB in the opening sector now. Those two are over a second clear of the chasing pack, and the safety car only came in a couple of laps ago. So a little bit of a lock-up. It was certainly a moment there for Fawcett, running a little bit wide at turn number 7. It's such a tricky piece of road. We saw it catch out several early on today. Turn number 6, if you get too much curb, you'll unsettle the car and often spin around. But if you don't get enough curb, you miss the apex, you get out wide onto the dirty stuff. And again, the same thing occurs. It's almost got to be train line accurate in the way you take that corner.
You need to be a slot car, effectively.
Scalextrics.
Great era, great times.
Absolutely. Fawcett, though, the race leader. Is he looking in the mirrors at the moment? I imagine not. I think he'll just be looking ahead at the moment, just trying not to be distracted by what's happening behind as Evernet launches an attack now on Salvatore. So this is the fight for 5th position, as we say. Evernet on the recovery drive. And he's going to move up the inside, look at the number 16, looking in the mirrors. He knows what's coming, he can see it, but nowhere near close enough. Oh, that's Razor High. That's not good to see him come to a stop on the back section of the course. That's on the run towards turn number 11, and steering wheel is off straight away. His race is done and dusted. And again for him, like it was in the National Series last year at Bathurst, a big crash for him at the cutting. Round 1 has not got off to the greatest of starts.
No, same spot we saw Caleb Bellick's car stop earlier today in race number 1. You can't afford DNFs in this series. Every point is critical. 10 points for pole position alone in this. So the ones that grab the more pole positions this year and the better chance of being at the pointy end of the series. Come Winton later this year, we'll top and tail the series with the second visit here later in the year. Fawcett doing the same as what our 3rd and 4th place guys doing, permanently fixated on the left-hand side of the mirror. This one's on now, Evernet. He's chasing Salvatore ahead.
All 3 of the top 3 last time through set their fast lap of the race. What do we know? We were saying, oh, they'll drop off in the last 10 minutes. Yeah. They're just posting PB laps and fastest laps of the entire race. That says to me, though, in the mid sort of section of the race, when we had that safety car, I think it allowed the tyres to cool off, drop the temperature, or pressures I should say, just that little bit, and it's allowed them to go harder late in this race.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It's like a half-time break for the race, just for the tyres alone. Not that we're hinting at anything, but we won't have these kind of conditions all year long either. We might be praying for this kind of heat when we get to the middle of the year. Through turn 5, this ongoing left-hand sweeper. It's almost like a double apex corner. Up to turn 7. So time starting to wind down in race 2 of this Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series opener. The second round to come up tomorrow. The TA2 muscle cars will be up next as part of our coverage today from Winton Motor Raceway. Stan pointed out our live stream. You'll catch that again tomorrow morning from 9:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 6:30 for our friends in the West. It's an early start.
Very. Just they're used to that.
Yeah.
A Bathurst weekend, they must wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
It was a shell shock the first time I had to do it. I go, what? We're on at 7 o'clock in the morning? Wow. We're that far away.
Indeed, as we see them coming, there's still 5 minutes left in this motor race as we see them head back on to complete yet another lap. It's the Spectrums at the front of the field. The Aussie-built Formula Fords by well-known name to many, Mike Borland, who's been around the Formula Ford ranks for oh so many years. As there's a pass further back down the field, that is the number 14 of Johnson moving through up the inside of Imbrogno there. So a nice pass for position, but not necessarily. There's going to be a fight back up the inside. Sorry, that's Bellac. That is Bellac that's moved up a few positions in the midsection of this race. So a great recovery from him after coming to a stop at midway point of race number 1. So he's reset and refired that machine up the order inside the top 10, but back to the front.
Now we're alive. There's actions right through the top 10. That's great for Jack Johnson, the son of Western Bulldog star Brad, who no doubt is watching on. His young son is on the charge. His first full run on the national stage. But up at the pointy end of this race, as it was in race 1 today, Fawcett and Williams take us down to turn number 10. Rowe still third, Lowe in his fourth, Salvatore in fifth. Lachlan Evans is now sixth with Brogno. That's a great recovery. Remember, that car was a DNF earlier today. Car 5 now runs in 7th.
Yeah, really, really good drive from...
Oh, no, the leader.
Unforced error down there, under pressure, cracking, and he will be kicking himself over that one. Kobi Williams taking the running up at the front of the field, but look at that, he hasn't lost 1 place, he hasn't lost 2 places, he's lost 3, so all the way down to 4th position for our former race leader. Here's a replay of what happened, just in too deep, couldn't get it stopped. As we say, an unforced error, and he bowls it miles wide down there on the dirty stuff on the outside of turn number 11.
Rare do you see cars go that far at the end of the track. There wasn't even a lock-up. As now Bellac goes around the outside to make the move on Johnson. I held my breath, gutsy move, and gets it done. So the extra 10 minutes of this race has spiced it up. That was a huge move on the outside.
And Fitzgerald has put himself back on the lead lap for the number 14 machine, so he's back marking traffic, the green machine out there. 1 lap down, we saw him heading around slowly around the backside of the circuit, but he's back out there now, the 1 lap down in position number 10. But as people fall by the wayside, he is steadily picking up places out there at the moment, is Ethan Fitzgerald, who's competing in his first ever National Series event here this weekend, and he's done a reasonable job to this point. But yeah, just that, I don't know what it was early on in the race, just lost all speed and was tootling around on the backside of the circuit. The Control-Alt-Delete, and it seems to be fine again.
Wow, so the story of the race, car 23, that unforced error down at the second last turn, has dropped him down to 4th. Remember those points, this counts towards the first round of the series. So we have a round situation here at the end of today. Has not gone the way of the 23. However, it's brought Jamie Rowe in, the JCB 48, who won the first round of the Victorian Formula Ford Series, is going after the race leader. May just challenge the lead here with 2.5 minutes to go.
When I spoke to him earlier about qualifying, he said to me, when the tyres were fresh, I just didn't deliver. I'm definitely faster than where I've qualified in P4, and now he's proving that with the car of Fawcett falling off the road by the wayside. He is showing exactly what he said to me. I've got a good race car. So he's in second, and he is catching Kobi Williams, who just a few laps ago was setting green sectors and even purple sectors. So maybe his tyres are falling off the edge that we spoke about early on in the race, because Rowe is coming with fast pace. He's coming like a train at the moment.
Super run. He's 2 seconds ahead of Lowe, who runs in third, and Fawcett, well, he's 4 seconds away and 2 seconds away from Lowe. After that error a couple of laps back, Salvatore runs in 5th with Evenet, likely to hold down a 6th position, but the big one today has to be Imbrogno with that 7th spot. We're just coming to finish that sentence when the race leader bowled that wide at turn 11. So what's Rowe got for us? Time is running out, and Williams has another contender for the lead. Just when he thought he was off the hook, another one enters the fray.
Yeah, exactly. He ticks one off, but in comes another challenger, and this looks like it's going to be a real challenge late on in this race. So for much of it, Kobi Williams was doing the attacking. Now he is doing the defending, or will be soon enough, because Rowe has pretty much caught up to him now. Williams using a lot of the curb there over turn number 6 and flicks it in to turn 7. You can see him, as he always does, just dancing the car around. It's such a good sight to see. Kobi certainly knows how to trot a Formula Ford around Winton Motor Raceway. It's really, really nice to see the car dance around on the ragged edge, the limit of adhesion, and he is pushing it out here with just 45 seconds left on the clock, so just a couple more in the books to go in this one. But Rowe is there now. The margin has been cut by a couple of tenths again on this lap, and the margin is under half a second. The fight is on in the dying stages of this, the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades Series first feature race of the new era.
1 lap to go. Past the line. The time's running out. Moment of truth coming up. The JCB car, the yellow, white and red nose tip car. As he goes after Kobi Williams. It's going to be a massive feat if he can do this. Like you said, he's been solid in this ACM Finance car. And Rowe will try everything he can. Regardless, this is a super result for the 48 machine. On this, the final lap of round 1 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades Series at Winton Motor Raceway.
But when it's there, though, it's just that's worse, isn't it, than sometimes finishing 5 seconds back. You know, just a couple more laps to go. So he's just running out of corners now. They are going by corner after corner. He's running out of overtaking opportunities. You think now the only opportunities are 10 and 11. Maybe 12 if he puts Kobi Williams off the racing line into the penultimate corner. But there are just 3 corners left in this motor race. You can see him trying to stay in the wheel tracks, trying to get any toe benefit he can. He pushes into there, just misses the apex a slight little bit with the rears sliding out. Is that it? I think that could be just the smallest of mistakes, but I think that's the race potentially there.
Solid start for this guy, though, out in front. He only won race 1 by a tenth of a second. He powers out the final turn. He started on the front row, collect the checkers in race 1, and does the double on day 1 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Williams wins by 4 tenths of a second to Rowe. Lowen coming home for 3rd position. Fawcett will be 4th, and Salvatore will be 5th at the end of round number 1 today.
Got to say, great job from this man as well, from the back of the grid. We spoke about in Brogno just in front, but as well, he coming home in position number 8 from the very back of the field. He only did a few laps in race number 1, so great drive from him, up 5 places to finish in 8th.
You like those stories, don't you? You focus on the lead pack sometimes, and some of the hard luck stories from an earlier race are suddenly knocking on the door of a top 5 result. Enjoyed that. It's exactly what we expected when the cars went out for qualifying earlier today. And this generation of drivers coming through ensures we've got a big future in Aussie motorsport. As Williams collects his 2nd win and the round for the first round of Formula Ford Stars and Renegades from Rowe, Lowen, Fawcett, Hunter Salvatore home for 5th, and Lockie Evanet gets a 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Beyond that, we had Giuseppe in Brogno, then Caleb Balak. Jack Johnson moving up to 9th. Ethan Fitzgerald did end up a lap down in 10th. And then we had the tails of woe. Brad James in 11th, and then the 2 DNFs, Fraser High and Tabitha Ambrose, who was stuck in the gravel trap.
Nice job. They'll be back tomorrow for qualifying in the morning. You'll catch it on the live stream, and 2 races to come. When we come back to Winton Motor Raceway, the TA2 muscle cars will wrap up the day in round 1 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We'll be back. one happy race winner down there in Victory Lane. His name is Kobi Williams, car 94, back-to-back wins in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. This is the highlights of race number 2, our feature event, Dan McCarthy. And it was on from turn number 1. But some big stories developed in this 30-minute combat.
Yeah, absolutely. There were several that fell by the wayside. But it was pretty clean early on, but this was the first of the talking points. Down at the sweeper, Lachlan Evernet in 3rd position, fell off the road, but he was able to recover, rejoin, cut the track, and take back 3rd position from where he went off the circuit.
This has been going after Fawcett early in the race, down into turn number 1. Evernet, great head driving from the 88 car to rejoin and not lose that position. Even with that shortcut, he managed to minimise the damage, pinching that right front in the early stages of this race. This is a big moment though, and really that's actually going to hurt his back. The way that car landed, these cars are so stiff. Tough day for Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec car. Father Marcus looking on down there, and then the second car would come into pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Brad James came in just as the race restarted, so two Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machines coming to a halt within a matter of moments. But when the race resumed, the fight at the front resumed, as we have seen all day long. The fighting in the mid-pack was absolutely fantastic. We saw some great tussling throughout the field, and Evernet was one of the ones trying to improve, make his way back up through the order, and he was unable to make real progress. Fraser High was a late race retirement, but this was the big moment. The race leader, an error down at the penultimate corner. Joe Fawcett off the road and rejoined all the way back in position number 4. Late on though, our race winner came under pressure and he had to fight off Rowe late in the day and just about held on. And we can see our race winner there, Kobi Williams, who was a victor once again. J-Mac, down to you in the lane with our race winners.
Will Lowing taking home 3rd place in race 2 for Formula Fords. Admittedly, you said you didn't maximise qualifying, starting back down in the order, and some problems in race 1. This has got to be a great way to redeem yourself.
Yeah, it was a good race. I didn't fully maximise quali and made a few mistakes on my behalf in the first race. So, yeah, it was good to come from 8th up to 3rd in that race. Good.
The battle was on front to back. It was an incredible half hour of Formula Ford racing. Tell me, being in that cockpit for half an hour, what's it like? What's it do to the body?
Yeah, it was pretty long, probably the longest I've ever driven this thing for. So, yeah, it was hot and busy, and yeah, it was hard.
Well done, mate. You're going to sleep well tonight.
Thank you.
P2 for Jamie Lowe. You were just saying that a few more laps and you might have passed out as well. Everybody's saying 30 minutes in this heat is a long time.
Yeah, that race felt like it went forever. That's like the most I've ever done. So, yeah, it was really hot in there.
But it looked like maybe you could have been hoping for a few more laps. You might have got the lead.
Yeah, I was hoping for it. I was going to hope to put Kobi under pressure and hopefully make a mistake. But, yeah, he was driving really great, so it was hard.
It's always tomorrow.
Yeah, give it a good go tomorrow. Tune the car a bit. Should be good.
Well done. Thanks.
Kobi Williams taking it out. I have to ask you, what was going through your head when you watched Fawcett spear off the track?
I was a little bit surprised actually because he'd been so well driven all race, and I thought I got a really good run, got quite close to him, and I thought I'll have a crack at him at turn 1 if I get a good run to the straight, and then I just saw him go off and I was a bit surprised. So it's a bit unfortunate for him because it was a great race, but it was awesome to get the job done.
30 minutes of Formula Ford does take a toll on the tyres. How do you feel you managed your tyres throughout that race?
I found I was struggling quite a lot towards the end. Just the rear tyre went away from the setup a bit, so we'll have to have a look at the data overnight and tune it up for tomorrow.
Well, rest up. You're going to need it for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Doesn't get much better than that for Kobi Williams. Back-to-back wins in the first round of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. They'll be back tomorrow for qualifying and 2 races as part of round number 2. As the TA2 muscle cars leave the grid. Well, Jarrod Hughes has been absolutely on fire in more ways than one the last year or so. And earlier in the weekend, Mel Price caught up with this up-and-coming star. What a great character is Jarrod Hughes. Awesome off the track and unbelievable on it, and scoring pole position earlier today. But this is race number 2 for the TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo in 2025. The result of race number 1 setting the grid. And it looks like the front row from race number 1, Matt Kavanagh, who's back up here for this race. Josh Webster had a great run there in that first one today, and Brad Gartner got a great result considering they're having troubles with that Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro.
I suppose a couple of names moving down the field. Josh Thomas, who had a couple of excursions off track, didn't he, throughout that last race, trying to get his head on top of that new tyre. Another couple we saw, Chiara Zabeticus did fantastic, I think, to move up into 13th. So she's moved up quite a bit into 13th position. Danny Reedy had a massive moment to put him back into 14th position. Hayden Jackson, I'm hoping the luck will turn around. They had a spark plug lead come off in race number 1. An excursion into the pits puts him a couple of laps down.
So is he. I'm hoping he has a great result too in that 81 machine. We're riding car with Josh Thomas. I think he'd take that result considering the moments he had during the earlier one today. A couple of off-track excursions in the 169 TFH High Mustang. We look at Ben Gomersall. The cars are on their second formation lap. Let's go to J-Mac.
Unfortunately, Hayden Jackson will not be bringing the Challenger out for this race. They have not been able to solve other issues. They had that spark plug lead in race 1. Also, in that very same pit garage, Mark Crutcher, unfortunately, having problems with low power levels. And I know that there was a whole heap of work going on in the Diesel Thomas TFH Higher garage. I haven't actually wandered down there to see, but maybe you guys can let us know if he's out there.
Well, it's some big stories. I know for Crutch, they were worried about that engine in that car even before the first race today. It sounded like it was misfiring. It went past the commentary box a couple of times, but when you start having electrical dramas, you can change everything, but you'll never find it.
Do you think we can just plug it into Crutch? Because, I mean, you know, he'd bring the energy levels up in the car.
He can power the whole grid, Mark Crutcher. So we'll chase those stories. That's a shame for Jackson out for today's race. Also missing from today's one, that fiery moment for Tom Davies. It was a fuel fitting line that came off the 42. They're hopeful to get back out for tomorrow, but certainly not out for today's race. And, of course, Mark Bailey had that power steering drama in the Jack's Tyre and Auto Service Chevy Camaro earlier today. And Diesel Thomas, radiator leaking, damage, anything you like. The rookie's first day didn't get off to a flyer. And Cameron Laws was disqualified partly for the contact down at the final turn, but for technical breach following the race today, following race number 1 earlier today. So a tough day, just got worse for the 29 machine. And he'll start from the back of the field in 20th position.
I'm going to say that we're going to have Crutcher out there in the field at the moment, judging by the fact we can see Jordan Cox on the radio, of course, well known for his own racing career that he's put there, but obviously there with Mark Crutcher as his engineer throughout the TA2 series last year and in 2025.
Race winners together as well in the 2-driver race a couple of years back. So here they come. What was on the menu for race number 1 is now in the bin. What's going to happen in race number 2 with a couple of youngsters? Jarrod Hughes, who picked up his 6th career win in TA2 muscle cars, has Ben Gomersall on the front row, but he left him in his wake by 7 seconds as we go racing in the second one of the weekend. Hughes to the lead. Gomersall has the better line through the S's and covers off the attack from Webster in the 200. Up past the old start-finish line we go. Brad Gartner down the inside of Thomas. There's Des Collier in the second TFH Mustang. So Gartner tried to move ahead, gets it done finally, took a couple of turns, but the 22 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro moves up into 4th.
Yeah, battling to get on top of that new chassis they've got under that car, but I think it was great for him to move up into 4th position from Brad Gartner as he struggled throughout the start of the weekend. Josh Thomas had a moment there that he possibly could have had a look, didn't quite make it happen. Des Collier, though, in the 163, under fire from Graham Cheney. Now, what a great start from him, already up into 7th position there. Domain Ramsey's followed him through, and it's great to see Mark Bailey making it back out with those steering issues.
In car with Thomas coming out of turn number 9. A shorter race too due to the heat conditions today. This race is 18 minutes and a lap, and that's a decision made by the TA2 muscle cars category, more so to keep the drivers in healthy condition for tomorrow. It was scheduled to be a longer race, but 5 minutes has been wiped off their time today. Give them a chance to reset overnight. These extremely warm conditions we've had at Winton Motor Raceway. Through to complete the first lap of this second race of the season. And guess who leads? It's Jarrod Hughes Gomersall going with him, unlike we saw in that first race where the first lap margin was nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, this time I think Gomersall, he's onto it. And they've got on top of a bit of the tyre. I think they've got a little bit more data now. We've only had a couple of days on this brand new Goodyear. They're finding their way out there at the moment. Now Hughes will be looking at that 6 brand new tyres for racing today and tomorrow. He's going to have to try and negotiate what he's going to do, whether he's going to lay down those early laps and really push the tyre, or whether he wants to try and save some for tomorrow. Because remember, we got qualifying, so you still want a good set on there to go and put down that one flying lap.
Fastest lap in race number 1 today was at 26.0. The first lap was 1 minute 30.9. So we'll see what the first official flying lap of the race will be. It's around the famous gum tree. We go in this second lap. So Hughes, Gomersall, Webster, Gardner, Thomas. Des Collier is 6th, Cheney up into 7th. Domain Ramsey 8th, Bailey 9th. And Simpson is 10th. Robbie Farr just outside. He was the big mover and shaker in the first race today. The second Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro runs in 11th. Crutcher runs in 12th position. Then Cam Laws. Diesel Thomas is out there, running in 14th position with Michael Coulter, Danny Reedy. Kara Zabatakis runs in 17th. And Paul Hadley is in 18th position. You're watching Domain Ramsey in the C&H Trucking Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, watch out for Mark Bailey just behind. We know he is a great up-and-coming driver, comes from a motorcycle racing background initially, then had a Toyota Yaris actually up in Morgan Park last season. He said, yeah, I only did a few races in that, and then all of a sudden he showed up in a TA2 muscle car. I mean, the guy has talent, really. Hasn't done a lot, doesn't have a big pedigree of racing history on 4 wheels either, so, you know, he's very, very naturally talented. Domain Ramsey needs to watch out because he'll be trying to fight back, especially if they've got on top of those power steering issues. I wonder whether they've had just a temporary fix, whether maybe managed to do a permanent fix on that car. As you can see, Hayden Jackson's crew haven't given up. They still look like they are looking for something. As Domain Ramsey goes for another dirt excursion out there. That is a big off for him, and will Robbie Farr get past him? He's, I suppose, co-conspirator last time as Robbie tried to avoid him in the last race and collected a whole heap of dirt as well.
That was massive. Thought he was back at Avalon Raceway for a moment, the way he skated off the dirt. This will show us in the Hi-Tec Oils replay, and was massively wide. Look at the rooster cloud of dust and gravel being kicked into the air. Hopefully a photographer snapped that one. He'll frame that.
Yeah, not what Domain Ramsey wanted though, because we have seen if he can string the laps back to back, he is actually pretty competitive. And remember, we've got the different classes here as well, so the master class for the 45s and over.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's a real contender in that age bracket and in the master class, and you know, that's just going to put him back a couple of positions, especially when we see Graham Cheney, who unfortunately had that little bit of a moment last time, didn't he, with Laws, where he got pushed out and he had to fight his way back through. This time, he's looking like he's on a good run.
No, you're 100% right. Domain Ramsey's car pace in race 1 was great until that moment at turn 1, so he's certainly gotten comfortable with that Chevy Camaro. Meantime, here's Cheney leading the Masters class for drivers over 45 in this year's series, so you've got battles within the battle. It is the TFHI and TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo for 2025. It's down into turn 5 we go. Just on 13 minutes of competition remain. Qualifying to come tomorrow. You'll catch it on the live stream. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series stream from 9:30 Eastern Daylight Time before 2 more races. I think by the time we get to this time tomorrow, there's going to be some pretty sad Goodyear tyres out there that have had a fairly big weekend.
Yeah, they're going to look a little bit distraught, aren't they? They're not going to be many they take on to the next one. Obviously, they've got to take some tyres for practice into the next round too. So it's going to be tough to see what they're going to do there. And it's new for everybody. It is brand new data. There's Graham Cheney all over the back of Des Collier in the TFH hire entry. And in the meantime, he's got Mark Bailey behind him. So Graham Cheney and a sandwich of TFH teammates. Wait and see what he can do. Is Des Collier... Oh, sorry, that is... obviously Diesel Thomas in the back there. He's still in front of Domain Ramsey. It looks like he's got a little bit more pace there. They have repaired that front right of that car that had extensive damage when we saw him go off in turn at the start of last race where he tried to avoid, and that might have been just a little touch, a little nick on the inside potentially there, and they're just hitting that left-hand side, dropping a wheel off. Crutcher just in the back there. He looks like he's got a fair bit of energy in that car at the moment, but he is stuck behind Laws at the moment.
I think for Ramsey, it was going down the dirty side of the track, and you could see from the rear of the car how much dust was being kicked up underneath, which would have got on the tyres of the C&H car. There it is, look at the back, and he came in just a whisker hot and just tapped the H on the TFH sign on Diesel Thomas's car. He just wants to get a result after going off at turn number 1, or before turn 1, at the start of race 1 today. Oh, Crutcher is under attack here from Cameron Laws. Oh, and he's checked up at the same time, forcing the cars behind to slow up, and now we'll lose another position because Ramsey's in the mix. Another car off in the background, somewhere in that dust. So turn 5 claims another one.
In the meantime, you got Diesel, Thomas, Michael Coulter as well, just there in the Terps Tippers entry as well. I mean, they're all lined up. Reedy just behind them in the number 5. Oh, it's so much just to unpack right here, and we're all talking for position number 11. Look at the fight that's going on.
So we came to this from high above. They were almost at turn 5. So Crutcher forced up on the curb. Now, they were 3 wide. Yeah, someone had to give because it was never going to work 3 wide through there. Crutcher was on the dirty side. He had to back off. And that brought the TFH car in. He had the stacks on the mill through that point of the track. And Ramsey thought all his Christmases came at once and someone else was going off in the background too.
Well, have a look at Ramsey now. He's actually got the move done on Diesel Thomas. So Diesel Thomas, maybe he's just having a little bit of think after that last race and going, you know what, let's just bring the car home tonight.
No,
because we've seen the aggression level just drop a little bit, I think, from Diesel. I reckon we'll see that again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just try and get through this race. As Michael Coulter slides the number 11 out of turn number 2. Danny Reedy, he had a fair bit of pace in the last race as well. Unfortunately, brought himself unstuck in the number 5 entry. Crutcher, though, he's just opened up a little bit of a gap on Domain Ramsey as he's got to contend with Diesel Thomas now in the back of him. They've opened up a little bit of a gap over Coulter and Reedy. So they're just starting to spread out a little bit. In the meantime, Jarrod Hughes extends that lead out to 2.7 seconds.
Coulter with some great support from Terps Tippers for the season. The number 11 car of the Coulter family have been around motorsport for a long time. You follow the Super Truck Series back in the days. Dad Steve, who's here this weekend. Awesome in that underpowered little Isuzu that used to take it to the big guys back in the day, like Inky Tulloch and Rodney Crick. The late Rodney Crick back in the day in the Super Truck Championship. Ramsey off the track goes the TFH Mustang.
He takes Diesel with him, didn't he? I think Diesel, you know, you're following the car in front and you think you got a little bit more room, but Domain just drops that wheel and Diesel follows him. In the meantime, Michael Coulter goes, you know what, I can find you now. This is a good opportunity to check out the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Crutcher actually just almost dropped a wheel, and lucky they're not cutting a tyre on the inside because they're starting to create a little bit of a divot there.
Yeah, great point. And it's quite aggressive there off the track, so they'll need to manage that during the race. You've got to have limits somewhere on a track. They keep adding concrete curbs to concrete curbs. And when does track limits become not track limits?
Yeah, we saw it at a number of races last year, just dropping off the edge. If you go too far, it can sometimes cause a bit of damage on the inside sidewall of the tyre, and that could all come into play, especially considering we're down to, we've still got 18 plus 1, like 18 minutes plus 1 lap. It's still going to get us around about that 12, 13 laps out there.
Yeah, a lot of time to go still here. Meantime, we haven't forgot about our race leader. It's only 3 seconds in this one today. Blew out to 7 in the first race today for Jarrod Hughes. With Gomersall still running second, Webster third, Brad Gartner still fourth. Josh Thomas is on a good lap now in 5th position, but it's about a second or so away from Gartner in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. Des Collier runs in 6th with Cheney still leading the Masters class today. With Bailey, James Simpson and Robbie Farr comes back up into the top 10.
Have a look at Bailey there. Got his sights set at the moment on Graham Cheney, and well, Graham Cheney isn't quite as close as he was to Des Collier, so he's just starting to lose a little bit of time there, I think, while he's trying to fend off Mark Bailey at the moment. You just see Jarrod Hughes leading us there, Gomersall in second, and Webster now closing the gap down to him. So that's only 1.3 seconds between second and third at the moment. Have a look at Bailey, ominous in the back mirrors there, has a look down the inside of 3 for a moment on Graham Cheney and decides, no, now is not my time to get this overtake done. I'll just settle back in and find another moment out there on track. Diesel Thomas following around Domain Rams as they come up over the crest here into 3 and has a look down the inside, but no, it's turn 3. We're going to see a lot of those braking manoeuvres.
Absolutely. Meantime, back up the other end of the track. Got Collier, Cheney and Mark Bailey. 6th, 7th and 8th on the track. Cheney, the mastermind of the IES Motorsport team, has come from Super Motard Racing prior to this, a latecomer into four-wheeled racing, and now gets a bit of knock-knock. Who's there from the Jack's Tyre and Auto car just behind That'll get his heart rate up and maybe his temper too.
That was a nicer knock than it was in race number 1, wasn't it?
Yes. Well and truly made his intentions clear. We've seen this all before in the past. If you wind the clock back to the 90s in the touring cars, a similar incident happened coming out of this turn. These two lived to fight on. That day, one car went flying into the air.
Well, Mark Bailey definitely showing his intentions there, that he wants to try and get this manoeuvre done, but Graham Cheney showing his experience, I suppose, enough just to keep the car in the right position. I think Mark Bailey did the right thing. Didn't push it too much, didn't want to keep going there. He knew he made contact, just back off a moment, let Graham straighten the car up, and let's get back on with this battle.
Yeah, good driving, pressure driving, but you wouldn't want to pull too much of that later in the race. See the donut mark down the side of the number 12 Chevy Camaro. So back in 7th and 8th position with Simpson just behind him and Robbie Farr topping that top 10 at the moment with Laws and Crutcher. So Laws, even with that DQ from the first race from the back of the field, is up towards the top of the top 20, if that makes sense. 11th position, looking to get inside the 10 today.
Webster now less than a second behind Gomersall, who's in second position at the moment. So Webster starting to put a charge on. Last time round, he was just a little bit quicker in the first sector, his personal best, so he's 2/10 in sector number 1 on this lap, 3/10 in sector number 2, so Webster is on a move at the moment and really trying to push those tyres. Gomersall, I'm not quite sure whether he's just leaving a little bit there in spare, but it's down to 0.6 of a second as he slides it down the main straight. Let's have a look at a replay here, though. Crutcher in the number 4 machine just pulls it up. You can see Domain Ramsey has a look. Crutcher has to try and be very defensive, and just have a look at that. The TFHI car puts the nose in. You got to stop for a moment, don't you, and just go, what are you doing?
Yeah. Those three are having a day out. You'd think they're running for first, second and third. The pressure it's on down there. Here comes Bailey again on Cheney. Climbs the curb. It's unsettled the IES car. But at the same time, Bailey made a mistake on the opposite side of the track. So it just corrected itself. But look in the background, James Simpson in the Dodge Challenger is there. The man from the Gold Coast in car number 2. Looks likely to buy into this argument with 4 minutes remaining.
Just been chipping away, hasn't he, in the background there. Just every time we see a camera shot, he's a little bit closer, and now potentially going to put himself in the running there for that 7th position that Graham Cheney's in. If him and Bailey want to keep going at this, Bailey needs to find a section of the track. You'll see a puff of smoke there from Cheney, a rare mistake where it looks like he might have just pinched a brake for a second. Can Bailey do the crisscross here and try and drive the car down the inside? He'll end up on the outside of turn number 9. It's not going to be as effective as he wants to be, but he goes wide, cuts down the inside. Oh, there might have been a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, potentially, on the back of those cars, and the drive down to 10. Bailey's not going to have it this time. He just misses out on that.
Door almost closed. Cheney gave him enough racing room there on the exit, but it was almost some overlap again. Down towards turn number 11. Hughes' gap has stayed the same out in front. But Gomersall now has Josh Webster in the Autofix 200 Ford Mustang. 3rd in race number 1, wants 2nd today. But the young Gomersall in the unit racing car, son of Jason Gomersall, who raced in Touring Car Masters, a brief stint in the Super 2 category, watching his young son go on, who's been great in Toyota 86 competition too in the last year.
Yeah, this one's going to go down. We've still got a few minutes left in this first 18 minutes plus 1 lap race. I think you're going to see that closing down. It's getting to the point where he's looking for the moments where potentially if he can catch up to him in the next 2 laps, where he's going to have to take that risk, that big dive down the inside there for Webster. He'll have the man in his ears, Marcus Ambrose, just coaching him through this at the moment, helping the young fella out from Tasmania. Busy man at the track this weekend. Great to have him here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series as well.
Yeah, running 1 car's a struggle. Yeah. He's running 4 in 2 different categories. He'll know he's had his work done this weekend. It's great to have Marcus back in the Australian motorsport scene. Great friends with Owen Kelly, was helping him out a couple of seasons ago, and they're a tight-knit group down there in Tasmania. Here comes our race leader. Another strong showing. It's down towards turn number 1 he goes. Gap stays at 3.5 seconds. Back to Gomersall. He's too busy worrying, looking in his mirrors now with Webster in the Ford Mustang behind. Brad Gardner is 6 seconds away back in 4th position. But it's Josh Thomas Des Collier, so the two TFH Mustangs in 5th and 6th, and Graham Cheney still leading the Masters class in today's race with Bailey, Simpson and Robbie Farr. Order unchanged at the bottom of the top 10.
Jarrod Hughes just looks well beyond his experience, doesn't he, as he gets around the car right on the edge of the tyre. You're expecting the car to slide out as you see the sidewall really bind up, but he's just right on the edge of where the tyre wants to be. He's found that absolute sweet spot and just slowly extending his lead. I think he might have slowed down a little bit here at the moment, because knowing that the laps are counting down, they will be conserving tyres for tomorrow.
He backs off now, still 3 seconds. If he drops it off a second, he's safe with a minute to go. But who's going to finish in 2nd and 3rd? That's the battle we're focused on late in this race. Final one of the day here at Winton Motor Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, whether you're watching at home or you're here at Winton Motor Raceway. If you're in Victoria, come up tomorrow. It's going to be another ripper day in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Gomersall. It's a straight line the corner then in the unit racing car. So through they go again. 2 remaining. Didn't see the last lap board come out. So away we go again, down towards turn 1. They're at nearly 11 seconds ahead now of Gardner, who's running a lonely race, back in 4th position.
Yeah, the number 22, isn't he? Just doing laps there with Josh Thomas behind him as well. They've got a fair bit of a gap between them. There is a fair bit going on further down, though. I think Bailey is all over the back of Cheney still, so that battle still continues. Mind you, big slide out here from Gomersall, though. Webster can't take advantage of it at this point. He might have just thought he going to accept 3rd position there in the final moments of this race, but have a look at the car. It is sliding everywhere. Webster, can he take advantage of this? We've still got, we believe, we didn't see in the last lap ball, there might be one more after this. So Gomersall can't afford to keep doing that. Webster's eyes surely have lit up. Has he got anything left in that Goodyear tyre? Can he make some sort of impact on this?
That was a great shot of watching how much wheel work goes on through the multiple changes of direction around the gum tree. The amount of energy it goes through these cars and how much the tyres have to work. They're not going fast, but it's the constant turning. Left through the gum tree, right around through turn 9. Hard brake down at 10. Another hard brake down here at 11. It's a technical track. Last lap board now for our leader, dangling from the starter's tower. And Hughes sets sail for home with a 3.1 second advantage.
He's just keeping those tyres as best as he can for tomorrow. Another qualifying session tomorrow morning, followed by 2 more races for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle car presented by Maritimo Boats. Just settled in, just maintaining that pace. He'll have a lap number that he needs to work to at the moment. I think the crew are going to be very happy there for Jarrod Hughes, as he'll try and bring this home for 2 victories from 2 races. Number 1 qualifier as well today. It's if Webster can get to Gomersall, that is the question.
Oh, Webster's closer than ever. I think Gomersall was maxed out there at turn 7. Then the Goodyear tyres were like, what are you doing to me? And now Webster, like a magnet on the back of the 35 unit racing Ford Mustang, is not giving up, and why would you? We're just on half a lap remaining. Gomersall parks it down the middle here at turn number 10. He's got one more realistic chance to make the move. Webster, that is, in the Autofix 200 Mustang. But Gomersall parking him and forced him to go to the outside once again. Great day out for Gomersall in his first run. Webster wants second. He's parked it up enough. No, tucks him behind. While out in front, a hint of smoke from the back of the 118 collects the victory. 2 wins from 2 starts for Jarrod Hughes. Gomersall holds back from Webster by 0.2 of a second. Gardner will be home for 4th. Thomas coming to the line to finish in 5th position. Mark Bailey gets a top 10 result in the Jacks Chevy Camaro. He's just going to hold back the field here as he crosses the line. A well-earned one. In fact, he got Cheney on the last lap. So he gets 7th from a long way down the field. Cheney will take out the Masters class honours today for race number 2. Crutcher home for 12th, so hopefully those gremlins have been solved in the Crutcher Developments Mustang. 12th position ahead of Diesel Thomas, who gets a result after the radiator damage caused in the first race today. But Jarrod Hughes, tip of the hat to the 19-year-old who's riding the crest of a wave. He'll team up with Jack LeBrock later this year in the endurance races at Erebus. But what a way to start the TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. Back-to-back wins and maximum points on day number 1 from Gomersall, Webster, Gartner, Josh Thomas, Des Collier, 6th position. Good day out for TFHI up with Mark Bailey in 7th. Cheney, Simpson and Robbie Farr scores the top 10.
Yeah, great to see him get up there in the 10. Mark Crutcher back into 12th after chasing some issues with his car. Diesel Thomas, nice fight back to the 13th. Strong finish from Michael Calder on 14th. And it's Danny Reedy, Paul Hadley, Chiara Zabeticus, Domain Rams, and now Hayden Jackson. They were fighting to make that out there, but unfortunately that car has not turned one lap. We're going to have a short break. We'll get down to our winners very shortly. Well, race number 2 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo boasts Jarrod Hughes with a 4-second commanding lead as he just backed it off a little bit at the end there to save some tyres. Let's head down to our DeWalt victory lane.
Jarrod Hughes, congratulations. You've set yourself up incredibly well for tomorrow. 2 wins today. How do you feel everything's going with these tyres? That's the word on everyone's lips.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? No, that was another good race for us. Got a good start and then just sort of maintained Tried to maintain the gap at the start of the race, and at the end we just sort of started to see some smoke in the cabin, so I just backed it off a bit just to make sure we got it home. But it was a good, successful race for us. But yeah, tyres, just looking after those as best as we can, but also going fast. It's a bit of a hard deal, isn't it?
Do you have any ideas where that smoke was coming from?
No, I don't know. I saw something in the passenger seat, and then I could have been out on track, to be fair. Could have been that, but I thought I'd better be safer than sorry. So I just backed it off a bit and limped it home. But we're in a good spot.
Fantastic. Thanks, mate.
Hey, thank you.
Looking cool, calm and collected as he always does. Jarrod Hughes, our TA2 muscle car winner for race number 2. Incredible day of competition. Of course, we do it all again for day number 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series tomorrow. The broadcast kicking off from 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you join us. We can't wait to bring you all the action.